Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Rival Was a Villain Daughter? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mirianne Shotomoto. Quirk, Power Up and Darkness. Power Up gives her the ability to enhance her physical attributes, while darkness allows her to manipulate shadows when in contact with them. At first, Mirianne Shotomoto didn't seem like much competition in the entrance exam. Battling in Sector C, the students found the medium-height girl slightly intimidating, but they assumed she would only score a handful of points, hardly a concern for the rest of them. When the buzzer sounded, Miri didn't run like everyone else. She was excited but knew she had to control herself. Calmly, she walked into the arena, observing as others engaged the robots that appeared. She wasn't overly confident, she simply wanted to assess who might be her future classmates. Some of them looked promising. Having seen enough, she ventured further into the arena, and that was all she needed to do. Strength boost 30, speed boost 40. A green aura enveloped her as she moved past the robots, striking them with precision. Many robots lay defeated behind her. Students watched in awe as the girl they had underestimated navigated the course as if it were designed just for her. When the 0-point robot appeared, Miri stared in astonishment. It was much larger than she had anticipated, but she refused to be intimidated. As others stood back in fear or confusion, Miri shook her fist, preparing herself. Strength boost 50, speed boost 50. In a flash of green, she vanished, reappearing only for a moment to land rapid punches on the 0-point robot, sending gusts of wind trailing from her hands and further damaging it. She climbed up the robot, delivering a series of powerful strikes. When she reached its head, she seemed to hover momentarily before landing a tremendous punch. A wave of wind swept past a few students, tousling their hair. A ripple effect cascaded down the robot's body. The craters from her punches splintered apart, and pieces rained down around Miri as she vanished again, reappearing on the falling debris as if she were climbing down. She touched down on the ground, smoke clearing to reveal her to the students. The minor injuries on her knuckles healed quickly, unnoticed by the onlookers. Though she appeared unharmed, Miri was wheezing. Exhaustion filled her body, but she stood tall, refusing to show any weakness. Her power relied entirely on her stamina, which she had cultivated over the years. Her body was in peak condition, with muscles defined in her arms and legs, and faint outlines of abs visible on her stomach. She had mild fractures in her legs and arms, and a few breaks in her feet. Her knuckles had taken a beating, but she felt proud of herself for unleashing only 50% of her power. Anything beyond that would strain her body. Miri's quirk, Power Up, allowed her to amplify any aspect of herself: strength, speed, healing, even her voice if she was in contact with others. However, it came at a cost. Using her quirk could leave her exhausted and injured if she wasn't careful. Her super strength could break her bones, and her super speed could injure her legs and the rest of her body at top speeds. Healing consumed her energy, but it was necessary to keep moving. Amplifying her voice could tear her throat raw. Miri walked away from the robot. There was still plenty of time left on the clock, but it seemed there were no more robots left. She looked down at her hands. She had used one of her quirks today, but as a quirk hybrid, she had another in her arsenal. If she used it, everyone would know who she was in this world, and that could not happen. Suddenly, she sneezed and wiped her nose. Her eyes watered. Why did it have to be pollen of all things? She looked up at everyone who stood there, watching her and each other. She bowed slightly. I'm sorry for not taking all these points from you. It seems that I got carried away. Her bow was a way to hide the warmth rising in her cheeks after her high-pitched sneeze had drawn attention. Murmurs arose among the crowd, but no one looked pleased with the outcome. As the judges observed the battle in Sector C, several were in shock. She's nearly destroyed every robot in the arena single-handedly. Hardly any of the students have scored any points, one remarked. Is that allowed? What about points for the other students? Is it fair for them? Another questioned. Either the girl is clever, Or she made a fortunate mistake, a deep voice rumbled. Everyone turned to look at Aizawa. She destroyed the robots herself and earned villain points far more than anyone else so far. But the debris falling from the robot allowed many to gain rescue points. She may have taken villain points from everyone, but she enabled those with natural protective instincts to shine. Those instincts are what we look for in potential heroes, correct? He asked. Not to mention, we have a solid assessment of the quirks displayed, so we can easily determine where everyone belongs. People nodded in agreement with Aizawa. They all watched Miri on the monitor as she sneezed once more, making herself comfortable on the debris of the robots, waiting for the exam to conclude. Many days later, Miri sat in her room. The bookshelf to her left was filled to the brim with books about superheroes and villains alike. Drawings and documents written in a language only she understood cluttered her desk. Her bed was just a mattress on the floor with a thin blanket. Looking out her window at the moon, she debated if this was what she truly wanted. Her mother was pushing her to attend UA High, but Miri struggled to understand why. It felt conflicting for someone like her mother to want this for her. Her father was no longer around to voice his opinions. Miri and her mother often clashed on many things. To call her mother a strange person would be an understatement, but Miri had learned long ago that the woman was a force to be reckoned with. The letter was clasped tightly in her hand. She had grabbed it from the mail that morning before her mother could wake up. Opening the letter felt like a private act, as if she alone should see its contents. But the problem was opening it. If she opened it, it meant she wanted to do what her mother wished. But if she didn't, she would be rebelling. What did she really want, regardless of others' expectations? Hopping up onto her windowsill and looking down, Miri contemplated this. The city lay before her, dark and empty. Climbing down, the letter still clasped tightly, she walked the barren streets. Walking always cleared her mind when something weighed on it. It had become a coping mechanism for her. Lately, she had been taking many walks at night. The sound of something skittering behind her put Miri on high alert. Nothing ever came around her house. They knew better. Her eyes glowed green and purple as a green aura enveloped her, enhancing her hearing. She could hear the deep, ragged breaths of something lurking just behind a wall a few feet away. Her ears throbbed from the amplified noise, but now that she knew where her target was, it was easy to focus. In a burst of speed, she rounded the corner and faced a terrifying sight. While broken bones didn't hurt Miri much thanks to her ability to amplify her pain tolerance, she still had to be cautious. A big creature with a head the size of a snow shovel and eyes like dinner plates stood before her. The bug-like creature had pincers as large as her head and arms longer than she was tall. Its mouth frothing with a substance that smelled faintly of bleach hinted at danger. She stepped back as the creature rose to its full height, several meters tall. It resembled a hybrid of a praying mantis and a tarantula, making her shudder slightly. She wasn't fond of bugs. Considering the risk of touching it, as some bugs could secrete toxic substances, she decided that using her super strength might not be the best idea. Her ability could amplify her physical attributes, but if the creature's mucus were to burn through her skin and enter her bloodstream, it could be disastrous. Her healing wouldn't help in that case. Only one way to find out. Miri rolled out of the way as the creature swiped at her. Grabbing a garbage can, she took off the lid and held it in one hand while using the other to swing the can at the creature's side. The can dented under her strength, and the creature squealed as it was flung to the side. However, as she suspected, the can was quickly eroding due to the mucus. She discarded the can and focused on the monster. The creature roared at her, and then its back shifted. Giant wings unfurled, and it took to the sky, hovering menacingly above her. Now she was getting worried. The robots she had faced before were easy to take down. Their predictable movements made them manageable. She could punch them without worrying about venom. Her knuckles had split, and several bones had fractured, but they were enemies she could engage. This one, however, was a wild card. She couldn't risk touching it, which left her with limited options. She couldn't amplify her voice to deafen the creature, as it would be too loud and could alert anyone in the surrounding houses. Without a hero license, she could get into serious trouble for what she was doing, not to mention the consequences from her mother. She had no other choice. The time couldn't be more perfect. The darkness surrounding her was all she needed. She opened her hands, and like a mother welcoming her child, the darkness enveloped her. Ah, the enormous creature above cooed. I remember exactly who you are. It can talk? Miri thought. The darkness felt like a comforting blanket around her. She opened her eyes to see everything above her surrounded by a purple and black hue. She could see the monster as if through night vision goggles. Slowly, she slinked her way toward the creature, ready to end this confrontation. Daughter of Nightmare, yes? Miri froze. I remember you well, goddess of the night. Does your mother know you're out here? The bug creature lowered itself to the ground. Forgive me for not recognizing you sooner. It bowed. Miri remained on the ground. Anyone associated with her mother was not a friend. Nightmare was her mother's alternate identity and the greatest enemy of Endeavor. She too had the quirk, darkness, and had passed it down to Miri much to her daughter's chagrin. Your mother doesn't know you're out here, does she? The creature cackled. Imagine how happy she'd be if I returned you. Oh, it shuddered. Mistress Nightmare would be pleased, yes. Miri's eyes flashed. She erupted from the darkness, her white and black hair floating around her. Shadows swirled around her body, particularly her hands, and her eyes glowed a brilliant green and purple. You will do no such thing. The creature took to the sky again. You can't stop me. Miri moved her hands forward. Nightmare cocoon. Shadows raced toward the creature faster than it could react, quickly encasing it in darkness. The creature's cries began to echo in the night. Miri glared. Did you forget why my mother is known as Nightmare? She clenched her fist, and the cocoon tightened around the creature, muffling its screeches. I'll take you down to the police station and leave you there to answer to them. True to her word, she did exactly that. As she returned home, she reached into her pocket for the letter. To her horror, it wasn't there. She quickly ducked down the alleyway to search for it. As she neared the spot where her encounter with the bug creature had taken place, she spotted her letter lying in a muddy puddle. Miri knelt down, a disheartened look on her face. She reached into the puddle and pulled out the soaked paper, but it fell apart in her hand. A circular metal disc dropped onto the ground, and Miri was almost certain it was broken. However, after a few sparks and strange whirring noises, the machine sprang to life, displaying a video of All Might. Mirianne Shotomoto, congratulations. You passed the test to get into UA High. But be warned. His smile broadened. The video began to glitch, and his words became difficult to hear. This is the beginning of a challenging journey to becoming. A leaderboard appeared next to him. The video was static and hard to decipher, but Miri noticed she was in first place with 80 points, just barely ahead of second place, which belonged to Katsuki Bakugo? The name didn't ring a bell. We await you on the first day of school. All Might's enormous smile was the last thing she saw before the video cut out. At first, she couldn't decide if attending the school was what she truly wanted. There were plenty of other schools she could easily get into. However, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not only would she get to learn at this prestigious school, but she would also meet All Might and countless other pro heroes. If she let this chance slip away, she would never forgive herself. A big, beautiful smile spread across Miri's face, filling her with a happiness she rarely experienced. She grabbed the disc and stood up, rushing back to her house and climbing through the window. She executed a somewhat clumsy somersault into her room. Her smile faded when she looked up to see her mother standing in the doorway. Her mother did not look pleased. Itaro Shotomoto. Quirk, darkness. She could manipulate darkness as long as she was in contact with it. The closer it was to midnight, the stronger, but more unstable, her power became. I see you're still sneaking out at night when I specifically told you not to do that anymore. Her stern expression and sharp purple eyes seemed to pierce through Miri. I do it because it's relaxing. You know this. Miri stood up from the floor and closed the window. The cool draft in the room disappeared, but when she turned back to face her mother, it returned. I frankly don't care. The darkness becomes more powerful the closer you get to midnight. Even it can become too powerful for me sometimes. If you went out there and lost control, Who knows what problems it could cause for us? We've already had to move multiple times because of it, and I don't feel like moving again. Her mother crossed her arms and leaned against the doorway. I'm fine. I know when to go out and when not to. Miri was growing frustrated with her mother. Her mother rolled her eyes. I noticed you grabbed the letter this morning. Miri's head snapped up. I notice almost everything, Mirianne. What did the letter say? Miri looked to her right. I didn't read it. I don't know. Left is the truth of men, right is the liar's den. What have I told you about lying to me? The room seemed to darken, and a chill ran down Miri's spine. I got accepted. Miri forced out. I don't understand why it's so important to you that I get into that school. You don't exactly agree with anything they teach. Nightmare stepped further into the room. You're right, I don't agree with a single thing about it. Heroes never made sense to me. They save the lives of people who are just so helpless. I couldn't stand devoting my life to the needs of others. Then why be a villain? Why not just live your life with a quirk like most people? Miri's eyes flashed with anger, thinking about how her mother had hurt others and impeded several heroes from doing their jobs. Endeavor and her mother had crossed paths more times than anyone could remember. Some people don't deserve to be heroes, Mirianne. You'll learn that while you're at UA. People who say they're your friends can't be trusted, and those who declare you their enemy will seek your downfall. It's a ruthless world we live in. I don't see myself as the bad guy, I'm just realistic. But people don't want to be realistic. They want to live in a happy world where they believe the bad guy loses and the good guy wins. But there is no good or bad. There's just people's opinions. Nightmare explained. If UA is full of hero ideals you don't believe in, then why do you want me to go there? Miri finally asked, a question that had been bothering her for some time. Nightmare smiled, revealing her perfect white teeth. I'm sure you remember Endeavor, don't you? Well, word is that his son is attending UA. Nightmare liked her lips. I want you to get close to him. Find out everything you can about him and his family. He's the key to finally putting Endeavor in his place. I can't. It's not. It's not what? Nightmare demanded. The few candles Miri had lit around her room to minimize the darkness immediately went out. A hush fell between them, and the darkness swirled around them, waiting for someone to take control. It's not right? It's not good. She hissed. The darkness brushed against her ankles like a familiar presence. There's no right, no wrong. No good, no bad. There's just existence. Facts. What makes you so different from everyone else? Miri's eyes shone, and the darkness stilled around them, an unintentional struggle for control. You talk about people believing in good and bad, but what makes your beliefs any more valid? Who are you to judge others for their beliefs and morals? How are yours any more right than theirs? The darkness slowly curled around Miri's leg, embracing her. It was different with her, controlled by pure emotions. It was raw energy, wild yet tamed. Nightmare's control was pure power, a force of domination compared to her daughters. Nightmare, though she would never admit it, understood that Miri might ultimately be stronger than her one day. She had quite a journey ahead of her. She may have the power to wield, but she was ultimately a child with a box of matches. Nightmare possessed skills and a distinct power that undeniably placed her on an entirely different level from Miri. Just as the darkness curled around Miri, it suddenly recoiled, like a frightened puppy. Miri felt her knees buckle and she fell. Nightmare's eyes glowed like purple embers in the dimly lit room. The darkness enveloped Miri's body, swirling around her clenched fists and temples. In the low light, Miri, with near night vision, saw what appeared to be a crown of darkness forming on her mother's head. You will do as I say. You won't question me or act otherwise. I am your mother, Nightmare hissed. Miri lay on the floor, trembling, the sudden withdrawal of the energy that had surrounded her for so long leaving her feeling fragile. She took a deep, shaky breath and watched as her mother exited the room. The candles reignited, filling the space with light. Not long after that night, school began. Miri was uncertain about what to expect on her first day. As she approached the school, she took the opportunity to observe the students. The diverse array of ethnicities and appearances excited her. There were far more people here than at her old school. However, the realization that she had no friends here also struck her. She was starting at a new school without anyone to talk to, and the thought frightened her. If she made friends, they might discover her secret, her other quirk, and immediately recognize who her mother was. She could inadvertently put them both in danger if she wasn't careful. As she walked through the crowded hallways, she continued to watch the people around her. Her expression shifted from childlike wonder to apprehension as she took in the unfamiliar faces. She didn't want to comply with her mother's wishes, but it was clear that Miri had no choice. As long as her mother had a way to reach her, Miri felt trapped. Standing in front of her new classroom door, she took a few deep breaths. She could do this. She could. If you're not going to go in, move out of the way, a deep voice said from behind her. Felt her body tense. She turned to see a boy with white and red hair and an icy gaze staring at her. A red scar over his left eye caught her attention for a moment, but then her gaze traveled over his face. Like her, he had heterochromia, and Miri thought he was rather striking. This is him. Endeavor's son, Miri thought as she stared up at him, momentarily at a loss for words and unable to move. Being near him, she could feel the power radiating from him. His gaze was intimidating, a kind of intimidation she had only felt from her mother. Well, he demanded, his eyes hardening, and Miri felt her heart race. Why did he make her feel this way? Right? She managed to say, turning around stiffly. Apologize, she mentally urged herself, but all she could do was place her hand on the door and open it. She slipped into the classroom, making room for him to pass. She opened her mouth to apologize or even ask for his name, but he briskly walked past her, casting a glare over his shoulder that pierced her. Miri's mouth snapped shut, and mild irritation surged within her. She quickly found a seat and sat down. What was his problem? Did he have to be so cold? Casting a glance around the room, she noticed only a handful of students were present. She looked at the boy from the door who was staring out the window. Endeavor's son, Nightmare had explained that morning, is different. Like you, he possesses two powerful quirks. The flames he inherited from his father, and whatever his mother had. He could be one of the strongest students at UA, even stronger than you. He is not to be underestimated. He poses more of a threat to your mission than any other variable. You need to be smart about this, Mirianne. The boy turned his head slightly and noticed Miri staring. Flustered, she quickly looked away and focused on the front of the classroom. She played with the black portion of her hair, feeling conflicted. She didn't want to follow her mother's orders. But how could she ensure that both she and the boy, along with his family, could navigate this situation safely? As their teacher arrived in class with his usual stern demeanor, Miri found it difficult to focus. Her mind was consumed with conflicting feelings about her mother, and she barely registered Mr. Aizawa calling her name. Mirianne Shotomoto, he called, his hair standing on end and an intimidating aura surrounding him. Miri jumped, startled. Me? She looked up, her heart racing. A few classmates snickered, and she bit her lip, frustrated with herself for not paying attention. I asked you to repeat the instructions back to me, he said, arms crossed. Miri pressed her lips together. Mr. Aizawa sighed. Getting first place in the entrance exam won't mean anything if you can't live up to it. Pay attention, or I will reconsider your placement in this class. Miri's eyes widened in surprise, her face flushing. Since I understand and I apologize. It won't happen again. It better not, he replied, turning to the rest of the class, who had grown serious at the mention of her potential placement being revoked. For someone who had topped the entrance exam, such a consequence was daunting. As for the rest of you, what I said to her applies to you all. I expect nothing less from Class 1A. Put on these training suits and meet me outside. He gestured toward a wall where blue suits were emerging. With a sigh, Miri complied. Changing in the locker room was not what Miri had hoped for. The other girls' bodies were more traditionally feminine, and she couldn't help but notice the contrast with her own toned physique. Her arms and legs were defined, but her chest was not as prominent as theirs. Wow, Mirianne, right? A girl with short brown hair and big eyes smiled at her. I wish I had muscles like yours. You must be strong. Oh thanks. Miri quickly put on a shirt. They're nothing really that the guys are way bigger. Yeah, but that's them. Yours are way more impressive. I'm Achiko Uraraka. The girl beamed, and Miri felt a flicker of warmth in her chest. Could this be a friend? You think so? Thanks. Miri managed a slight smile. I'm Mirianne Shotomoto, but please call me Miri. Ah, your name is cute. A girl with pink hair and black eyes casually draped an arm around Miri's shoulder, causing her to tense up. Noticing this, the pink-haired girl quickly withdrew her arm and rubbed the back of her head. I'm Mina Ishido. Miri hesitated before shaking her hand. Nice to meet you. She paused, searching for something kind to say. I like your hair. It's very cheerful. Mina giggled. You've got a strong grip, but thank you. Your hair is cool too. Were you born with it like that? Miri's nose flared as some girls looked on, intrigued by their conversation. She wasn't used to all the attention. She fiddled with the 2 streaks of black hair framing her face amidst her unruly white locks. Yeah, it's been like this for as long as I can remember. That's so cool. Your hair reminds me of that one boy in our class. What's his name? Mina paused, trying to recall. Shoto Todoroki, a girl with black hair tied in a ponytail, chimed in. Oh yeah, Mina exclaimed. He's kind of handsome, right? His hair looks cool being half red and half white like that. Miri could only nod, pulling up the pants of her suit. Her mind was racing with thoughts of the boy she was supposed to keep an eye on, Shoto Todoroki. I wonder what Mr. Aizawa will have us do? Uraraka mused as they walked outside. I hope nothing too intense, Miri sighed. If it involved physical activity, she was confident. Her quirk specialized in enhancing her physical abilities, though her other quirk was something she wouldn't use at UA. It was out of the question. Me too. My quirk can only do so much. Uraraka smiled. What's your quirk? Mine is zero gravity. I can make objects or people float. It's not as flashy as some others here, but I try to make the best of it. Miri opened her mouth to share her quirk but hesitated. Could she trust Uraraka? She seemed friendly, but Miri couldn't shake the warning from nightmare that echoed in her mind. People who say they're your friends can't be trusted. She shook her head, realizing that if she let her worries consume her, she'd fall behind. Just like Mr. Aizawa warned. My quirk is power up. I can enhance the physical abilities of myself and others to a certain extent. It's not exactly that flashy either, but I think your quirk is impressive. You can use it in more ways than you realize. Wow! Uraraka's eyes sparkled. Your quirk sounds so cool. No wonder you took first in the entrance exam. So you can make yourself super strong and fast. Miri nodded, though she wondered why Uraraka was so curious. Did she have ulterior motives, or was she simply interested? That's awesome. You're basically as powerful as All Might. Uraraka said, considering the implications. Well, maybe not, but you're on the right track. At the mention of All Might, Miri waved her hands. Oh no, I'm nowhere near as powerful as him. He's on a different level from me. I don't think that I could ever be as strong as him. You never know, Uraraka replied with a bright smile. As they walked together, Miri noticed they had approached a green-haired boy and a taller boy with glasses. She stood next to Uraraka, feeling a bit shy as she introduced her to them. Midoriya Ida. This is Miri. She's super cool, Uraraka said enthusiastically. Miri's heart warmed at the compliment. No one had ever sounded so excited about her before. Hi, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He extended his hand for her to shake. Miri's nose flared. Why did everyone want to shake her hand at this school? Reluctantly, she shook it but managed to smile. Ida quickly replaced Midoriya's hand, shaking hers firmly. Tenya Ida. Might I say, your grip is powerful. Miri stared at him, slightly taken aback. Thanks. Uraraka pulled her hands away from the boys. You guys are being weird. Stop, she laughed. Sorry about them. Miri held a slight smile as she looked around, noticing Todoroki standing not far off. He looked irritated. Confusion crossed Miri's face as she stared at him. Why was he always so angry? This time, Miri was ready when Mr. Aizawa called her name. Her head snapped up to meet his gaze. "How far could you throw a softball in middle school?" he asked, holding a softball. Miri blinked. "I don't know." She knew, but showing off in front of the entire class wasn't her intention. Aizawa tossed the ball to her, which she caught. "I want you to throw it from this circle here." He pointed. Miri shrugged and stepped out from the crowd, but an angry voice startled her. "Wait a minute." A boy with fiery eyes and unruly blonde hair exclaimed. "You're the girl who took first from me." Miri's nose flared. Sorry? Was this the kid who had taken second below her in the entrance exam? What was his name again? "How did you beat me?" he demanded, his eyes fierce and ready for a confrontation. Miri grew irritated. Overly confident people like him always hit a nerve. She shoved the softball toward him. "Throw the ball and be quiet. I can wait for my turn." He smacked it away. "I don't need your pity," he growled. Miri was already walking back to Uraraka and the others, her normally calm face now focused. Determination glinted in her purple and green eyes. She passed Todoroki, who was watching her with an unreadable expression. Standing next to Midoriya and Uraraka, her arms crossed, the green-haired boy looked over at her. "I don't see many people stand up to Kaken. He can be a little intimidating sometimes. I'm sorry about him," Midoriya said, scratching the back of his neck. "Kaken?" Miri questioned but shrugged it off. "It's fine. I want to see what he's got in him before I try." Miri always liked challenges, and this boy provided her with one. As the test continued, Miri performed as she deemed fit. She didn't want to completely outshine her competition, but she also didn't want to risk expulsion. Part of her realized that Mr. Aizawa and her classmates were sizing up her abilities. If she revealed everything she could do, she'd leave herself open for others to strategize against her. Holding back would give her an edge. Her most notable score was grip strength, which she clocked in at just under 750, as expected. She wasn't too proud of her running times, her speed not being nearly as impressive as her strength. But as she stepped up to the circle for the softball throw and heard gentle cheers from her newfound friends and a few classmates, she made sure the boy from before was watching. She regarded the ball in her hand, reflecting on her performance that day. But she also thought about wiping the smug look off Kaken's face. "Strength boost 50, she muttered, a green aura enveloping her body and her eyes glowing their distinctive purple and green. She arched her arm back. She let it fly with a loud thud. The wind whipped her hair back from her face and billowed against the other students. The sound of the wind masked the painful crack in her shoulder as she strained herself. She grit her teeth. Healing boost 70. She took a few breaths as her quirk worked to mend her injury. Pieces of the softball floated to the ground at Miri's feet. Her lips parted in surprise. She hadn't expected to break the ball. It held up when the boy and Midoriya threw it, she thought. She looked up at Mr. Aizawa, who held the scanner in his hand. With a neutral expression, he turned it around for her to read. 984M. Miri's jaw nearly dropped. At just half her full power, she almost made it to 1000M. She wanted to beat him, but she didn't expect to do it by such a margin. The class behind her was eerily silent, and Miri couldn't bring herself to turn around and face them. She had severely underestimated herself and possibly painted a target on her back. She knew the ball would go far, but she hadn't expected it to go that far. "Thank you, Sensei," she gulped, unsure why she was thanking him. Embarrassed, she twirled around and merged back with the class. She passed by the boy from before and saw him shaking with a red face. He began yelling angrily, but Miri didn't stop to listen. She accidentally brushed against Todoroki's elbow, and when she turned back to apologize, he had already whipped around and grabbed her forearm. They stared at each other for a moment. His hand was cool against her warm skin, sending a shiver through her. "You held back in every single test. When I stood next to you at the door this morning, I felt the raw power radiating off of you. Why did you hold back?" His expression was serious, but not as intense as it had been at the door. Why did it concern him? Miri stared at him, surprise evident on her face. He was intense, in a different way than the boy who never stopped yelling. Why couldn't she find the words around him? Why did he intimidate her so differently from everyone else? I don't know what you're talking about, she managed to say. A handful of kids in this class have power levels that are higher than I've ever felt before. They could display their abilities with almost ease, except for Midoriya. Todoroki glanced at the boy in question, who was watching their exchange. Uraraka met Miri's eyes, sending a silent plea for help. But you didn't try very hard in any of them except the grip and throwing, and even then I know you weren't at your full potential. Why are you holding back? In a panic, Miri pulled her arm away from him. She stumbled back and sat on the ground, staring up at him. Uraraka rushed to her side, and Midoriya stood nearby in case things escalated. Why does? Miri muttered, looking up at him. Why does it matter to you? Uraraka helped her to her feet and pulled her away. Miri didn't take her eyes off Todoroki, who continued to stare at her. As the class gathered back in the classroom, preparing for lunch, Miri sat at her desk, tapping her finger. Her mother hadn't lied when she said that Todoroki wasn't like anyone she'd ever met before. However, she wasn't prepared for how intense he was. She wouldn't deny that she found him attractive, but his icy demeanor was off-putting. A hand on her shoulder caused her to jump. She looked up quickly to see it was Midoriya. Hey, would you like to sit with us for lunch? He asked, his cheeks slightly flushed. I saw what happened today during practice, and I just want to make sure you're okay. I know something like that could be a little unsettling, especially on the first day. Miri felt herself smiling. She was making friends while here, and the thought filled her with excitement. I would love to. She got out of her seat and followed them to the hallway. She cast a glance over her shoulder, not knowing why she did it, and saw Todoroki sitting in his seat, staring directly at her. The rest of the day passed as smoothly as it could. Miri was in a constant state of being in and out of her thoughts, struggling to pay attention. As she walked out of the school, she saw Todoroki standing at the entrance, leaning against the wall. Confused, she continued walking, determined to reach the vehicle waiting for her without issue. She almost made it past him when he spoke up. Something about you feels familiar to me. His voice cut through her thoughts. Miri turned her head to look at him, confused. We've never met before? No, I don't think we have. But it's something about your face. He stared at her. Miri felt self-conscious and played with the black strands of her hair. I doubt it. He stared at her for a moment longer before leaning back and closing his eyes. I apologize for how I acted earlier. It was unnecessary. My familiarity with you confused me, and I didn't think about how you'd feel. Miri's eyes widened, and she turned her head toward the car waiting for her. She could see her mother's outline in the back seat, watching their interaction. She swallowed and turned back to him. I accept your apology, but let's not do this again. She pushed out. She didn't want to seem rude, but it was better for Todoroki if he didn't get too close to her. The whole reason she was here was to gather information on him so her mother could take down his father. If she didn't get close to him, then she couldn't report anything to her mother. What do you mean? The boy opened his eyes. She sighed. I mean that it's best for everyone involved if we don't become friends or socialize. She gripped her backpack. It's not you, it's me. I'm not someone that you want to be near. His eyebrows furrowed, and he had a scowl on his face. I'm not here to be friends with anyone. I just wanted to apologize. His intensity returned, and Miri felt herself choking up. I'm not glad we're on the same page then. She spun around on her heel and began walking to the car. What she said was best for both of them, but it hurt all the same. As she got in the car and shut the door, she looked out the window and saw Todoroki standing there, watching her car with an unreadable expression on his face. Turning back to look at the passenger seat in front of her, she saw Uraraka talking to an older male. A wide smile lit up her face, and the man had an equally bright smile. Miri assumed that was her father. They looked like they really loved each other. They drove away, Miri wishing that her life looked like that. As she was in her room that night, she was dressed in workout gear. The gray training top and baggy shorts clung to her muscular frame. Sweat trailed down her body as she did push-up after push-up. She sat back for a moment, breathing heavily. She wiped the sweat from her lips and took a sip of water from the bottle to her left. She stood up and began striking the beat-up punching bag that hung in the middle of her room. A breath to match each swing against the defenseless bag. Right, right, left, left, right, right, left. She chanted in her head. She mixed the punches up after every specific pattern, keeping the rhythm unpredictable. A cool breeze filled the room as Nightmare stepped into the doorway. I saw you talking to Endeavor's son after school. Anything I need to know? Miri didn't stop punching. Sweat dripped down into her eyes, burning them. No. It was just about the class. So, you are getting close to him, right? Nightmare's voice had an edge to it. He's always surrounded by other students. Miri lied. It was easy to face away from her mother and lie. No feeling of suffocation accompanied the words. Why do I believe you're lying? The words slid down Miri's spine like a frigid ice cube. Miri paused from punching for a bit, panting heavily. She hated talking while working out, but if she stopped, she'd have to turn around and face her mother. I'm not. You just don't know how to trust anyone. She snapped. The candles flickered. No, I've just learned that I can't trust anyone. I think you could learn that trait too. I'm good. Miri slammed her fists into the bag, releasing all the anger for her mother into every swing. You're getting too bold with your words again. The words were as sharp as knives and pierced Miri. Maybe we should go back to how we were training a few years ago? No. Miri's ragged voice tore through the room. No, we shouldn't. She panted and leaned against the punching bag. Just leave me alone, please. She whimpered. I don't want to do it. The silence that fell between them was suffocating. Miri couldn't force herself to turn around and face her mother. Why? Her mother's voice was calm, but Miri wasn't fooled. It isn't right. Her voice was filled with raw emotion. She whipped around to face her mother. She knew her mother's views on right and wrong differed from her own, but it couldn't change what she believed. Your vendetta against Endeavor has nothing to do with me or his son. Why can't you just keep us out of it? What drove you to have such a strong dislike for him? Nightmare shifted uncomfortably in the doorway. She hated the vulnerability that the question entailed. She couldn't just share it. It was an answer that would expose her raw emotions, strip her of all her power, and leave her an open wound that had scarred over long ago but was never forgotten. She could never open those parts of herself again, not even to her own daughter. That kind of question should never leave your lips again. She snapped, fist curling in rage. I need not explain myself to you. Then you don't need me. Miri resumed her punching. The thudding noise drove Nightmare to the edge. The darkness snaked its way up Miri's legs, wrapping itself around her torso and climbing up the rest of her body. She struggled to punch back, but she felt completely paralyzed. The darkness tightened around her neck, pulling her closer to her mother's face. The intensity in her mother's eyes shook Miri to her core. The pressure on her throat made breathing difficult, and all she could do was stare at her mother with wide eyes and gasping breaths. I need you to do what I said, her mother raged, her purple eyes shining in the dim light of the room. After everything I've done for you, trained you, protected you from your father, you could do this one thing for me. Miri's father was a topic never discussed in their home. It was an unspoken agreement between her parents to avoid mentioning him. He wasn't a bad man, he just made poor choices, much like Nightmare. But from what Miri could remember, her mother had not been as troubled as she was now. Her mother still pushed her to train, but it only intensified once they distanced themselves from her father. Nightmare knew she was wrong for what she was doing. She wanted to stop, but she felt the darkness slipping from her control. It filled her mind with whispers, polluting her thoughts and leaving her in chaos. The words she spoke were not her own, but her pride was wounded, and like a cornered animal, she reacted. Miri's eyes filled with tears as her lungs screamed for air. Her throat burned, and everything felt like it was spinning. Was she dying? Perhaps. But she couldn't think or act. Everything was sluggish. She opened her mouth, and with a choked whisper that seemed to silence the turmoil in Nightmare's mind, she said, You should have left me with him. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with the darkness that surrounded her neck. With the voices quieted, Nightmare could think clearly. The darkness slowly withdrew from Miri, who collapsed onto the ground, coughing violently. Miri was on all fours, rubbing her neck vigorously, struggling to breathe. Nightmare stood above her, her expression unreadable. She had never raised a hand against Miri before, but the darkness always did. It invaded her mind like a toxic presence, feeding on her sanity. It split her thoughts in two, leaving her standing in the middle, unable to discern what either side held for her. Was it wrong? Right? Good? Bad? Each encounter tested her beliefs. Let tonight be a reminder of why we don't tamper with the darkness when the moon is at its highest. With that, Nightmare left the room. The clock on the wall read 11. Miri lay on the floor, crying and shivering. Her throat felt raw, unable to heal as it normally would. Injuries inflicted by the darkness always healed differently from others. It took hours, even days. It wasn't worth the energy to try to heal those parts of herself. It was as if her body refused to acknowledge them. She didn't blame it. Why? Miri muttered hoarsely, thinking of Uraraka and her father. Why can't she just love me like parents are supposed to do? The next day at school, Miri mostly kept to herself. She wore a patch of gauze around her neck to cover the bruise left behind by her mother. She hoped nobody would notice. But when lunch came around and Uraraka waved her over frantically, Miri knew avoiding the conversation would be difficult. "Hey, Miri." Uraraka greeted cheerfully. The boys lifted their heads and greeted her as well. Miri smiled and whispered hello to them. Midoriya quickly noticed something was off. "Hey, Miri," he said, tilting his head. "What happened to your neck?" Miri looked down at her tray piled high with food. A special exception had been made for her regarding portion control because her quirk relied heavily on energy and food consumption. Think, Miri. We got in a crash after school and the seatbelt hurt my neck. At least I was wearing one. "Oh, I'm glad you're okay." "I'm sorry for asking," Midoriya said, giving her a sympathetic look. Miri shook her head, forcing a slight smile. "It's not a problem. Really." Lunch passed smoothly for a while, then Midoriya suddenly asked, "Miri, does your quirk need you to eat a lot of food to work?" Miri's head snapped up from her nearly empty tray. "What? My quirk takes up a lot of energy, and the school has allowed me to take extra food to replenish it. They don't want me passing out in class." The boy had a journal in front of him, scribbling furiously. Miri felt a pang of panic, thinking he was gathering information to use against her, but as she glanced at his notes, she saw it was just details about her and analysis of her quirk. He even had a half-finished drawing of her in the corner of the page. "How does your quirk work?" he asked, looking up at her with excitement. Miri felt uncomfortable under the attention. "It's kind of boring if I'm honest." "Come on, Miri." Uraraka cheered. "Even I want to know how you threw that softball so far." Miri turned slightly red. "Okay." She took a deep breath. "When my quirk first started, it was a simple super strength ability. Then, as more quirks were passed down through genetic inheritance, it slowly evolved into what it is today. Someone with super speed married someone with super strength, and they had a child with both quirks." She got lost in her explanation, her face lighting up as she spoke. The others watched, warmed by the sight of their friend coming out of her shell. That child then married someone with self-healing. They had a child, who married someone with pain nullification, and so on. Finally, one person married into the family who tied everything together and made the quirk what it is today. The person had the quirk, enhance, which could amplify basic senses. They had a child who was my father. Then he met my mom and passed it on to me. The three of them stared at Miri, having never heard her speak so much before. "Wow," Midoriya muttered, deep in thought. "I'm sorry." Miri rubbed her face. "I know it probably sounded. Your quirk is remarkable." Ida exclaimed. The other two nodded in agreement. "It's amazing how powerful your quirk is," Midoriya said enthusiastically, jotting down notes in his journal. "How does it work? What's the process behind it?" Miri felt a warm happiness swell within her. She had never received such positive reactions before, and talking felt easier now. When I want a specific enhancement, my body releases the necessary chemicals. For example, if I want to increase my strength, it releases small amounts of adrenaline. If I get injured, my body can quickly produce cells to repair the damage. It's similar for all enhancements, just with different mechanisms. She smiled. Midoriya pondered for a moment. But with all that adrenaline and those boosts, can't it harm you? Miri nodded. Adrenaline is usually the main culprit. If I have too much, I experience the typical symptoms of an adrenaline rush: shaky legs, irritability, and so on. That's why I monitor how much I use. Right now, I can safely use about 50% of my quirk without worrying about side effects. She raised a finger. That said, I'm still human and can break bones. That's why my healing ability is crucial. I wouldn't be much help if I constantly had broken arms or legs. She glanced at Midoriya. No offense. He smiled. None taken. One day, when I'm stronger, I'll be able to use my quirk to its full potential, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. But by then, I might be too powerful. I could end up causing more chaos than the villains do. She giggled. That's why I always have to stay in control when using my quirk. If I hit something with maximum strength, I could easily shatter a bone, and those take much longer to heal than a simple fracture. I have to be mindful of how much I exert to keep everyone around me safe. Your quirk sounds really serious, Uraraka remarked with a sigh. It is, but it can be helpful to others. I can share my quirk with anyone I touch, Miri explained, feeling more comfortable as she spoke. Wow. Really? Midoriya exclaimed, his pencil racing across the page, creating a flurry of notes. If I touch someone, they receive whatever boost I'm using. For instance, if my strength is magnified by 40, then whoever touches me gets that boost too. But they also inherit any drawbacks, like potentially breaking an arm. If someone punches me while I have my strength boosted, they get the boost for that brief moment, which could be a serious issue if my opponent is strong. I'd have to cancel my quirk entirely to avoid that. I can't downgrade my quirk once it's boosted. She concluded. Midoriya looked up from his notes. I apologize if I seemed too inquisitive. I was just really curious about your quirk. I hope you didn't share more than you wanted to. I don't discuss things I'm uncomfortable with, she replied. I just trust you won't share that information with anyone else. You seem too kind to use it against me. She shrugged. If you did use it against me in a battle, it would just make it more fun. I like challenges. Midoriya nodded. I'd love to battle you someday, but only when I have better control over my quirk. Right now, I don't think I'd stand much of a chance. Maybe not, but if you ever need quick healing, I'm your girl. I can heal most physical injuries, but internal ones are too complex for me to handle. My quirk does drain energy quickly, though, she said with a smile. What inspired you to become a hero? Ida asked suddenly. Miri froze, her smile fading. Why did she want to be a hero? I don't know, she mumbled, her mind racing to find an answer. I've wanted to be a hero my whole life. But I don't think I have an answer. Miri anxiously twirled a strand of her hair. Lost in her thoughts, she unintentionally withdrew into herself. Days passed, and Ida's question lingered in Miri's mind. Nightmare hadn't been bothering her as much as she expected. It seemed that since that night, she wanted to keep her distance. Truthfully, Miri wanted to avoid her too. But true to their agreement, she and Todoroki kept their distance. They would catch each other's gaze but quickly look away. Miri found herself increasingly curious about him. What lay beneath that stoic exterior? What experiences shaped him into who he was? Talking to Uraraka and the others was gradually becoming easier. She felt more open and hesitated less with her words. It wasn't that she was shy, she was just worried about saying the wrong thing. She hadn't had many friends in middle or elementary school, as her life had been filled with moving from place to place. But making friends now felt like a blessing. She had never felt happier than when she sat down and talked with them. Good morning, students. All Might announced cheerfully from the front of the room. The costumes you designed at the beginning of the school year have finally arrived. Put them on and meet me outside on the training grounds. Miri slipped into the locker room with her suit. To be honest, her suit was nothing special. When they first asked her to design it, she struggled to come up with something unique and opted for something simple and easy to move in. She held up the green and black bodysuit and examined it. It looked smaller than she remembered. Sighing, she slipped it on with some difficulty. It clung tightly around her waist and got stuck on her thighs, but overall, it was manageable. "This is tight," Miri muttered, glancing in the mirror. She could see her muscles straining against the fabric, her abs clearly defined, and as she flexed her arms, she felt the suit constricting. This would not do. "Yeah, mine is too." Uraraka's suit looked adorable on her. Miri felt plain in comparison. "But your suit looks amazing on you, Ochako." Miri held the girl's hands gently as she admired the outfit. It took a lot of convincing from Uraraka for Miri to use her first name. Over-politeness was ingrained in her nature. "I like yours too. It highlights your hair. And your muscles. They're so defined in it. I thought the school uniform looked good on you, but this suit is something else." The other girl smiled. Miri smiled back, her cheeks slightly flushed. "You're just being polite." They walked out together to greet the boys. Midoriya looked like a little green rabbit, though Miri would never say that to him. Meanwhile, Ida resembled a knight in shining armor. "Wow!" Miri marveled at their costumes. "You guys put so much more thought into yours than I did." She rubbed her eyes. The pollen levels were manageable, but they still bothered her. "But yours still looks good on you," Midoriya said, rubbing the back of his head with a light blush. Her suit didn't leave much to the imagination. Miri waved a hand dismissively. "I don't want to hear it. It's a basic kind of... I'm not really... What's the word? Eccentric? Person. It's too tight for me. If I breathe too deeply, I might burst out of it." They giggled together, but Miri's attention was caught by Todoroki, who stepped out in his costume. The ice covering his left side looked off. "And the eyepiece?" Miri cringed. "Oh, at least mine isn't the ugliest," Miri mumbled to herself. What was going on with that? Why was his entire left side frozen? That must limit his abilities, right? Miri listened to All Might discuss today's lesson with mild curiosity. She kept sneaking glances at Todoroki, mentally critiquing his costume choice and forming theories about why he chose it. She sneezed a few times, trying her best to keep her watery eyes at bay. "Since there's an uneven number of you, one person will have to complete this challenge alone against a pro hero." Whispers erupted among the students. Who would be brave enough to do that? All Might gestured to his left, and Midnight stepped into view. Midnight will assist with this, of course with some limiters. He held up some weight similar to what Miri trained with. Miri looked around at the faces of her classmates. Nobody seemed eager to volunteer. Miri didn't exactly want to either, but if no one stepped forward, it would stall the class. Miri raised her hand. I'll do it." Miri didn't know much about Midnight's quirk, but maybe if she talked to Midoriya, he could help her? Judging by Midnight's body type, she didn't seem like a physical fighter, which was good for Miri. But then again, pros always had tricks up their sleeves. The class whispered among themselves, casting glances at Miri. "All right, it's settled." All Might grinned. "Young Mirianne, you'll be fighting Midnight. Good luck." Miri watched the teams battle while she sat in the main room, thinking of a strategy. She didn't ask Midoriya about Midnight's quirk. He seemed a bit frazzled about having to fight Bakugo, but Miri didn't blame him. As her fight grew closer, she paced. She chewed her lip and twirled the black strands of her bangs between her fingers, brainstorming solution after solution. She sat on the floor, considering all outcomes of the fight, but not knowing what Midnight was capable of was the one thing missing. "Why did you offer to do it?" a familiar voice asked, and she looked up to see Todoroki standing above her. She tried not to grimace at his costume. Offer to do what? Maybe it was the fact that her mother wasn't as focused on her getting information on Todoroki, or maybe it was her desire to be his friend, but she found it a little easier to talk to him. For him to speak to her first, especially now, was surprising. Offer to fight Midnight. You were the last person I expected. He stared down at her. Sorry to disappoint. He was silent for a moment. Do you have a plan? Miri sighed. No. I'm going in blind. His eyebrows furrowed. That's risky. You could end up getting hurt. Miri's nose flared. Not that I don't appreciate it. But why does it matter to you? I thought. You weren't here to make friends. The boy fell silent. She looked up at him, watching his reactions. He remained stoic. You looked sad. A lot of times you've looked sad, actually. He closed his eyes. I can't ignore the fact that you seem familiar to me, no matter what you say. Miri ran a hand through her hair. I can assure you, we've never met before in our lives. I think I'd remember you if we did. I think I'd remember you too, he mumbled. They stared at each other in silence before Aizawa called for Miri. She pushed herself to her feet with one last glance at Todoroki and slipped into the back. Good luck, the boy whispered after her, but he knew she couldn't hear it. Miri stood a few buildings away from where Midnight was supposedly hiding. She did some simple stretches, trying to loosen herself up, but the suit's sleeves felt too tight on her arms and legs. She furrowed her brows and sighed. A low-mobility suit would not work for her. Her mobility was already limited as it was. Young Mirianne, you may go, All Might called over the speaker. She didn't run, despite the ticking clock. She really couldn't afford to in the tightness of her suit. She walked up to the building, searching for any indication of what Midnight's quirk might be. Back in the main room, the students anxiously gathered around to watch the fight. It was no secret that Miri was powerful, but was she on par with a pro hero? Why is she just standing there instead of running into the building? Mina asked, watching Miri just stare. She's checking for Midnight's quirk, Midoriya observed. His eyes widened. I never warned her about Midnight's quirk. She went in blind. She did it willingly, Todoroki's voice cut through the chatter. She doesn't have a plan, she just jumped into it. The students turned back to the screen, watching their classmate walk into the building. Miri couldn't figure anything out from just watching the building. She walked carefully up the stairs. Hearing boost 40, she muttered, and her hearing amplified. She stopped and listened for any hint of footsteps above her, but there weren't any. She sighed and deactivated it. She climbed the stairs carefully. She'd be lying if she said she wasn't scared. It was one thing to challenge a pro knowing their capabilities, but to go in completely blind was terrifying. Every step put Miri on edge. At a certain floor, Miri turned her head slightly at a skittering noise. Her green and purple eyes scanned the area, completely frozen in place. Oh! A female voice cooed. I simply love your tenacity. Miri looked around frantically, trying to locate the source of the voice. It seems there was a glitch in our system this year. 42 potential heroes made the cut for the hero course. The voice echoed around her. Miri pressed herself into a corner to prevent Midnight from sneaking up on her. And you were the ringleader of the bunch. Rather than eliminating the 41st and 2nd students, we made an exception. This group of students proved to be quite interesting. The pro stepped into view. Show me why you made first. She winked. Miri exhaled deeply. I don't want you to hold back at all. Oh, sweetheart, Midnight said, flicking her whip and adjusting her suit. I don't intend to. She tore her suit, and a magenta mist flooded the room. Her quirk. Miri thought, instinctively trying to move back away from it, but she was still cornered. The students all watched the screen, their emotions vary. Why is she freezing up? Bakugo growled. Oh no! Uraraka exclaimed. What is the mist? Why isn't she doing anything? Aizawa cleared his throat from the back, quieting the class. Midnight's quirk is somnambulist. It allows her to release a sleep-inducing mist from her body that, if inhaled, can easily put someone to sleep. It's more effective on men than women. Then Miri might be okay? Kirishima asked, watching her on the screen. He was intrigued by her potential. For someone with such a powerful quirk, he wanted to see her in action. Todoroki's gaze flicked to Kirishima, momentarily distracted from Miri. The boy's curiosity about her confused and mildly irritated him. That entirely depends on her. Aizawa turned back to the screen, everyone watching with rapt fascination. Miri watched the mist curl around her feet. Her head felt fuzzy, and her limbs felt heavy. Do something. She mentally scolded herself, but what could she do? Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, barely supporting herself on her elbows. What did I ask this? She managed to say. Sleepy mist, Midnight giggled. I honestly expected you to put up a bigger fight than this. I saw you at the entrance exam, taking down those robots with one punch and cleverly using your abilities to outmatch the 0-point robots. It made me feel like I could do it too. She walked closer and crouched down in front of Miri. Where is that spark? Why did you think you could take me on, but then reduce yourself to this? Miri contemplated her words, dissecting them as much as the sleep haze allowed. She clenched her fist, the sleeves of her forearms tightening. Where is the spark? Strength boost point 30, she whispered as her eyes fluttered. She laid her head on the floor, unable to support it. Midnight sighed and stood up. This was disappointing. Miri, Midoriya whispered, watching his friend give up so easily. Why was she? Todoroki observed, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Miri began to rise despite the mist swirling around her. Her elbows shook as they supported her body, and she lazily lifted her head. Her suit pressed against her muscular form as she strained to get up. I'm so tired, she muttered. Strength boost 60. She managed to pull herself off the ground. Her eyes were droopy, but a spark of light filled them. They slowly dilated. She growled as sweat formed in the tight spaces of her suit. Her legs shook, and her body twitched slightly. Strength boost 80. The green aura swirled around her, brighter than anyone in the class had ever seen. Midnight watched in surprise. How are you resisting my quirk? I don't know, I don't care. Miri knew that at her current strength, if she hit Midnight, it would cause significant damage. Despite her irritation with Midnight, she didn't want to hurt her. She couldn't deactivate her quirk either. Todoroki watched, the smallest smirk on his face. How is she resisting? Yaoyorozu asked. Midoriya flipped through his book until he found her page. It's the adrenaline her strength produces. He pointed at the screen. Her shaky legs, the irritation, dilated pupils, and heavy breathing. She's showing all the signs of an adrenaline rush. The adrenaline must be keeping her from falling asleep. She must have activated her quirk before she went down. What he didn't say was that he knew her strength levels were off the charts and her adrenaline would only last as long as her body permitted. The reason she hadn't made any moves to counterattack was that she was worried about heavily hurting Midnight. If she stood there the entire time instead of moving, her body would eventually succumb to the sleep. Miri's eyes darted around, formulating a plan. Her body was coursing with energy, but if Midnight hit her, it would be devastating for both of them. She felt like she would explode if she didn't move. She had experienced adrenaline rushes before and knew exactly what would happen if she didn't act on them. The power building up inside her would become too strong, and she could end up damaging herself unintentionally. She clenched her fists, and the sleeves of her suit split up to her shoulders, revealing the muscles beneath. She cursed and hoped that someone she had come to know and dislike wasn't getting any strange ideas. Midnight flicked her whip. No matter if my gas won't get you, then I will. She charged at Miri and threw it forward. With reflexes so fast they were barely visible, Miri grabbed the whip. The end caught her in the corner of her eye, sending a shockwave of pain down her face. She grit her teeth, feeling the sting from the broken skin trailing down her temple. Her suit strained against her chest, and she hoped it wouldn't rip. Midoriya noted that she wasn't healing at all. The blood continued to run down the side of her head and neck, staining the collar of her suit. Maybe the adrenaline pumping through her body prevented other parts of her from activating? She had said her healing took energy. Perhaps her adrenaline rushes didn't allow for any energy to be used for anything but her strength? Miri ripped the whip from Midnight's hand and tossed it out the window. Her skin began to split open, little streaks of blood dripping down her arms. Her suit split down the middle, exposing the muscle tee she always wore beneath her clothes. At least it was holding up. Miri mentally cursed. She needed to cancel her quirk soon, or it would be game over. Midnight's eyes widened. How did? Miri grit her teeth. She knew what would happen if she continued, but she had no other option. She took off running, her suit tearing at the seams, revealing her strong legs beneath. Her feet thundered on the ground, moving faster than she had in a long time. "Oh my God, please don't stare." Miri hoped the boys would be decent and not focus on her suit's unfortunate state. She felt numb to everything around her. The boys, however, were not decent and couldn't help but watch as Miri dashed up the stairs, her eyes wide with determination. She peeked around the remaining floors until she found the rocket. Midnight was behind her, desperately trying to keep up. She reached out to trip Miri, but she was always just out of reach. Miri felt the strain of her power, her body protesting as she pushed herself. She could feel the weight of exhaustion creeping in, but she pressed on, launching herself at the rocket and wrapping her arms around it. Breathing heavily, her heart raced in her chest, but she had done it. She had passed the test and bested her first pro hero. But it didn't feel like a victory. It felt like a mismatch of quirks. If it had been someone like Aizawa or any of the other teachers, she doubted she would have made it past them. Midnight's quirk had just happened to be less effective against her. Leaning heavily against the rocket, Midnight finally caught up. I don't understand what happened, but I congratulate you on beating me. It was just a poor matchup of quirks. It doesn't mean I'm better than you, Miri sighed, trying to reassure the hero. It just means it was essentially a one-sided fight. If I hadn't activated my quirk when I did, I wouldn't have passed this test. Midnight nodded. Why did you hesitate at the start? The fight could have ended sooner. I wanted to see what your quirk was. I hesitated because I didn't want to risk hurting you during this, Miri admitted, feeling her energy waning. Her legs felt like jelly, and she slid down the rocket to sit on the floor. Her suit was in tatters, and she realized she should have been more specific about the design. That wasn't smart at all, Mirianne, Midnight scolded. I was a villain, and you should have treated me as such. Taking advantage of this being a practice run was understandable, but remember, hesitating against someone with bad intentions can cost you your life and others' lives. Miri looked down at her hands, now stained. I understand. I'll do better next time. I promise. She felt herself drifting off. I think I need to go to Recovery Girl now. I can't get up. Midnight sighed. There's so much for you to learn, but that's why you're here. Back in the monitor room, the students watched as recovery bots were called in, and Miri was loaded onto a stretcher. Ultimately, she completed her test by the skin of her teeth. Not only did she push herself to the limit, but she also hesitated when it came to fighting Midnight. She passed, but barely. She needs to work on not overthinking in critical moments, Aizawa explained to the class. This is only the beginning of your time here, but we don't expect you to be perfect just yet. You all have a lot to learn before becoming pro heroes. Todoroki thought back to the Miri he saw in battle. She hadn't changed much from the quiet girl in class, but there was a glimpse of hidden potential during the fight. Something about her was different. Midoriya approached Uraraka and Ida. Miri was amazing in the fight. It was really cool to see her in action, even if she didn't do much fighting. I can't wait to see her really let loose. Todoroki listened to them speak. She's already so powerful, and the school year has barely begun. Uraraka agreed. Let's visit her in recovery later. I wonder how she'd fight knowing her opponent's quirk? Midoriya pondered, excitement in his eyes. I loved it when she shared about her quirk that day. It seemed so interesting. Ida nodded. She took a risk telling us about it, but she seemed so happy when she did. It'll be fascinating to see her once she becomes a pro. The group wandered away to prepare for the other battles, leaving Todoroki and a few others behind. He found himself increasingly curious about Miri as time went on. Alright class. Today will be a training exercise. Pair up with another student and train using your quirks against each other. I'll be monitoring to ensure you don't go too overboard, Aizawa announced, curling up in his sleeping bag and promptly falling asleep. Miri looked around, considering who to partner with. Part of her wanted to team up with someone familiar, but she knew she wouldn't grow if she relied on that. She was back in her original training gear, her suit repaired. They had given her an upgrade list and asked her to make fixes, but she set it aside, not particularly caring about the design. Bakugo approached Miri, determination in his eyes. Gorilla Girl. Gorilla Girl? Miri exclaimed, taken aback. She knew Bakugo had a knack for strange nicknames, but this one felt particularly harsh. Bakugo growled, not liking the interruption. Your attitude is awful. You're just stinky. You're the real gorilla. Miri stammered, struggling to keep up with Bakugo's banter. Stinky? He shot back, his expression sharpening. Who knew that word would strike such a nerve? Let's battle. You were obviously holding back during the test at the beginning of the year, so don't hold back now. He took a fighting stance. Miri took a deep breath. As tempting as it was to show this boy what she could really do, she knew she wouldn't last long in a battle against him. She would likely get an adrenaline rush before making any real progress, and that would leave her exhausted for the rest of the day. Her quirk, while powerful, had limitations that she had to recognize. I don't want to, she said, crossing her arms and turning her head away from him. The boy stared at her, surprised. Why not? He demanded, frustration growing in his voice. Fighting you won't help me, and it'll just boost your already inflated ego. This lesson is for training, not a petty contest of strength, she said, turning to walk away. That's nonsense. Fight me. He charged at her, throwing a punch aimed at her back. Without hesitation, she activated her quirk. Strength boost 30. She spun around, grabbing his forearm with one hand and his shoulder with the other, slamming him down onto the ground. Before she could pull away, he struck her shin with a force that sent pain shooting through her leg. She hit the ground hard and clutched her shin. Healing boost 50, she muttered through gritted teeth. Bakugo sat up, shaking his fist. What was that? I didn't hit you that hard. He looked at his hand, wincing as pain shot up his arm. It was my quirk, you knucklehead. Miri snapped. If I touch you, you get the boosts I'm using. You hit my shin with triple your usual strength. Of course it's going to hurt. She released her leg and moved it around, satisfied it was healing. Why are you attacking me without understanding my quirk? Is your pride really that important? Shut up, gorilla. He let his hand hang limply, despite the pain. You did the same thing when you fought Midnight. Your quirk is useless. Miri pressed her lips together, considering whether to heal him since it was partly her fault he was hurt. But his attitude made her reconsider. My quirk made you eat dirt. Your quirk is out of control, he shot back, his eyebrow twitching. You'll never be a hero with a quirk like that. A villain could easily take you down. His words hit her hard, reminiscent of her mother's warnings from her childhood. A young Miri sat anxiously in front of a TV, watching All Might rescue civilians, his broad smile unwavering. Miri's smile mirrored his, her cheeks glowing in the warm light of their living room. I am here. Miri's voice echoed along with him. Her mother watched from the doorway, a slight smile on her face. Shouldn't you be training, Mirianne? The child turned to her mother, beaming. Mommy, I'll train after this. But look at All Might. Isn't he amazing? Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Her mother came closer, crouching beside her. Fear not, citizens. Villainy will not win today. I promise to keep this town safe from anyone who threatens it. You have my word. All Might's deep voice resonated, igniting cheers from the crowd. Miri squealed, jumping with excitement. When I grow up, I want to be just like All Might. I want to be a hero, help people, and make them smile. I want to go to UA and graduate at the top of my class. Mommy. She hugged her mother tightly. Can I be like him someday? Nightmare smiled fondly but then looked back at the TV, her expression shifting. Mommy? What's wrong? Miri asked, noticing her mother's change in demeanor. Her mother's eyes hardened as she stood abruptly, causing Miri to stumble back. People like us don't get to be heroes, Mirianne. Go back to training. Nightmare turned to leave. Plus Ultra. All Might shouted in the background as Miri looked up at her mother, her heart sinking. What? Miri's hope began to crumble. As long as I'm your mom, Mirianne, you won't become a hero like them. They're everything that's wrong with the world. Her gaze flicked to the screen where Endeavor stood beside All Might, his expression grim. But All Might isn't like that. He's incredible. Miri protested, her eyes shining again. He's the symbol of peace. He can't do anything wrong. That mindset is wrong, her mother yelled, and the TV flickered. These heroes you idolize aren't perfect. They ruin society with their greed and are nothing but power-hungry. Stop supporting them. Go back to training now. But Andy, don't say his name, her mother hissed, and darkness swirled around the TV, cracking the screen and cutting off the image. Miri stared at the broken TV, confused and hurt. But I want to be a hero just like them. Miri cried, struggling to understand. Mirianne, her mother snapped, her voice sharp. Don't you see? You will never be a hero. Society will never accept you if they knew I was your mother. Snapping back to the present, Miri looked away from Bakugo. You don't have the right to say that to me. Not now, not ever. Her voice was calm but carried an edge. Want to put your money where your mouth is? He got into a fighting stance again. Miri ignored him. I will become a hero, she declared through clenched teeth, stopping Bakugo in his tracks. He had never seen her so determined. And there's nothing here that can change that, not you, not any test, nothing. Her body glowed green, and Bakugo couldn't help but smirk as he readied himself for a fight. He knew he had struck a nerve, and this was exactly what he wanted. Suddenly, Miri was jolted from her anger as a muscular arm draped over her shoulder, pulling her close to someone's side. Her face flushed at the unexpected contact, and she looked up to see a sharp, toothy grin. Hi. I don't think we've met yet, but I'm Ijiro Kirishima. Your quirk is really impressive. He raised an eyebrow. Oh. Impressive in your case. Miri was at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing as her arm brushed against his solid frame. She felt undeniably flustered. Hey, spiky hair. Can't you see we're in the middle of something here? Bakugo snapped, irritation evident in his voice. Kirishima waved him off. I saw you two battle the first time. I want to turn now. Kaminari mentioned something about your explosions being C-rated, so go talk to him. Bakugo's hands sparked with energy. He said what? Dunce face, where are you? He stormed off. Miri gently pulled away from Kirishima. I'm Mirianne Shotomoto, but you can call me Miri. She rubbed her eyes, which were slightly watery. Kirishima looked at her with concern. Did he make you cry? No. I just have pollen allergies. She rubbed her face. You mentioned wanting a turn. He smiled again. Yeah. I watched your battle with Midnight, and I thought your quirk was amazing. Mine isn't all that flashy, but I definitely want to see how I'd do against you. If you're up for it. What he said felt different from Bakugo's challenge. He seemed genuinely nice and was the only one besides Bakugo who wanted to train with her. She didn't want to waste this opportunity. I suppose that would be fine. She shrugged. I need to train. That's the spirit. He stepped back, and then his entire body hardened, surprising Miri. Whoa, hold on. She stepped closer to examine his quirk, excitement bubbling within her. What is your quirk called? He looked at her in surprise. Harden. I can make my skin as tough as rock. His quirk had never received this kind of attention before. Miri reached out a hand to touch him but quickly pulled back, realizing how odd that might seem. That's so cool, she exclaimed. He blushed. It's nothing special, yours looks cooler. She stepped back. Mine isn't that cool either. Bakugo's words echoed in her mind, but she pushed them aside. Anyway, let's train. Her body glowed green again. Ah yeah. He raised his arms. Your move. You're too kind. She charged at him, her right fist raised for a punch. He blocked her with his forearm, then delivered a solid punch to her shoulder. Miri sidestepped, holding her shoulder as her healing kicked in. She was merely testing the waters with that punch. Your strength is incredible, and you don't seem to have any drawbacks from my quirk. Did you notice you did 4 times your normal damage? She asked. They were meant to learn from each other during this training. Exercise. He looked at his fist. For a second there, I felt it. What do you mean drawbacks? She smiled. My quirk boosts my physical stats and those of others if I touch them. I had my strength boosted 4 times, and when you punched me, you did 4 times your normal damage because of that. Your quirk must protect you from injuries that would normally happen when someone punches me with that kind of boost. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Then his face lit up. Oh, so that means... He glanced at her shoulder. Is your shoulder okay? I didn't mean to hit you that hard. Miri giggled and rolled her shoulder. It's fine. My healing works just like my strength. I healed it within seconds. She powered up again. Let's continue. He smiled and charged at her this time. His right arm drew back for a punch, but Miri ducked low and shoved herself into his solid stomach. She pushed against him, her powerful legs digging into the ground, cracking it beneath her. He fell back, hitting the ground with a thud. That's the first time anyone has knocked me over. Miri panted. It wasn't easy. He laughed and got back up. He went for another punch, and Miri used her forearm to block it while landing a hit to his side. She felt a jolt of pain in her wrist as she struck his tough skin, but it wasn't broken. He skidded to the left and charged in again. The two exchanged blows, Miri's arms healing with every hit. Some classmates who had finished earlier watched the two of them spar. At first, Miri had been playing, but she realized he wouldn't learn anything if she took it easy on him. That wouldn't be fair. Suddenly, she crouched on one leg and swept the other into his ankles. He fell hard, the air knocked from his lungs. You're strong and your quirk is impressive. You should be proud of it, she said, smiling down at him. However, there's always room for improvement. You rely heavily on your arms for combat and don't move around as much, leaving your legs vulnerable. If you use a combination of both, you'd greatly improve your combat skills. She extended her hand to him. This has been a great training session, one of the toughest I've had in a while. Why don't we do this again? I can help you improve your combat, and I can get used to being challenged a little. He stared at her hand for a moment before smiling and grasping it. She pulled him to his feet, surprising him. Yeah. He released her hand. I'd like to do that again. They went their separate ways. Miri glanced around at everyone who had gathered to watch. Her eyes met Todoroki's as he approached her. I saw Bakugo bothering you earlier. What did he say that got you so upset? He stood in front of her, looking down. Miri shifted uncomfortably. He said. She twirled a strand of her hair between her fingers. He said I'll never be a hero with a quirk like mine. His expression turned thoughtful. Your quirk is perfect for saving people. You're physically capable of carrying multiple individuals, which could be incredibly useful. Her cheeks flushed. Though he hadn't complimented her directly, his words made her heart flutter in a way she wasn't used to, and it bothered her. He said, that I have no control over it. At that, he fell silent, staring at her for a moment before looking away. Do you think you can control it? Now it was her turn to look away. Was she truly in control? She often preached to Midoriya and the others about needing total control when using her quirk. But was that entirely true? With the slightest touch of her skin, anyone could access her boosts. Perhaps she needed to cover up more of her skin? Find a way to stop her muscles from straining against the fabric. She clenched her fist. I'm really not all that in control. There are multiple things I need to work on and understand about myself, but that's why I'm here. She looked up at him, determination burning in her eyes. I don't have any goals to be the #1 hero. I just want to be there for people if they need someone to guide them, to protect them. The answer to Ida's question from a week ago seemed obvious now. I want to be the hero who saves lives and stands up for others. Her mind buzzed. Todoroki stared down at the girl in front of him, shocked by her words. A slight smile crossed his face. Miri, whenever you're confident or excited, you speak so much more freely. You hesitate less over your words. You should talk like that more often. Miri's face burned red. Really? I never noticed. He sighed, his hand twitching as if to pat her head, but he held back. Let's get back to the classroom. His stoic personality returned. Miri nodded, walking beside him. She pondered the boy next to her. She wouldn't consider them friends just yet. More like, Her mind stopped buzzing for a moment. What was their status? Were they friends? Acquaintances? She didn't know much about him other than what she had learned from Nightmare and a few other things she had picked up. Friends know more about each other, right? She was friends with Uraraka, friends with Midoriya, friends with Ida. But was she friends with Todoroki? She glanced at him from the corner of her eye. He was attractive, no doubt about that. He also seemed rather emotionless. Then there was the fact that he thought she looked familiar somehow. That part confused her endlessly, as she had never met him before in her life. Had they? She would have remembered the two-toned boy if she had ever seen him. Perhaps he was mistaking her for someone else? Though there may not be many with characteristics like hers, it could be easy to confuse a vaguely remembered face with someone else's. As they walked back to class, Miri felt her shoulder bump into someone else's. It jolted her from her thoughts, and she looked up to see a boy with white hair like hers, though he didn't have the black strands framing his face as she did. His piercing yellow eyes locked onto hers, causing her heart to skip a beat. "Watch where you're going," he growled. He shot a glance at Todoroki, who stood over Miri's shoulder, glaring at the golden-eyed boy. The boy turned away and continued walking. Miri watched him go, momentarily forgetting how to breathe. She took a deep breath through her nose, breaking her trance. Todoroki shifted behind her, walking away. "I don't know what I should be more worried about," he muttered, catching her attention. "The fact that someone like him left you speechless. Or the fact that he radiates more power than anyone else I've ever felt, except for All Might and My Father." Miri's mouth fell open. She felt it too. But comparing him to the two strongest heroes in the world. Uraraka once compared Miri to All Might, but that was a gross overestimation of Miri's abilities. There was no way Miri could hold a candle to either of those heroes now. But for a student to possess such capabilities, it was terrifying. Miri's stomach growled, prompting her to move toward the cafeteria, though her mind was elsewhere. Miri sat next to Ida during lunch that day, her usual tray packed a little extra full of food. Today's training was different. Miri sighed as she chewed on a banana. "I agree," Uraraka groaned. "I feel so nauseous I can barely eat." She nibbled on a cracker. Midoriya wasn't shy. He polished off his burger rather quickly. "I battled Kaminari today, so it was over pretty quickly. I didn't really get to land a hit on him. Not that I really would have." He sighed, looking at his fingers. Miri waved a hand at Midoriya, sliding an apple over to him in case he was still hungry. "I was in your shoes when I was younger. I could barely use my power as a child. It was too much for me. Even at just double my normal strength, I was breaking things left and right." She held out her hand, radiating a soft green glow. "It takes a lot of time and practice to handle supposed greatness. But even now, I'm not as strong as I should be." She retracted her hand and curled it into a fist. "But one day I will be. I'll be the hero who saves people." Ida then looked over at her with a smile. "So, you finally figured out an answer to my question?" Miri nodded. "Before, I didn't really know why, but all it took was a memory from when I was a child. I just really want to help people." "Yours sounds so noble, Mir," Uraraka laughed. "I'm kind of in it for the money. I want to help pay my parents back for everything they've done for me." "Yours is noble too, though," Midoriya quickly defended her. Miri sat back and smiled at them. Her mind then drifted back to the white-haired boy she had encountered. Have you guys seen this guy with white hair and yellow eyes around?" she asked. They all turned to look at her, then scanned the room. "I don't see anyone like that here," Ida spoke up. "Todoroki and I ran into him in the hallway. Well, I literally did anyway." She took a deep breath. "This guy. I didn't realize it until Todoroki said something, but he was incredibly powerful. I could feel it coming off of him. It was almost overwhelming." Midoriya rubbed his chin and pulled out his journal. Did he have any other defining characteristics? Miri strained to remember something, anything. "His teeth," she said. "They were sharp like knives. Kind of like Kirishima's. Only sharper. And his eyes were like a cat's narrow slits." She closed her eyes, picturing him in her mind. and his nails were longer, sharp, and thick. They exchanged uneasy glances. "This guy sounds scary," Uraraka complained. "I hope I never meet him." "I hope you never run into him again," Ida said, a little concerned. "Knowing you, you wouldn't have brought it up unless it bothered you." "Yeah." She rested her chin on her hand. "It's just strange thinking someone could be as strong as All Might or Endeavor in school." Her eyes focused outside to a tree. A shadow was cast on the ground. Her gut told her something she hoped wasn't true. She stood up abruptly. "I have to go, I'll be right back." She slipped out of the cafeteria. Nightmare stood in the shadows of a nearby tree, far from the windows. Miri didn't want to confront her mother, but the thought of the consequences for avoiding her was daunting. "I see your mission is progressing. You're getting closer to Endeavor's son." Her mother's voice was sharp, silencing the birds around them. "How did you get into the school? The security systems should have caught you by now." Miri chose to ignore the previous comment, rubbing her eyes as the pollen levels soared. "The systems aren't looking for shadows. They're looking for people." Her purple eyes narrowed at Miri. "Don't avoid the topic. I thought by stepping back for a while, you'd do exactly what I hoped. Much to my satisfaction, you are." Miri clenched her fists. "He is my friend. I'm not doing any of this for you. Whether you want to or not, you're involved." Nightmare snapped. "If you can get into the school on your own, then why don't you do it?" Miri preferred her mother not to be involved at all, but if she wasn't the one doing it, she could work on sabotaging her plans. "I have more important matters to attend to." Nightmare crossed her arms, challenging Miri to say more. "And what could be more important than the revenge you've sought for years?" Miri hissed. "I'm not your puppet. How many times do I have to tell you I want nothing to do with this?" Nightmare opened her mouth to respond, but her eyes suddenly narrowed. "Someone is coming." With that, she melted into the shadows of the tree, disappearing from sight. Miri turned to see Bakugo approaching her. "I'm not an idiot." He started. "I know you're hiding something." Miri's heart raced. I'm not sure what you mean." "You're too quiet. You carry yourself like you're better than everyone here." He stood in front of her, his usual anger replaced with a milder expression. "The only people who do that are either snobs or hiding something. And you're no snob." "Thanks for the compliment," Miri found herself saying, which only ignited a spark in Bakugo's eyes. "But I'm not hiding anything. You're allergic to pollen." He gestured around them. "Nobody in their right mind would be out here with that allergy. So why are you here?" He had a point. Miri had to admit he was smarter than he looked. But that was all she would give him. Looking down at his feet, she noticed the shadows were concentrated there. Her mother was still nearby, listening to their conversation. Without hesitation, Miri pushed him back into the sunlight, where the shadows couldn't reach. She sneezed. "What the hell?" Bakugo exclaimed from the ground, glaring up at her. "I didn't want to sneeze on you," she blurted, watching her mother's shadow fade away, zipping through the trees to leave the campus. She let out a shaky breath. "Look, I'm not admitting anything to you, but understand there's more going on than you realize. You shouldn't pry into things you don't understand, or you may find yourself in a bigger issue than what you faced with the sludge monster weeks ago." "I can handle myself," he growled, standing up. "I don't need you telling me what to do." "I'm not telling you what to do," Miri snapped. "I'm telling you how to stay safe. You annoy me to no end, and I'd love nothing more than to knock you off your high horse, but ultimately you're one of my classmates, and I want nothing bad to happen to you. Quit it with the nonsense, Frost Beach." A new name? Did Gorilla Girl not feel right? Where did this one come from? "I don't want to hear it from you any more than I do from Deku or my old hag. Just stay out of my way." He turned to walk away but glanced over his shoulder. "But understand this much. I'll always be watching for that little secretive shell of yours to crack. Once it does, I'll make sure you regret it." With that, he walked off. Miri leaned back against the tree, feeling exhausted. She rubbed her face with her hands, trying to gather the energy to go back inside. Today just hadn't been her day. A few days after their training, the class was set to go to the USJ. Miri was excited. She wanted to rescue people, and this training event would be the perfect practice she needed. She bounced in place. Kirishima stood to her left, and Uraraka was on her right. "You seem excited." The sharp-toothed boy grinned at her. "We get to practice saving people today. I can't wait." Like a child in a candy store, she admired 13, who stood in front of the class. 13 has been one of my icons since they first appeared on screen. Meeting them along with All Might has been a lifelong dream. She then looked thoughtful. "Now my dream is to meet MT Lady and Mirko. Their quirks are incredible." "You sound like Deku." Uraraka giggled. The boy in question looked up, clueless as to why his name was mentioned. Miri scanned the class and spotted Todoroki off to the side. Her mother's voice echoed in her mind. Though her mother was using Miri for information, it would only work if Miri chose to share it. Meaning, Miri slipped away from her friends and approached Todoroki. The hairs on her arms stood on end as she neared him. She froze, staring at the back of his head. Was he the cause of her goosebumps? He didn't look happy. Rather, he wore the stoic anger that usually marked his expression. Nothing seemed different about him, except his fist was tightly clenched. He was angry, but why? Deciding not to approach him, she hung back, choosing to observe. She could be his friend, but only if he allowed it. Her mother held no power over her anymore. A sense of foreboding filled Miri. She looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of her unease. It was more than just Todoroki's mood. The darkness seemed to be warning her about something else entirely. Miri turned her head sharply to see a portal materializing in front of the fountain below, and several figures began stepping through. A chill ran down her spine, and goosebumps prickled her skin. This was what the darkness had wanted to warn her about. Were they supposed to be here? A glance at Aizawa's expression told her otherwise. 13. Aizawa called out as he donned his goggles. "Protect the students and get them out of here. I'll handle these intruders." With that, he sprang into action. Todoroki turned to face Miri, and for a brief moment his anger seemed to dissipate, but then his expression hardened again as he moved past her. Miri's brow furrowed in confusion. What was happening? "Villains are here," 13 announced urgently. "Please, evacuate the building." Miri watched her teacher as he fought off the villains with remarkable skill, but how long could he hold them off? Could he defeat them all? She felt a strong urge to help. Would she be doing her job if she left him to face them alone? Without thinking, she rushed forward, slipping away unnoticed by her classmates, but suddenly, a figure emerged from a cloud of thick black smoke, blocking her path. Miri halted, surprise etched on her face. "I recognize you. Nightmare's daughter, correct?" he sighed. "This complicates things. I can't allow you to assist your teacher. Just stay right here, and everything will be fine." He looked down at her with an unsettling calm. Miri narrowed her eyes. Strangers identifying her as Nightmare's daughter so easily? These were definitely not the good guys. "And who are you to tell me that?" she challenged, attempting to move around him, but his shadowy form expanded, blocking her way. "Nightmare would be quite a problem for us if any harm came to you. Please make this easier for all of us and stay out of the way," he replied, ignoring her question. Miri had had enough. She rolled her eyes. "I regret to inform you," she began, mimicking his formal tone, "but I'm a student at UA, and I don't care what you want me to do. Your presence alone is a problem for my class, and I won't stand for it." The class had made a beeline for the door, unaware of the confrontation behind them. The misty man decided to take action, converging on Miri. She was a distraction, and it was more efficient to remove her than to ask politely. In an instant, she was pulled into his warp gate and transported to the front of the class, blocking their escape. Miri stumbled out of the warp, landing hard on the ground in front of her classmates. Kirishima rushed to her side, checking if she was okay, but she brushed him off. Determined, Miri sprang to her feet and charged at the shadowy figure, ready to throw a punch. To her surprise, she passed right through the cloud of darkness he had created, landing on the other side and hitting the ground hard. She winced, holding her shoulder as it began to heal. "We are the League of Villains," the man declared. We came here to eliminate All Might, but since he isn't present, it seems justifiable to deal with your group while we wait for him. Kirishima and Bakugo glared at the villain. Like hell you will. Bakugo shouted as he charged at the shadowy figure, with Kirishima right beside him. Both of them missed and landed on the other side, just like Miri had. Bakugo landed on Miri's back, knocking the breath out of her. Get off me, you extra, she yelled, struggling beneath him. You all are making this difficult, so I'll just have to. The warp gate expanded, slowly moving toward the students. Miri pushed Bakugo off and stood up. She couldn't manipulate his darkness without direct contact, and right now, she felt powerless. She watched as the warp enveloped the entire class, her vision fading to black. When Miri regained her sight, she found herself staring at the ground, which was rapidly approaching. She braced for impact as she landed, heavily cracking the ground beneath her. The air rushed from her lungs, and all she could do was lie there, trying to catch her breath. The warp above her remained open as Todoroki fell through it, landing directly on her. Why? She wheezed, coughing. Why did everyone use her as their pillow? Todoroki pushed himself off her. Sorry. Miri held up a thumb, still busy coughing. She quickly got to her feet and looked around. They separated everyone? She scanned the area but saw no sign of her classmates. It seems so, he replied, his voice clipped, reminding her that he was upset about something. Were they close enough for her to ask what was wrong? Are you not injured? She settled for. What? No, he said, barely glancing at her. Then are you okay? You seem angry, she ventured. He looked at her incredulously. It's not like we're on a mountain we shouldn't be on. Or that they spread everyone out around the building. There's a villain attack, and you're worried about my feelings? Focus, Miri. She pressed her lips together at his reprimand, cheeks heating. Right that I was just. She decided not to finish, looking away. He didn't dwell on it and continued scanning the area. Let's get back to the class. He started walking down the mountain. Miri nodded and followed him, her mind racing. What is wrong with me? Why am I so flustered around him? They walked in mostly silence, Miri's thoughts swirling as she searched for something to say. She hated the awkwardness. Goosebumps crawled down her arms again. Her green and purple eyes darted around, sensing something was off. Something's wrong. Almost immediately after she spoke, the figures from the portal appeared before them, igniting a fire within Miri. Her body glowed with a familiar green aura as she curled her fist. Todoroki held an arm in front of her, stopping her from moving any further. If you don't want to be frozen, stay out of the way. He pushed his foot forward, preparing to send ice across the ground. She raised an eyebrow at him, unwilling to sit back and watch others have all the fun. Miri moved faster than he did, shoving his arm aside and altering his aim, causing him to miss them. Miri, he called out, but he was transfixed, recalling how he had watched her train with Kirishima a few days ago. Her glowing green body met the thugs head-on, delivering punch after punch to their faces. They managed to land a few hits on her, leaving bruises that vanished within seconds. Miri quickly overwhelmed the thugs, smugly outshining Todoroki. With the last thug, she delivered a well-aimed punch to his stomach. He slumped against a rock, clutching his stomach in pain as he stared at her. Please. Miri crouched in front of him, her legs steadying her as she concealed her shakiness. I won't, but you better talk. Todoroki snapped back to reality, watching her interrogate the man. He stepped closer. What makes you think you can take down All Might? The thing down there, he stammered, pointing frantically. They called it a Nomu or something. It's supposed to be able to take down All Might. Please, don't hurt me, he pleaded. This guy that he told us we'd get paid for this. How did you get in? Miri demanded. I don't know any more details. I just showed up. Please. I have a wife and kids, he begged. Miri sighed and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, pulling him closer. Your wife and kids would be disappointed in you. She pulled her fist back as if to strike him. The man fainted in her grasp. She stared at his unconscious body in shock. He was so overwhelmed by fear of me that he just passed out? That thought made her uneasy. She gently set him down and stood up, focusing on the Nomu in question. "Your legs are shaking," Todoroki pointed out. "I'm fine." Her voice came out sharper than she intended. She knew she had too much adrenaline coursing through her. She needed a moment to recover before it overwhelmed her. Her quirk deactivated, but goosebumps returned. She shoved Todoroki aside just as a massive fist crashed down where he had stood moments before. Miri jumped away and stood protectively over Todoroki, glaring at whoever had thrown the punch. A man with an eye patch smiled at them. "Shigaraki warned me about you too." He grinned. "Two students, the children of two powerful people. However," he trailed off, looking at Miri. "I know." Miri activated her quirk, slamming her hand into the ground. She quickly pulled the broken fist away and, with her other hand, lifted a chunk of earth. Once her fist was healed, she hefted the rock and hurled it at the man before them. "Unless you want to haul me back to the rest of the class yourself, I suggest you stop staring and start fighting. I don't have much longer before I'm out of commission." Miri called over her shoulder to Todoroki, who was still watching her in awe. "She's amazing," he thought, quickly getting to his feet and sending a barrage of ice in the man's direction. The man flipped away, landing several feet away. "Oh," he laughed. "I think I get it now." He touched Todoroki's ice, and they watched as his arms became encased in it, his fist transforming into a giant ice formation. He charged at Miri, fist raised. "They don't know, do they?" A choked gasp escaped Miri. His words hit her hard, catching her off guard. She couldn't stop him as he slammed his fist into her abdomen. Miri flew back, hitting the slope of the landslide zone and falling to the ground, clutching her stomach. "Miri!" Todoroki tried to rush to her side. "Look to your enemy, boy." The man slid in front of him. "Or in your case, look to the one who won't stab you in the back." He reared his arm back for a punch, but Todoroki quickly sent a wall of ice fanning out in front of him. "Stop talking." Todoroki encased the man in ice. His body shuddered with the effort, but now wasn't the time to hold back. Miri sensed something was wrong with her body. She healed what she could, but every breath was painful. The doors of the USJ slammed open, revealing All Might. The man halted his assault on Todoroki to look at the door. "The man of the hour has arrived," he cackled, tearing through the ice shell Todoroki had created. Todoroki quickly knelt beside Miri. "Why aren't you getting up?" he demanded. If she was just resting, she needed to recover faster. "I think it's some of my organs," she wheezed. "But I might be okay that I just need." The cute couple can't handle a little fun. The man's arms shed Todoroki's ice and instead dug into the rubble from Miri's attack. "Well, that SCK for you. I'm just getting started." The rocks formed around his body, creating armor. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Any substance he touches he can turn into armor? His joints. Miri pushed herself to her feet, pushing through the pain. She knew it was risky, but she couldn't sit idle. His joints have to be exposed, otherwise he couldn't move, right? "We aim for the insides of his elbows or the backs of his knees." "It'll be nearly impossible, especially in your condition." The guy doesn't stand still either. They watched as his body finished forming. "We don't have any other plans. Try to immobilize him with your ice." She glanced to the side, watching All Might fight the bird creature from before. "All Might is struggling and will need our help. We have to end this quickly." Todoroki looked like he wanted to say more, but he sighed. "I've got your back. And I've got yours." She clenched her fist, the pain in her stomach a dull throb. She charged at the man as he charged at her, leaping into the air as Todoroki covered the entire floor in ice. It came across the man's ankles, holding him in place. Miri landed in front of him with a powerful thud, cracking the ice beneath her feet. She spun on one foot and swept her leg into the backs of his knees, causing him to buckle and fall to the ground, supported only by his arms. "You know," he said, his voice low, "I've been trying to figure you out this entire time. You're the daughter of the infamous Nightmare, yet you haven't used her quirk. Why is Nightmare so famous, anyway? She seems powerful, but has that ever been tested? I don't think she's all that strong." He wrenched his arm back and slammed it down, causing the ground beneath them to crack open as they fell into a massive chasm. You're holding back because of your boyfriend up there, right? Well, he can't see us anymore, so don't hold back. He stood up, arms outstretched in challenge. I want to see what the product of nightmare is capable of. Miri's eyes flashed as she stood in the chasm's shadow, the light barely reaching their depths. She knew she couldn't use power-up and darkness simultaneously. She'd have to cancel out power-up first, which would bring back the pain she had been suppressing. Her heightened pain tolerance was the only thing keeping her standing. However, she realized she couldn't rely on strength alone. They were nearly matched in that regard. She had no choice. Back on the surface, Todoroki stood in shock at the massive crater before him. Did Miri create that? Surely not. She'd shatter an arm. That meant she was down there. Kicking into high gear, he sprinted toward the edge. The air felt chilly, a familiar cold that brought a sense of dread. He didn't like the feeling, but it pushed him to move faster. He could only get so close when an explosion seemed to erupt from the hole. A massive surge of black energy shot into the air, sending gusts of wind in all directions. Todoroki shielded his face and watched as it dissipated, as if being pulled back into the chasm. His only thought was finding Miri. He ran to the edge of the crater and slid down, coming to a stop to see Miri standing there, breathing heavily. The man was pressed against the slope of the crater, the rock behind him cracking. He fell forward, unconscious and back to normal. What happened? He asked, looking at Miri. Her back was to him as she stiffened and coughed. I think he knocked himself out. She swayed, and Todoroki rushed forward to catch her. She leaned against his chest, her eyes fluttering. He knocked himself out? He questioned, holding her close. He adjusted her position so she could climb onto his back. His knees nearly buckled under her weight. One comment about how heavy I am. And I'll give you a concussion, she muttered weakly against his back. That's not important, he replied with a sigh, beginning to walk, though unsteadily. That muscle mass she has must make her heavier than she appears. No wonder she cracks the ground whenever she jumps and lands. He noticed her soft snoring against his shoulders. She fell asleep at a time like this? Reluctantly, he carried her away from the landslide zone. He started to head toward the rest of the class, who were at the doors. He could drop her off there and return to assist All Might. However, Bakugo zipped past him, followed by Kirishima. He turned to see Bakugo land on top of the warping man, slamming an explosive fist into his face. Kirishima had swiped at the strange hand guy, surprising him. Without missing a beat, Todoroki removed a hand from Miri's thighs. His back strained to keep her secure, but he sent ice flowing toward All Might and the Nomu. The Nomu was encased in ice, allowing All Might to slip through. Todoroki grunted as he hurried his hand back to keep hold of Miri, who began to slip off. She remained unconscious, and he knew she would be out for longer. Midoriya stared at the scene before him, awestruck by their power. He glanced worriedly at Miri on Todoroki's back but knew better than to give his friend any shred of doubt. "Teeth," the hand guy grumbled. "Disarming our transportation. Nomu, take care of the explosive one." The Nomu broke free from the ice, regrowing its limbs and charged at Bakugo, who was shoved back along with the others. He stood there in shock, staring at All Might, who had taken the hit. Kirishima turned to Todoroki, who still had Miri on his back. "What happened to her? Is she okay?" Todoroki barely glanced at him, focused on All Might's fight with the Nomu. "She's fine. Just unconscious. You look like you're straining to hold her. I can take her?" Kirishima offered, extending his arms. Todoroki hesitated. He didn't want to hand Miri over to him at all. "Stop it," he scolded himself mentally. "You have more important things to worry about. You aren't her friend." He turned his back to Kirishima, who gently took the sleeping Miri into his arms, cradling her bridal style and gazing down at her peaceful face. "She's so much more relaxed when she isn't screaming at Bakugo. Or looking sad," he added with a frown. Todoroki watched Kirishima's interaction with her, a pit forming in his stomach. Looking away, he continued to observe the fight. Little did they know, Miri was already partially awake. She opened her groggy eyes to take in the scene around her. She watched as the Nomu pushed All Might back, something unsettling stirring within her. Her stomach still hurt, but she couldn't let her idol face. She knew the reason for the Nomu's existence, and she'd be dead if it fulfilled its purpose. She clenched her fist, weakly at first, but as energy flowed through her, pushing her past her limits, the fist became an unbreakable grip. Kirishima felt the energy surging from her, his quirk activating in a panic. He looked down at Miri's determined face, seeing her staring intently at the Nomu. "Miri! Don't!" Using his hardened body as a springboard, Miri launched herself from his arms. She soared toward the Nomu, who was winding up for a powerful punch aimed at All Might. Her own fist was raised, vibrant green energy swirling around it. "Sorry, Kirishima. You're just not as comfortable to sleep on as Todoroki is," she called back as she flew. "I'm at my max power," she thought to herself. "It won't do much, especially if it can absorb All Might's strength." "Young Mirianne," All Might shouted. "Don't get close to it." She gritted her teeth, fully aware of the risk. She drove her fist into the Nomu's stomach, the beast staggering backward and crashing into the ground. A crater formed from the impact. Miri stood on its chest, clutching her injured arm protectively. She was breathing heavily, the adrenaline rush leaving her body. Her legs felt weak. The Nomu sat up quickly, causing Miri to tumble to the ground, crying out as her arm took the brunt of the fall. Her vision blurred and she saw stars. She lost consciousness once more. Todoroki didn't hesitate to dive in, scooping her limp body into his arms. He cradled her close, trying to shield her with his own body. "You idiot," he exclaimed at her unconscious form. "Stop being so reckless." The Nomu loomed over them, but All Might unleashed a flurry of punches at the creature. "For one of my students to feel the need to protect me, even at the cost of their own safety, is dishonorable on my part. My students should never put their lives on the line for me." All Might growled. "For that reason alone, I must push past my limits. I must go beyond." He drew back his arm for a powerful punch. Plus ultra. When Miri awoke, she realized she was in an unfamiliar place. Her eyes flew open as she scanned the room, which appeared to be a nurse's office. Recovery Girl stood at the foot of her bed. "You grind my gears as much as Midoriya does," the older woman exclaimed. "For someone with a healing quirk, you sure rely an awful lot on mine." Miri blinked. "Sorry?" The older woman sighed. "Considering the attack you faced, it couldn't have been avoided. Your injuries, though serious, were treatable by me. I had to perform surgery on your arm, so there will be some scarring." Miri nodded in acceptance. It would just be one more mark among the many that decorated her body from years of training. "However, there were some things I noticed while healing you." Miri's heart sank. What could the woman have possibly found? "Your blood vessels were significantly strained, far beyond normal. However, they function almost perfectly. Your blood pressure levels." She pulled up a sheet of paper. "They're off the charts. My medical knowledge tells me you could face issues with strokes and heart attacks later in life, but your heart seems to have adapted to the high blood flow. Your organs can handle your quirk, but your body cannot, at least for now." Miri stared at her. "I'm not following." "At this point, your insides have been modified to manage your quirk. I've never seen anything like it before, but sometimes it's possible. Physically, you cannot handle the power of your quirk. Your skin tears when your blood pressure is too high, right? That's because you haven't trained your body to withstand the pressure of your blood. Your bones break when you exceed a certain limit. You don't have the muscle strength yet to cushion yourself." Her expression turned serious. "And you won't develop it if you continue down this path." She pulled out a picture of a human hand and pointed to a section that Miri thought was muscle. "These are your tendons. They connect your bones to your muscles and allow you to move easily. Without them, our muscles would just fall off. Every time you put wear and tear on them, they get weaker. Eventually, they can lose function, leading to many health issues. Your healing quirk helps keep them in check, but whenever you run out of energy to heal yourself, your tendons grow weaker." "So, what you're saying is," Miri looked down at her heavily bandaged arm, which was sore and painful to move. The more times I run out of energy to heal, the more damaged my tendons get. Along those lines, yes, I can heal almost every wound or issue, except for illnesses, but I've seen nothing like your healing. Since it's concentrated in physical means, it's more effective in that area. The woman looked thoughtful for a moment before focusing back on Miri. If you keep recklessly damaging your body, you will cause irreversible harm. Your chances of being a hero years down the line will diminish. Miri's stomach dropped at the woman's words. Is there any advice you can give me? For starters, turn in your new suit form. Recovery Girl insisted. They gave you that for a reason. When they brought you to my office barely clothed, I almost lost it. You need a suit capable of withstanding you and your quirk. The half-hearted form you submitted at the beginning of the year just won't cut it. She wheeled herself over to a monitor and turned it on. I've compiled a list of everything you'd need for your suit to ensure you stay out of my office. Why do you have my exact measurements? And why did you take the time to do this? Miri asked, a little unnerved. Not relevant. She tapped Miri's head with her syringe stick. Anyway. She pointed the stick at a black bodysuit on the screen. This suit is made of highly elastic material. Not only is it stretchy, but it also works as compression to provide more support to your body, allowing you to use more of your quirk with minimal drawbacks. It's like a stretchy, bulletproof compression suit. It was specifically made for you at my request. The material is still being synthesized, but it has passed most tests. It's not the flashiest suit, but it's exactly what you need. Miri rubbed her head but nodded. This will protect my arms and legs when I use them? Yes and no. It can withstand your maximum power, but it won't protect you if you push yourself too far again. The suit won't tear, but you could still break a bone. Recovery Girl looked at Miri. Why are you doing this for me? Miri asked, her heart warming at the older woman's unexpected kindness. Miri had never known anyone who would go to such great lengths for her. Like every other teacher or hero here, I want the students to become something great. If I can help them do that, then that's what I'm here for. I was never the fighting type myself, but you've got potential. You just need to learn how to control it. But that's why you're here. Recovery Girl smiled at Miri. Miri's nose flared as her eyes burned. She bowed. Thank you so much for everything you've done for me since I've attended this school. I will never forget your kindness. She looked at the woman. When I finally become a pre-hero, I'll have you and everyone else who strengthened me to thank. Without any of you, I don't think I'd be here. Recovery Girl nodded, a small smile on her face. Yes, dearie. Get on home. They canceled school today. Go on home to your mom so she doesn't worry about you. Miri turned to go, but something about Recovery Girl's response made her look back one more time. The old lady sat there with that same smile on her face. Miri turned back to the door, stared at it for a moment, then opened it. How could she know? As she arrived home, Nightmare's presence lingered around the house, though she wasn't visible. The servants weren't in sight, indicating Nightmare's mood. They only disappeared when she was feeling particularly intense. Instead of stalking me from the shadows, come out and say something, Miri called out, her voice echoing around the mansion. A few feet in front of her, the shadows became more concentrated, and Nightmare appeared. Her purple eyes glimmered in the darkened hallway. I had to hear from the school that there was a villain attack. For me to get past the school's defenses was one thing, but it was entirely different to hear that some second-rate thugs broke in and caused chaos. Not to mention, my daughter was unconscious with internal injuries and a shattered arm. Her voice was sharp. What happened yesterday? Miri was taken aback. Her mother almost sounded concerned. Her mind spun, trying to figure out what to say. It was just supposed to be training, then some guys appeared from a black fog or whatever. Mr. Aizawa went to fight them, leaving us with 13. However, the black fog guy came over and teleported us all to different locations. Miri strained to remember. I was asleep for a lot of it. I had to use the darkness. Her mind slowly pieced things together. I used it to take this guy down. Todoroki saw it, but didn't see me use it directly. Todoroki? Her mother interjected. You were with Endeavor's son. Miri cursed herself. Yes, I got transported to the same area as him. And you just used your quirk in front of him? Nightmare's fury shifted, now more directed at Miri. How could you be so careless? It's bad enough that you look enough like me to raise questions, but if you go around using that quirk, you'll be caught. Your mission will be ruined. Screw the mission. This guy was trying to hurt us. Miri exclaimed. He's the reason I had any internal damage in the first place, if you even care about that. It was more than my life on the line, mother. Miri's fist curled in frustration. If I didn't do something, he could have hurt Endeavor's son? Stop calling him that. Miri roared. His name is Shoto Todoroki. Address him as such or don't even speak of him. He's a good person, not always the most open, but all the same, he's a classmate of mine. He's one of the first people I met at the school, and he's encouraged me to be more. So many people have encouraged me, and if I listen to you any longer, I'll be throwing their faith in me away. So, for the love of everything, stop telling me to do this. I will never do it. Nightmare stared down at her daughter for a moment before a smile spread across her perfect face. You just did. She slipped down into the darkness, leaving Miri standing in the dim hallway. Miri stared at the spot where her mother had been, her mind processing the entire conversation. Her mouth fell open as realization settled in. She hadn't told her mother anything about Endeavor, but revealing Todoroki's name felt like a betrayal. Her eyes burned as she gripped the hem of her shirt. I let them all down anyway, she gasped as tears fell down her cheeks. The next day, Miri returned to school. She walked into class a little later than everyone else. Her muscles were sore from the USJ incident, but she let them heal naturally. If she healed herself at every minor inconvenience, she would never grow as a person. Hence why she was selective about her healing during her training with Kirishima. Mirianne. Uraraka cheered. Oh my god. The bubbly girl bounced over to Miri, cautious to hug her considering the condition she was in the last time they had seen each other. Miri smiled at her. Ochako. Miri slipped her left hand into the cheery girl's hand, squeezing it affectionately. Her right arm was still bandaged, but mostly it was okay. Last time I saw you, you were unconscious. Todoroki wouldn't leave your side until the ambulance arrived, so it was hard to get close to you and see how you were doing. I'm so glad to see you though. Uraraka explained. Miri's eyes widened. She couldn't remember everything that happened that day very well. She didn't remember seeing Todoroki after she punched the Nomu. He didn't leave my side? Yeah. It was kind of cute. He kept asking the paramedics if you would be okay and... Uraraka's words faded into the background as Miri's attention focused on the boy sitting at the back of the room. He was looking out the window, facing away from her. Her heart warmed, knowing that in his own way, he really did care about her. Suddenly, red spiky hair popped into her vision, followed by a mess of pink hair. Miri! Kirishima caught her around her hips in his big arms. She was lifted into the air and spun around in a circle. Panic gripped her, and she couldn't help the high-pitched squeal that escaped her. Kirishima! Put me down! She giggled once the panic subsided. She hadn't expected such a warm welcome back to school. It really didn't seem like that big a deal to her. He carefully lowered her and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, I'm just relieved to see that you're okay now. She smiled back at him. I'm just glad that we're all okay. Mina hugged Miri tightly. You really scared us there, girlie. Never do something like that no matter how brave or impressive it was ever again. You have people back home who care about you, you hear? Miri's heart warmed, and her lips trembled slightly. Just then, Midoriya walked in and spotted Miri. His face broke into a big smile as he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Miri! I'm so glad to see you're doing better. You had us all worried for a moment there. Hearing their concern made her incredibly happy. She had no idea so many of them were worried about her safety and well-being. As more and more students gathered around her, expressing their relief at her being okay, she found it increasingly difficult to hold back her emotions. A tear slipped down her cheek, and she couldn't help it. Miri! Is it your allergies again? Kirishima exclaimed, noticing the tear. She shook her head with a laugh. No, I'm perfectly happy. Class continued as usual until Aizawa finally dropped the news he had been holding back all PRD. This year, we're moving the UA Sports Festival a few weeks earlier than planned. If you're not familiar with how the festival works, then you must have been living under a rock. Until the festival starts, we'll be training extra hard to prepare. This festival is a big opportunity for you, so keep your heads in the game. Class dismissed. Aizawa zipped himself up in his sleeping bag and promptly made his way out of the classroom. The classroom erupted in chatter after that. Miri felt a mix of excitement and apprehension about the event. On paper, it sounded fantastic, but she preferred to showcase her abilities only when necessary. The thought of being constantly watched made her uneasy. A small noise of frustration escaped her. It seemed that ever since she started school here, she had been showing off more than she intended. As much as she enjoyed being modest, a part of her longed to be proud and demonstrate her capabilities. After all, if she wanted to be a hero, she needed to get used to the attention. Miri lingered back a bit. She wanted to talk to Todoroki but felt hesitant. The conversation she had with her mom the other night still weighed on her mind, and she wasn't sure if she could face him. She slung her backpack over her shoulder, deciding it might be best to give him some space. As she started to walk out, Uraraka opened the door, revealing a large gathering of students outside. Miri's eyes widened, and she instinctively stepped back behind Ida's tall frame. The crowd's gaze felt like it pierced through her, and she despised the sensation. What's going on? Uraraka exclaimed, standing at the front. There are so many. Miri muttered, realizing how large the school's population was. If this was what they had to face in the competition, they're here checking out the competition. Bakugo brushed past Miri, pushing her out from behind Ida. Miri shot him an annoyed glare. It's only because we survived a villain attack. They want to see what they're up against. But that doesn't really matter. Move it, losers, he demanded, standing in front of the large group. Miri huffed. It's unnecessary to antagonize other students, Bakugo. If anything, we should be assessing them too. Her eyes scanned the crowd, searching for anyone who stood out. Why should I care about them? I know I'll win, no matter what. If they were worth anything, they'd already be in our class. He shot her a glare over his shoulder. Are all the students in the hero course like this? A purple-haired boy stepped forward, dark bags under his eyes. Something about his presence sent a warning signal to Miri. I'm disappointed, to be honest. Miri tugged on Ida's sleeve. This guy gives me a weird feeling. The blue-haired boy nodded in agreement. You know, there are a lot of general studies and other track students. Depending on how well we do at the festival, we might move up to the hero course. That being said, you guys could be moved down too. His eyes suddenly met Miri's, and something flickered behind them. This will be a perfect chance to knock you off your pedestals. Consider this a declaration of war. Miri held his gaze, refusing to look away until he did. As another student stepped up and began shouting, Miri let her eyes wander over the crowd again. Her gaze landed on a pair of golden eyes accompanied by a sharp-toothed smile. Her breath caught in her throat as she stared at him. She swallowed hard, glancing back to see that the purple-haired boy had vanished. Turning back, she found herself face-to-face with the golden-eyed boy. Forget declarations of war. His voice silenced everyone nearby, and the crowd quieted to watch their interaction. His deep voice sent chills down Miri's arms. I'm coming straight for the top. His smile was both charming and intimidating. Mirianne Shotomoto. Ranked first place out of the entire year. At that, whispers spread through the crowd. Rumor has it you took down quite a few thugs during the villain attack. You even allegedly knocked over the Nomu that All Might was fighting. You're quite the powerhouse, aren't you? Miri gasped softly. He frightened her more than her mother did. How did he have this much control over her? What do you want from me? She managed to squeak out. Just checking out who I'll be facing at the festival. He smiled. That's all. If anyone's facing her, it's me. Bakugo growled suddenly. Miri glanced at Bakugo from the corner of her eye. In a way, he was defending her, but his threat felt just as menacing as the boy in front of her. The golden-eyed boy turned to Bakugo. "You're the one who placed second to her. Katsuki Bakugo. My time won't be wasted on losers like you. I'm here for the big prize." "That's enough. You're just being rude at this point." Kirishima stepped up beside Miri. "Nobody is beating anyone up. There are rules. You seem to have all the boys in your class wrapped around your finger, don't you?" The golden-eyed boy barely glanced at Kirishima. His eyes darted to Miri's shoulder, and he frowned. "We'll see who has the upper hand after the festival." With that, he turned and stormed off. Miri let out the breath she had been holding and glanced over her shoulder to see what had caused his reaction. Her gaze met the chest of someone, and as she tilted her head up, her cheeks flushed red upon realizing it was Todoroki. Her mouth opened and closed in surprise. He hardly acknowledged her before walking around her and heading to the front, ready to leave. Bakugo growled, "I don't care who does what. Either way," he pointed to himself, "I'm aiming for the top. If anyone tries to get in my way, you'll regret it." Something clicked in Miri's mind. She looked around at her classmates and saw equally capable individuals, each driven to become a hero with their own unique skills and quirks. In her eyes, Miri felt like a one-trick pony. She was strong and maybe fast, but without what made her special, could she truly be a hero? A hero had to stand tall, with or without a quirk. She knew she couldn't rely on the darker side of herself, the stronger side, not in front of everyone. She had to get stronger. She had to become more than she was now. If she ever wanted to be a great hero, she couldn't settle for being a one-trick pony. She couldn't settle for being fourth, third, or even second best. Before Bakugo's words, if you had asked her if she wanted to be first place, she would have said no. She would have been content with a lower ranking, satisfied with being the same person she was during the apprehension test. But looking at her classmates, she saw that they all wanted first too. They all wanted to prove their worth to the world. Would it be fair for her to give in so easily? Fair to her classmates who deserved to showcase their potential? Miri clenched her fist. "Miri," Kirishima looked at her, noticing her tense body and determined expression. "I haven't been fair to you all," she said, her voice louder than many had ever heard. "I settled for being a second-rate student. I tried hard at first, eager to get into the school, afraid I wouldn't make it because I didn't show my potential. I exceeded my expectations, but in doing so, I developed a mentality of holding back for everyone. I sparred with those I thought could handle my quirk. I laid low because I didn't want anyone to know too much about me. I underestimated all of you, thinking you might be weaker than me, that I couldn't give my all against you. For that I'm sorry." She took a deep breath and continued, "But from now on, I'm not holding back anymore. I want to grow just as much as you do, but to do that we can't limit ourselves to fit the needs of others." She looked around at her classmates. "From now on, every moment will be spent on my growth. I may not want to be the #1 hero, but I want to be a hero that people can look up to. If that means I am #1, then so be it. But let's give our all in this festival and show the world what we're made of. I wish everyone the best, but understand I'm going for the top just as much as anyone else." The class fell silent, but understanding was clear on their faces. Everyone shared the same sentiment. They all wanted to be the best, to be #1. However, only one could claim that title. As each of them went home and prepared for the festival, their determination shone through in the final 2 weeks of training. Soon, the festival arrived. Little did they know, the festival would bring more challenges than they had ever faced. On the day of the festival, Miri was running late. Her usual sleeping routine had been completely disrupted since she began a new training cycle. She woke up on the hard floor of her room, her training clothes still on. She smelled of sweat and other unpleasantness, but one glance at the clock told her she didn't have time for a shower. She quickly changed into a decent hoodie and a pair of sweats and bolted out the door. She ran her fingers through her messy hair and opted for a high ponytail. The style felt strange and uncomfortable, but it kept her from looking disheveled. Shoving a piece of toast in her mouth, Miri hurried out of her house and made her way to the school. She arrived a few minutes later, slightly out of breath, and attempted to enter through the gate. "Sorry, miss, can't let you in. The festival is at full capacity, Kamui Wood said, holding a hand out to stop her. Under normal circumstances, Miri would have been thrilled to see him, but time was running out. But I attend you today. I'm in Class 1A, Miri panted, her heart racing. I've heard it all before. Sorry, miss, he shrugged. You're not even in uniform. I woke up late. Please. I'm supposed to compete today. Miri pleaded, her eyes welling with tears. Suddenly, the lady appeared behind him. Oh, what a cutie. You look familiar. Miri blinked, her idol was talking to her? Her heart raced. Please. I'm begging you, I can't miss this festival, Miri said, looking at them with hope, silently pleading for them to believe her. I don't know, Camus. I think she's telling the truth. I'd hate for her to miss this festival. It's a big deal, especially for the first years, Lady said, examining Miri. Kamui stared at her skeptically for a moment before sighing and opening the gate. I better see you on the field representing, or I'll come find you myself. I promise, I'll be out there, Miri said, flashing him a grateful smile before rushing into the building. She stopped by the changing room and eyed the showers. Deciding she would rather rinse off than face the day smelling how she looked, she quickly washed her body, careful not to get her hair too wet. She pulled on her training uniform, still damp from her earlier workout, and rushed to the waiting room. Miri felt the discomfort of wet fabric clinging to her as she hurried through the door, panting heavily. Her classmates looked at her disheveled appearance, noting the dark circles under her eyes and her slightly damp hair. Wow, someone really went all out in training, Kaminari remarked with a sigh. Miri waved a hand dismissively, still catching her breath. Sorry. I overslept. She made her way to an empty seat next to Uraraka and rested her chin on the table. You look like you could use some rest, Uraraka said, giving her a gentle pat on the back, quickly pulling her hand back as she realized the discomfort of Miri's uniform. I've definitely had worse days, Miri replied, stretching her back and popping several joints. I need to warm up. Her classmates focused on her, intrigued. Whatever warm-ups you're doing, I want in, Kirishima said, eyeing her muscles. Me too. Uraraka chimed in. Miri tugged at the black streaks in her hair, feeling the pressure of their attention. After the festival? I can show you what I did growing up. Her expression darkened at the thought of her intense training routine. She wouldn't want to put her friends through that, but maybe a toned-down version could work. Sensing her shift in mood, the group changed the subject to the upcoming festival, leaving Miri to her thoughts. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a flash of green. She turned to smile at Midoriya, but her words caught in her throat as she noticed Todoroki standing nearby, his expression unreadable as he stared intently at Midoriya. Objectively speaking, I am stronger than you, Todoroki stated, his voice cutting through the air. Miri felt a knot form in her stomach. She didn't understand why he felt the need to say that. Yeah, Midoriya replied meekly. Miri sprang to her feet, ready to defend him. She respected Todoroki, but his words were unsettling. All Might has his eyes on you, right? Miri froze at this. I don't care why that is, but I will beat you at this festival. By then, Miri was already at Midoriya's side, with Kirishima mirroring her stance beside Todoroki. There's no need to pick a fight like this, Miri said, placing a comforting hand on Midoriya's shoulder. You didn't have to single him out. Todoroki's gaze flicked to her hand before returning to her face. I told you from the beginning that I'm not here to make friends. She clenched her teeth, ready to respond, but Midoriya's hand on hers silenced her. I'm not sure why you felt the need to say you'd beat me. You're stronger, and I know I can't measure up to most here. Everyone at this school is aiming for the top, and I don't want to fall behind. Just like you, Bakugo, Miri, and everyone else, I'm aiming for the top with everything I've got. His face radiated a determination Miri had rarely seen from him. In that moment, she sensed a raw power within him, different from the others in their class. It lay dormant, but she could tell it was there, waiting for the right moment to shine. A smile spread across Miri's face as she removed her hand from his shoulder and directed her smile at him as he turned to look at her. You will do great, she whispered. Turning to Todoroki, who had been watching them intently, she added, "I wish you the best of luck too." Her smile faded, replaced by a pang of concern. "Right?" he muttered, turning away to lean against the wall. Miri sighed and slipped into a corner of the room to practice her warm-ups for the festival. "It's the UA Sports Festival." Miri heard Present Mic's voice echo from inside the building. The students gathered at the entrance, waiting for him to call them out. Miri fiddled with her hair, her thoughts racing. "You know them as the group who have faced villains. Give it up for Class 1A. His voice boomed, and the students moved forward. Miri scanned the stands and felt a wave of panic grip her chest, making it hard to breathe. "We're not that big of a deal," she muttered. "This is going to put targets on our backs." She glanced at Uraraka. "The other class already has it out for us. This won't help." Uraraka nodded. "I hope we can all walk away from this as friends." Midnight stepped onto the stage in front of them. "Now for the athlete's oath presented by Mirianne Shotomoto." Miri's mouth dropped open. "Nope. Not me," she whispered, shaking her head and waving her hands. "I don't even know it." "They must want you up there because you placed first in the entrance exam," Kirishima laughed. Miri looked around desperately. "Please. I don't want to do it." "Idiot." Bakugo climbed onto the stage, hands shoved deep in his pockets, exuding his usual nonchalant attitude. "Make no mistake about it. I'm going to take first place." Miri stared at him in horror. "Oh my god. I should have gone up there." "You think?" Midoriya sighed. As Bakugo walked down the stairs, Miri noticed for the first time that his expression lacked the usual snark and arrogance. If Bakugo is getting serious, Miri thought, then so am I. With newfound determination, she steeled her expression and surveyed the crowd of students. Her gaze met the purple-haired boy's again as he approached her. "So, you're the infamous Mirianne Shotomoto? Your name comes up in conversations from time to time, but you might already know that." He looked down at her. "How do you mean?" she asked, standing in his shadow. While she couldn't control the shadows of others, it made her feel stronger. Something tugged at her mind as she blinked and looked up at him, noticing the confusion on his face. "You got first place in the entrance exam. Surely you know that people would talk about you for that? I don't see the point of this conversation." The tugging sensation in her mind returned. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. "Just what exactly is your quirk?" His eyebrow raised in surprise at her quick realization. "I could ask you the same thing. I asked first." "Stop answering with a question." The tugging sensation intensified. He sighed in frustration. "Do you have the ability to nullify quirks or resist mind control?" Miri stared at him for a moment. "Maybe. Watch me in the finals and you'll see." She smirked, feeling a mix of confusion about why his quirk didn't seem to affect her. "Racers, to your positions." Midnight cheered. Miri curled and uncurled her fist. An obstacle course? Anything physical? She was perfect for this. She envisioned herself flying through every event with ease, analyzing the other racers' capabilities. She may have been in her element, but the same could be said for half of the students standing there at that moment. The boy with golden eyes, the one who had challenged her, was several students ahead. Her gaze burned into the back of his head, silently accepting his challenge. She felt her body powering up, a green aura enveloping her, her eyes glowing in the sunlight. She was ready. "Start!" Midnight screamed. Miri leaped forward, propelling herself over the heads of many. She landed with a thud, the ground cracking beneath her feet. Pain radiated up her legs, but she let herself be carried by the momentum of the crowd for just a moment. Her legs felt normal enough to launch herself again, ricocheting off the walls of the tunnel. She quickly found herself in the lead, touching down on solid ground once more. Class 1A's Mirianne Shotomoto has taken the lead. "This brawny beauty might make this course look easy," Present Mike announced, and Miri's ears filled with the cheers from the crowd. "I thought you weren't supposed to have a bias as the announcer?" Aizawa's voice rang out. "Never mind that." Laughter filled the air. Miri moved to run forward, but a layer of ice suddenly covered her ankle. She glanced back to see Todoroki moving quickly past her. The declaration of war extends just as much to you as it does to Midoriya, he muttered as he slipped by. Oh! Present Mike bellowed throughout the arena. Class 1A's Shoto Todoroki has taken the lead from Mirianne. Oh, the competition is heating up. Miri's eyes flashed with anger. Forget your declaration of war. She cupped her hands together and slammed them down on the ice. I have my own agenda. She rushed toward him, but her movements felt sluggish. Am I running out of steam? We've just started. Her mind raced back to her quick run to get here. Surely that didn't drain her? She heard soft mutterings from behind her, and everything became clear. The extra weight on her back felt oddly human. My Netta! Miri shouted, and without hesitation she performed a somersault, landing on the small boy beneath her. She rolled back to her feet, hardly glancing over her shoulder to see him laid flat on the ground. I tried it, he muttered weakly as he forced himself to stand. Miri continued running, but a shadow crossed over her. Energy surged through her body, making her feel invincible, but it was short-lived as a giant robotic foot crashed down a few feet to her left. Startled, she jumped right and looked up. Several level 4 robots stood before her, just like the ones from the entrance exam. Todoroki was a few feet away, facing his own robot. Miri's mind sharpened, and she leaped into the air, her fist powering up as she slammed it into the robot's head. A powerful gust of wind blew through the area, tousling everyone's hair. She held her bruised knuckle to her chest as she repeatedly struck the robot's head with her feet. Ice raced up the robot she was on, sealing her ankles and shins. Come on, Todoroki, she roared. Without thinking, she ripped her legs free from the ice, taking the cloth and shoes with it. She leaped off the robot, sending its damaged remains crashing to the ground. She landed hard, tucking and rolling before lying still for a moment to let her twisted ankle mend itself. When she got back to her feet, the red and white-haired boy was charging ahead, barely glancing back at her. The sound of breaking metal and ice behind her snapped her back into focus. She picked herself up and began running again as the robots crashed to the ground behind her. As she remained a few feet behind Todoroki until the second portion of the race, her mind filled with strategies to reclaim the lead. However, exhausting herself this early would be detrimental. She had very little sleep and hardly any breakfast. Her routine was thrown off. If she wanted a chance at placing first or close to it, she would need to take any break they could get to recharge and make up for lost time. The ground fell away several feet in front of her. Todoroki had slowed down significantly, and Miri saw why. They had finally reached the second portion of the obstacle course. Several rocky platforms jutted up from a deep chasm. The intention was clear. They had to hop across the platforms to reach the other side. However, the stance Todoroki took suggested he had other plans. Miri clenched her fist and stopped in place, bending low as she concentrated her power in her legs. She would not let him have the satisfaction of beating her. She launched herself then. Todoroki had already begun to cross the chasm, but he looked up as a shadow passed over his head. Miri soared through the air, her white and black hair streaming behind her like a waterfall. She looked majestic, her face set with determination like he had never seen before, and he felt his heart thudding in his chest. Todoroki knew many kids in his class held potential, but nobody stood in his way more than Miri did. She could truly take this competition and make it her own. When she was in her element, she transformed into something extraordinary. She wasn't the quiet girl the class knew, she was powerful, even dangerous. She truly seemed to belong at UA. Ready to be a hero. She was on a different level from the rest of them, and she honestly could be. It frustrated him to no end. He wanted to figure her out, wanted to understand why she felt so familiar to him, what she meant at the beginning of the school year when she said she wasn't the type of person he wanted to be friends with, yet got close to him regardless. His face scrunched up, and he pushed himself to go faster. He would not let her get the satisfaction of beating him. The obstacle course ended as expected, with Miri coming in fourth. Midoriya flew through at the last second, and Bakugo had pushed Miri out of the way of claiming third, much to her anger. Settling for fourth was like what she had been doing all school year. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't the worst either. It felt mediocre. She didn't want to be mediocre. She was happy for Midoriya to get first, he was her friend. But this was a competition, and she had her own performance to worry about. She needed to get people's attention so she could be scouted and recruited. She sat down against the wall, pulled her knees to her chest, and rested her chin on them, shutting her eyes for a moment. She was completely exhausted and regretted pushing so hard in the performance only to come up short. It felt like wasted energy. Whatever happened to going for the top? A taunting voice cooed in her ear. Miri jumped and looked at the golden-eyed boy from before. She was on her feet immediately. "Who are you and what do you want from me?" He chose not to answer and instead glared at her. For someone who talked so much before, you don't stay true to your word. For someone who placed lower than me, you talk a lot. Her eyes narrowed. His eyes darkened, and the slits in them seemed to narrow even further. "I didn't place much lower than you. It's anyone's game." She clenched her fist. "If I were you, I'd walk away right now." "Or what? You'll beat me up? Do that and you'll be disqualified." He smiled, a grin that sent a shiver down her spine. "I look forward to slamming your face into the ground." She gritted her teeth. This guy made Bakugo look like a saint. The top 44 from this round will move on. As for anyone placing lower than that, there will be other ways for you to show your skills. Midnight stood atop a stage with a big smile on her face. Now on to the next event. She pointed to a sign behind her that read, "Cavalry Battle." Miri pressed her lips into a line. Though her quirk made teaming up with people ideal, she never preferred to work with others. This event forced her to do what she least enjoyed. But for once, she was glad she didn't get first place. As they were sent off to form their own teams, Miri stood alone. "I noticed your performance during the obstacle course wasn't to your liking." The purple-haired boy began walking up to her. Miri stared at him for a moment. Why did all the unusual boys suddenly want to talk to her? "It wasn't, but now I have to make up for it," she sighed. "But you don't have a team." He smiled. It wasn't an ugly smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Miri's nose flared. "Just get on with what you want. Try to use your quirk on me or whatever it was you were trying earlier." He blinked. "I figured out pretty quickly that my quirk doesn't work on you, for whatever reason. And frankly, I don't like your kind, but I think you could be useful." Miri was taken aback. "My kind? Never mind that. Will you join my team?" His purple eyes bore into Miri's. She stared at him again. This entire conversation was an emotional roller coaster, but as she looked around and noticed almost everyone had found a team they were comfortable with, she realized she didn't have much choice. "You know, Dabu." Suddenly, everything faded to black for her as the purple-eyed boy found a way into her mind. As Miri regained control, she became aware of present Mike screaming. "Let's see who the top 4 teams are." In first place, Team Todoroki. His voice cheered. Miri's head was swimming, and her body felt weak. What had happened to her? In second place, Team Bakugo. Miri's knees buckled, and she found herself inches from someone's shoes. She looked up to see the purple-eyed boys smiling down at her. In third place, Team Shinso. At that, the purple-eyed boy's smile grew wider. "What did you do to me?" she asked him, her head pounding and longing for a nap. "You said you'd join my team." His eyebrow quirked, and his smile disappeared. "However, my quirk seemed to have worked on you, for whatever reason." His eyes darkened. "You looked awfully familiar to me in the beginning." There it was again. Everyone thought she looked familiar. What was it about her that did it? "What about it?" she pressed. "It could just be me overthinking, but I noticed while I was controlling you, there wasn't just one quirk, but 2 present in your body." His voice was low, almost accusatory. Miri's heart raced. "What are you saying?" His face suddenly relaxed, and he shrugged. "I'm not saying more than I know. You better know what you're doing, however. And if you have any ulterior motives, just know you won't last long here. The school and the students will find out." Miri regarded him for a moment longer. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she knew that this boy could either make or break her career at UA. They both stared at each other, But Miri could read from his face that he knew more than he was letting on. I have no ulterior motives. Her voice was small. I just want to be a student here and one day become a hero. Don't we all? He walked away from her, leaving her weak form on the ground. Her mouth went dry, and her legs were tired from the event. Now she was definitely overdue for a break. She ran a hand through her messy ponytail and lay back on the ground, letting her forearm rest over her eyes. Kirishima saw her lying on the ground and walked up to her. He crouched down and regarded her for a moment before picking up a stray section of black hair from her face. How are you holding up? Miri removed her arm and looked up at him. This day literally couldn't get any worse for me. I'm so utterly exhausted, I can barely remember how to spell my name. Kirishima looked up in thought. Miri dash. That was an attempt at a joke, she scoffed. He smiled down at her. Let's just get you to the room. You can take a nap there while I go get you some food. Miri looked up at him, stars in her eyes. You are literally my favorite person right now. He smirked and let go of her black strands of hair. It fell over her green eye, and his eyebrows furrowed. You look. He trailed off as Miri brushed it behind her ear without thinking. Never mind, just go get some rest. He had a strange look on his face as he helped her to her feet. Miri looked at him, confused, but shrugged it off. Okay. She made her way out of the arena and down the hallways to the room. She rubbed her eyes and her head. Everything was still unclear to her, and it confused her how Shinso's quirk hadn't worked on her at first, but then suddenly did. His quirk had something to do with mind control, so he could have slipped into her head and seen that she had 2 quirks, much to her dismay. But why didn't he say more than he did? He could have told the whole world what her quirk was, and everything would be over, but he didn't. As she rounded another corner, she felt herself collide with an extremely warm body. She opened her mouth to apologize, not quite seeing who it was, but a warm, sweaty hand came over her mouth. Her back was pressed against someone's chest, and their breath fanned over her ear as a rough voice whispered, "If you struggle or make any noise, I will make sure you regret it." It was Bakugo, as she noticed. The situation made her cheeks heat, and she wanted nothing more than to punch him, but she heard the calm voice of Todoroki not too far away. Her body froze and relaxed despite herself. None of them felt it. I felt the pressure. I experienced All Might's true power up close, remember? His cool voice was almost hard to hear with Bakugo's breathing in her ear. Stop breathing like that. Miri's voice was barely a whisper through his hand, but he heard her well enough. He only tightened his grip around her mouth, much to her irritation. What are you saying? Midoriya's voice piped up out of nowhere. Miri's eyes widened, and she angled her head to look up at Bakugo, who only glared down at her. Are you All Might's illegitimate child or something? Todoroki responded. Miri and Bakugo balked. What? Midoriya's voice echoed through the area. That's not it at all. I mean, if it really was true, I would try to deny it, so obviously my word isn't enough. He began rambling. But what made you think of that? Miri fell into her thoughts. She never thought about it before, but it always seemed like Midoriya would be around All Might or seemed to have leniency towards him, but she always assumed it was because he adored the #1 hero. Nothing more. Todoroki's assumptions were a little far-fetched, but maybe he was onto something there? No, that's not it, is an interesting way to put it. So, what you're saying is, there is something just what I said wasn't true. There was a pause. As you know, my father is Endeavor. At that statement, Miri's heart dropped. She heard her mom echoing in her head, and it only made her feel worse about herself. If you're somehow connected to All Might, it just gives me more of a reason to crush you. A sinking feeling filled Miri's chest. Why was he acting like this? What happened to the boy who held her while she was unconscious? The one who told her how determined and powerful she was? My dad is powerful without a doubt, but all he cares about is becoming stronger and overtaking All Might. He has a good name for himself, but it's not enough for him. He wants to be #1. The best. He could never beat All Might by his own right, so he came up with a plan instead. He continued. You ever heard of quirk marriages? Miri's heart thudded in her chest. Her parents' marriage was more or less something like that. Her father was an obscenely powerful man, given how she inherited power-up from him. Her mother was a powerful woman too. They married and saw where it went. One thing led to another, and Miri was born. Then things just fell apart. Powerful individuals would choose a partner and force them into marriage to essentially make a strengthened version of their quirk. He explained. Miri recognized the story because it was how power-up was made. My father was wealthy and famous and forced my mother's family into agreeing to the marriage. He only wanted her quirk so he could make a powerful child. And that ended up being me. I hate it. His voice suddenly changed, and it reminded Miri of when he snapped at her for not being focused at the. I remember my mom always crying. His voice was quieter. Miri stared up at the ceiling, almost sensing where the story was going. Her mother, too, cried a lot when Miri was younger. It broke her to see a woman so strong be reduced to tears. She knew almost exactly what he felt. I can't stand to see that left side of yours, she told me as she poured scalding water on my face. Miri's heart seemed to stop. Her knees felt weak, and she sagged against Bakugo, who struggled to hold her up. Get on your feet, he hissed in her ear. Yet another nickname. There's no sense in feeling sorry for him. Sorry doesn't fix what happened. Miri felt tears well up in her eyes. Images of a young Todoroki filled her head, and it replayed repeatedly. Todoroki soon morphed into her, and all she could remember was her father and the empty alcohol bottles. The pain pill containers. The chair that always faced a crack in the wall. She blinked, and the tears suddenly spilled over, running down to Bakugo's hand that covered her mouth. He pulled his hand away then and wiped it on his pants. Why are you crying? He demanded, turning her to face him. He glared hard at her, annoyed by her out-of-character display of emotion. He looked and felt uncomfortable as he noticed her tear-stained face. Just wipe your face and keep quiet, he whispered to her and pushed her against the wall beside him. He turned his back to her, leaning against the wall, listening to the rest of the conversation. Miri couldn't escape her memories. She slid down the wall, head between her knees. She kept seeing memory after memory before it finally stopped. Taking a few deep breaths, she tried desperately to calm her racing heart. Unbeknownst to her, Bakugo had watched her entire breakdown with conflicting emotions. Whatever had caused this reaction was something he knew he was better off not knowing. He listened to the rest of the conversation between Todoroki and Midoriya while replaying the image of Miri's tear-streaked face in his mind. Mirianne Shotomoto was born on December 14 to Itaro Shotomoto and Alzero Shotomoto. Alzero was a good man, a powerful hero known in their small Greek town for keeping the crime rate low. He quickly caught the attention of the new girl in town, Itaro, and they married the following year. A year after their marriage, Mirianne was born. However, tragedy struck soon after. Alzero was severely injured in a battle with a dangerous criminal. He fell into a deep depression and turned to drinking as his only solace. Even after his injury healed, he continued to rely on pain medication, and his drinking worsened. During this time, he became increasingly aggressive. Itaro noticed this change and did her best to care for their growing daughter while battling her own mental struggles. She too was spiraling, affected by the repeated use of her quirk, which had damaged her mind and made it difficult for her to function as she once did. Mirianne was subjected to intense training from her parents, both wanting her to be strong, but it was Mirianne who had to endure the consequences. When Mirianne was about 4 years old, she and her mother were forced to flee their modest Greek town after a violent episode involving her father. They moved to France, where they lived for several years. During that time, Itaro struggled with her mental health, turning to crime and pushing Mirianne to train harder, hoping her daughter would follow in her footsteps. At the age of 10, they fled France and moved to Japan, where they currently reside. Itaro adopted the mantle of nightmare and quickly made a name for herself in the country. Learning of Endeavor's presence, her mental struggles intensified, and she became consumed with a desire to see his downfall. She imposed her beliefs on Mirianne, trying to make her understand her own motivations. However, Mirianne was stubborn and rebellious, determined to forge her own path. She would rather face any challenge than fall into the life her mother led. Miri had accidentally slept through everyone's fights. Despite having designated people to wake her, they all let her sleep in. She was roughly shaken awake by Bakugo. In a sleepy haze, she glared up at him. "What do you want?" she grumbled, wiping the sleep from her eyes. "It's your turn to fight, Shotomoto." He glared down at her, yet another nickname. "I was told to wake you up, so don't take it out on me." She sighed and sat up. "I missed all the others?" Her voice held a hint of sadness. "Get over it. Nothing can be done about it now." "Bakugo!" Miri watched him start to turn, but he faced her once more. "Why do you keep switching nicknames for me?" His eyes narrowed. "That's a dumb question and I'm not going to answer it. Do you just forget them and have to come up with new ones quickly? Or are you indecisive?" she pressed, a teasing grin on her face. Scoffing, he turned his back again. "How about, you're so annoying that one name could never be enough for you? What about the frost ones? I'm just curious about those, how you came up with them, I mean. You ask too many questions. Have white hair and you're always talking to icy hot." He started to walk away but suddenly stopped and looked over his shoulder. "And don't think that just because you cried earlier, I'll suddenly be your best friend. I have no interest in you beyond watching you stumble." He craned his neck up, staring at the top of the door frame. "And don't cry again. It's weird." With that he walked out of the room, leaving Miri alone. Her mouth opened and closed, staring at the door in disbelief. Sighing, she got up to leave. She opened the door only to bump into someone. A pair of hands, one warm and one cool, gripped her arms to steady her. Her face flushed. It didn't take much to know who held her. "What are you doing here?" she asked, still looking at her hands pressed against Todoroki's chest, reluctant to step back. His hands slid down her arms to hold her hands at her sides before he took a step back. Miri's heart raced, emotions swirling within her. "I just wanted to come in here," he said, avoiding her gaze. "But..." Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion as she really looked at him. "I'm getting ready to fight? I'm aware." He stepped around her and walked into the room. Miri stood in the doorway for a moment. Did he not want to watch her fight? Her mind raced with thoughts, and her heart was doing somersaults. Why was he acting this way? What was she doing wrong? What was she missing? "I don't." Her words faltered. Why couldn't she ever express what she wanted? Why did she worry about saying the wrong thing? Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm her racing heart. "I don't understand what is going on anymore." Her voice was strained, almost foreign. The unfamiliar tone caught Todoroki's attention, and he stared at her back. Miri felt his gaze on her like two burning coals, which was ironic. But something was building up inside her, waiting to explode, much like Bakugo's quirk. Bakugo never worried about pleasing others. He always spoke his mind, regardless of the consequences. She would never admit to admiring that about him. "1 minute. You're nice." Her voice softened. She was aware of her upcoming fight, but it could wait. "You'll tell me I'm brave. And determined. You make me feel butterflies and all these silly little happy things." Her face flushed, but she couldn't help herself. "Sometimes I can pretend everything is all right around you. That I don't have burdens on my shoulders." She took a deep breath. "But then, other times you make me so sad. You hurt my feelings if I'm honest. Like nobody ever has. You can be distant, but kind. You create rifts with people who never deserved it." She thought about Midoriya and how Todoroki had approached him that morning. "You confuse me. I don't understand if we're friends. Or?" She rubbed her face. Todoroki stared at her back for a moment longer. "You're not the easiest person either." His words were sharp and Miri flinched. "You told me at the very beginning of the school year that you weren't the type of person for me to get close to. What do you mean by that? You mope around like a kicked puppy with the saddest look on your face." At that, Miri started playing with her knuckles. She wished she had said nothing. "You hold yourself back from everything. Nobody is oblivious. We know how powerful you really are. Otherwise, you wouldn't have placed first in the entrance exam. So why are you holding back? Or is that another secret of yours?" You're so secretive about every little thing, and you walk around as if you don't want people to notice, but I do." He paused for a moment. "And it's not just me you look familiar to anymore." His voice was quieter. "The students notice it. The teachers. All of them say you're familiar to them. Why is that, Mirianne?" Miri felt her heart racing in her chest. Miri stood in the doorway, her face filled with dread. Her chest ached fiercely, and a few stray tears rolled down her cheeks. She couldn't open her mouth, fearing that he could hear the emotion in her voice. It was already bad enough that Bakugo had seen her cry. But Todoroki? "If you're not going to answer, then just go. Hope you win your fight, but who knows if you'll give your all in it," he said dryly. "That's not fair." Miri's voice cracked, and she cringed. "You get used to it." He looked away from her, feeling he had said enough. His hand curled into a fist, and he rested his knuckle against his forehead. Taking a moment to collect herself, Miri wiped her eyes and grabbed the doorknob, ready to close it. Keeping her face hidden from him, regardless of whether he knew she was crying, Miri whispered, "I wish things were different." Todoroki heard her but didn't look up again from his position until long after Miri had left the room. Miri stood on the raised platform, staring down her supposed opponent. She was sizing her up, looking for any signs of what their quirk could be. Her eyes burned, and she rubbed them vigorously. It was a mixture of her allergies, which had been acting up since she stepped into the area, and her argument with Todoroki only a few minutes prior. She tried to push all thoughts of him from her mind. She needed to focus on her fight. It's Sir Minamo of Class 1C versus Mirianne Shotomoto of Class 1A. Let's get this party started. Present Mike announced into the microphone. The spectators erupted into cheers, eager to see what each girl had in store. "Oh, Kemi, look. It's the girl from earlier." Emilady eagerly pointed at the monitor. Kamui stepped closer and gazed at the screen. Wow, she was telling the truth. "I've been kind of following this year's group." Another hero on watch duty stepped up. "Word on the street is that they had a glitch in their system, and some extra kids slipped into classes, about one extra for each, if I remember correctly. That Mirianne out there got first place in the entrance exam." The hero rubbed his face. "Looking at her here, she looks oddly familiar, and her last name rings a bell too." He stared at the screen a little longer, watching the girl with white and black hair. Back in the arena, Minamo glared harshly at Miri. "I'll bet you don't even know who I am." Miri's nose flared. "No? Am I supposed to?" She subtly wiped at her runny nose. Her voice was nasally and congested. Something wasn't right. The pink-haired girl growled. "We were in the same sector during the entrance exam. I remember it perfectly. Everyone worked hard to get points, to get enough to be put in the hero course. But then you waltzed through as if you owned the place and took all the points. From us. Those of us who made the cut for this school got in on rescue points." She said it as though the words were distasteful. "Rescue points that resulted from your reckless actions. You're nothing but a cheater. A thief. An arrogant little brat." Miri was taken aback. She felt guilty for those in her sector from whom she had taken many points. She knew what she had done. It was a moment of pride, desperation for her to get into the school. However, it was a competition. She followed the rules as she was supposed to. She just tried harder. This girl in front of her seemed to be firing insults. "I'll admit, I attempted to show off, but I just wanted to get in as you guys did. I wanted to be in the hero course. I'm not a cheater. Just because I tried harder doesn't mean I cheated. It was a competition. I don't understand how you expected it to be fair to everyone else. That wasn't the point of the entrance exam. It was to assess our skills and blah blah blah." Minamo stamped her foot. "I don't care to hear what you have to say. I know the point of the entrance exam." Miri stared at her for a moment, finally realizing why this girl acted the way she did. She sighed heavily. "You're one of those spoiled kids who thinks they should be handed things on a silver platter, right?" Her throat itched and she started feeling worse. "Excuse me?" she squeaked. "You're the spoiled one here." She grit her teeth, slowly kicking off her shoes. "Doesn't matter, we'll really see who should have placed first in the entrance exam." Miri curled her fist, letting her body power up. I guess we will. She sniffed back the discharge. Begin. Midnight threw her flag, signaling that it was finally time to start. Minamo held her hands out above her head. A little birdie told me something interesting. The entire arena shook, and Miri nearly lost her footing. The concrete platform they were standing on cracked and split apart. A large hibiscus sprouted from the ground, towering over Miri. You're allergic to pollen, right? Miri stood horrified, realizing that her allergies were acting up because of this girl and her quirk. If you haven't already guessed it, Minamo's quirk is flower. She can make any flower she imagines grow from the ground to enormous sizes. Present Mike announced across the arena. I wonder what this means for Mirianne? Defeat, Miri muttered, sneezing loudly. She pulled the collar of her shirt up over her nose, desperately trying to think of a way to handle the situation. Now, sneezing and your average allergy reactions won't be enough to completely handle you, Minamo said with a mischievous smile. I'll have to get a little creative. Roses began sprouting from the dirt beneath the destroyed arena, growing larger and larger until they were massive, with thorns as big as Miri's hand. They moved around like whips, dangerously close to her. Minamo stood beside a hibiscus flower, using it as a shield. Good luck, Mirianne. Miri swallowed hard, eyeing the flowers uncertainly. She had spent most of her life avoiding anything that could trigger her allergies. In a way, she feared them. The flowers before her gave her something to be afraid of. What's wrong? Are you freezing up? Scared of a few flowers? Minamo taunted, extending her hand, and the roses lunged at Miri. Miri gasped and rolled out of the way, entering a coughing fit as she tried to calm herself. It was silly to be scared of flowers, but her allergy made her feel weak. Miri hated feeling weak. No boy could ever give her a bouquet without her sneezing all over it. There would be no long strolls in the park or camping trips for her. And people with quirks like Minamo's could use it against her. She felt pathetic. This girl had nothing but flowers, yet they terrified her. All because of a silly allergy. What were the spectators thinking? What about her friends? No one would want to take her into their internship if she lost to a girl with flowers. Miri clenched her fist, ready to fight. The roses came back for a second attack, and she felt her courage drain away. She jumped away again, her left foot nearly sliding out of the arena. She wiped at her nose, which felt like it was running uncontrollably. Pathetic, she thought. Ah. Minamo smirked. You can't give up that easily, right? Hopscotch is getting boring. Let's get to something a little more interesting. The roses shrank down until they were hardly visible. Miri's eyes flashed, and she took a deep breath. She had to act before Minamo grew another flower. She charged forward, fist raised. You want interesting? I'll show you interesting. Just inches away from Minamo, a large, fragrant object stopped her in her tracks. Miri couldn't see anything, but her face felt sticky and her eyes burned. She inhaled and felt a sneeze building. Oh, Mirianne, Minamo laughed as Miri's face was enveloped by the center of the hibiscus. That's where all the pollen is. She giggled. Miri threw herself away, her face covered in yellow pollen. She knew better than to open her eyes or mouth. She was blind. Her fingers clawed at her face, rubbing desperately to remove the pollen, which itched and tingled. It only seemed to smear everywhere, making it even harder to get rid of. Did you really think that would work? Minamo laughed. Now look at you. You won't win this. Miri turned toward Minamo's voice. She had practiced navigating without her vision, but that didn't mean she was good at it. She raised her hands, ready for anything. I'm tired of playing around, Minamo said, her tone dropping. This has gone on long enough, and I'm getting tired. Unbeknownst to Miri, a flytrap had grown in place of the roses, large enough to hold a person. Miri grabbed her shirt and continued rubbing at her face. Her eyes burned, and every breath induced sneezing, but she still had some fight left in her. The flytrap loomed over Miri, its shadow draining her energy. Her eyes snapped open, revealing how red and teary they were. Her vision was blurry, but she could see the giant mouth of the flytrap closing around her. Being inside the creature was disorienting. It was dark, but Miri felt herself growing stronger. Her eyes began to stop burning as she wiped more pollen away, finally focusing on her surroundings. What had she been doing this entire time? Hopping around? Goofing off? She was unfocused. Why couldn't she concentrate? She was better than this. You know exactly why, Miri thought to herself. Whether she wanted to or not, she kept thinking of Todoroki. Was he watching her fight in disappointment? Did he hate her now? Was he hoping she'd pull through? Half of her was in the fight, and the other half was in her heart. Their conversation weighed heavily on her, and she wished she had left it differently. I need to talk to him again. I need to make things right. She curled her knuckles. Outside Miri's cocoon, the spectators watched in confusion. Was the fight over? What was happening? Even Aizawa and present Mike in the announcer's box were unsure of what to do. Just as midnight was about to call the match, the flytrap convulsed. Its terrifying mouth was forced open by a familiar face. Miri strained as she held the flytrap's mouth apart. With a sudden shove, a cracking noise echoed, and the flytrap shriveled back into the ground. Freed from her plant prison, Miri quickly slammed her foot into the ground, shaking and cracking what remained of the cemented platform with sheer force. Minamo stumbled, and the hibiscus shifted. It was then that Miri noticed Minamo had kept her bare feet planted on the ground this entire time. What would be the point in taking her shoes off? Miri's mind raced with her knowledge of quirks. Maybe it's like my darkness, and she can only use it when in a certain range of the ground? She stared at her feet. She's been able to create these plants all along because she's had contact with the ground? Miri felt foolish for not realizing it sooner, but she would have time to scold herself later. Eager to test her theory, Miri charged at Minamo again, hoping the girl wouldn't be able to move her hibiscus flower in time. She struck Minamo's chin with her fist, sending her soaring into the sky. The hibiscus flower shrank away completely. Since you love being on the ground so much, Miri said, taking to the air and grabbing Minamo. A surge of excitement filled her as she prepared to make her move. Why don't you enjoy a taste of it? With that, Miri hurled Minamo out of their cement safe zone and down to the ground below. The crowd erupted into cheers, but none were louder than those from Class 1A. Miri looked up at her classmates, beaming with joy. Her gaze met that of a certain white and red-haired boy, and her smile faltered just a bit. Todoroki. It's not fair. Minamo shouted from the ground. I should have won. Miri rolled her eyes. The winner of this battle is Mirianne Shotomoto. Against all odds, the brawny beauty has triumphed. What a fantastic story. Present Mike announced into the microphone. Miri sighed, feeling mentally and physically drained. All she wanted was to curl up and take a nap, but first, she needed to see Recovery Girl to ensure her eyes were all right. With a little bounce in her step from her victory, she walked out of the arena. This was a step forward in proving to everyone that she was no longer settling for mediocrity. She wanted to be better, stronger. She wanted to be plus ultra. Outside the arena, the superhero from earlier was deep in thought, trying to figure out why Miri seemed so familiar. Shotomoto, Shoto. Suddenly, it clicked in his mind, and his eyes widened. That's it. He quickly pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Finding the right one, he tapped it and held it to his ear as it rang. A gruff voice answered on the other end. Sir, you won't believe this, but turn on the TV to the UA Sports Festival in Japan. Yes, I know you're busy, but sir, please, you must see this. The superhero sighed, looking bored as the voice continued to drone on. Sir, for goodness sake, it's about your granddaughter, Mirianne. Mirianne. Recovery Girl exclaimed, swatting at the young hero with her syringe cane. What were you doing out there? Miri sat on the table in the office, feeling a bit more tired than usual, despite being relatively healed. Recovery Girl had initially been concerned for her, but after assessing what needed healing, her expression changed to one of disbelief. I didn't have my head in the game, Miri admitted with a sigh. Well, that was obvious from your performance. You're capable of so much more and we all know it. Recovery Girl sat down in front of Miri. What's on your mind, child? Miri reclined on the table, staring at the white ceiling. I have this friend I'm keeping secrets from. A lot of secrets, actually. And it's not just him, he's starting to notice that I'm hiding things, and it's frustrating him. We argued before my fight, and I can't stop thinking about it. Recovery Girl was silent for a moment. Are these secrets you're keeping from him bad? Miri's eyebrows shot up, and her mouth opened, but she struggled to find the words. Taking a deep breath, she finally spoke. They're kept for what? Her position in the school? Keeping the secret doesn't help Todoroki. It helps her mother and her. The thought disappointed her deeply, and she ran a hand over her face, remaining silent. One of the hardest parts of being a hero is making decisions that can tear you apart, Recovery Girl said suddenly, catching Miri off guard. If a building is on fire and there are 2 children, but only 1 gas mask, how do you help them? How do you justify your decision? Take too long to decide, and they both perish. Choose one, and the other is lost. It's difficult being the one who has to save others. You just can't save everyone. What if I just give them my mask? Miri murmured. Then they both survive. Unbeknownst to Miri, Recovery Girl smiled. True, but you don't. The good of the innocent is more important than. Miri's hand slid away from her face, surprise evident on her features. I see your point. Being a hero is challenging, but as long as you do what you believe is right, you'll be okay. These secrets you're hiding from the boy are yours to keep or share, but if you continue to hold on to them, they may ultimately consume you and hinder your growth as a hero. Recovery Girl wheeled away from Miri's bed. Of course, if you share them, there's a chance everyone could react negatively. It's a risky gamble, whichever path you choose. Miri sat up in bed and ran a hand through her messy hair. This conversation gave me an answer I didn't want to hear. I'm sorry, but this is the best advice I can offer. If you truly believe these secrets are worth keeping from someone, even if it hurts them, you may not find a happy ending. As she walked out of Recovery Girl's room to return to the stands, Miri was lost in thought. Despite Recovery Girl's answer not being what she wanted to hear, it didn't make it wrong. The older hero was right about almost everything she said, and it left Miri with much to ponder. Almost reaching the stands, Miri caught a flash of red from the corner of her eye at the end of the long hallway. Her heart raced, thinking it might be Kirishima or Todoroki. She turned her head to see the imposing figure of Endeavor himself. If Miri had been any less composed, she might have been terrified. I saw your fight, the burly man said, his gaze piercing. For someone with your quirk, it was poorly executed. Miri's mouth dropped open. No wonder her mother disliked him. Excuse me? Miri was stunned. How dare he criticize her without even knowing her? Who did he think he was? You were almost defeated by flowers. If you wanted to be a hero, you would have taken her down in the first 30 seconds, he said, crossing his arms. Miri clenched her fists. Who are you to tell me that? She thought of Todoroki. Everything he had shared with Midoriya made so much more sense now that she had spoken with him. It only fueled her desire to confront this man. His eyes narrowed. All I'm saying is that if you wanted to be a hero, you'd spend less time hopping around in battle and more time actually engaging your opponent. Her blood boiled, and she could almost hear it rushing in her ears. It took a lot to make Miri mad. Irritation was common, but true anger was rare. Yet this man? He made her furious. Maybe if you spent less time belittling your son and more time encouraging him, you could be a better father, she shot back, her voice steady despite the storm within her. Miri felt heat rise to her cheeks. She knew her words were disrespectful and that there would be consequences, but it felt good to say them. Standing in the shadow of Endeavor, she felt a strange sense of power. Her mind was foggy yet clear at the same time. Maybe following her mother's advice would be beneficial. Endeavor needed to be put in his place. Todoroki wouldn't mind, would he? It might help him feel freer. The thought of him being happier with her was wonderful. A fire ignited in Endeavor's eyes. Your parents should have taught you respect, he growled. I think I was taught just fine, she snapped back, her head pounding, making it hard to focus. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Be careful who you choose as an enemy, Mirianne. As the number 2 hero, I have connections that can shape your future as a hero. What you've said will not be forgotten." With that, he turned and walked away. As his shadow receded, Miri felt her body sag. The strange sensation in her head faded, and she could finally think clearly. What was she thinking? What had she done? She stared down at her hands. Was it the darkness? In that moment, she didn't feel like herself. Propping herself against the wall, she let out a huge sigh. She needed to get it together. As Recovery Girl had said, her future hung in the balance. Her next fight, whoever it was against, needed to be better. She had to show what she was made of. Otherwise, she would disappoint everyone. Pushing herself off the wall, she made her way to the stands. Before she knew it, her second fight had arrived. Standing on the cement platform again, she waited for her opponent to appear. This time, she decided to set aside her worries and focus solely on the fight. She had no idea who she was up against, and there was no time to ask her classmates. They had only wished her luck. Taking a deep breath, she felt a flutter of nerves. She didn't know what to expect from this fight, just as she hadn't known what to expect from her previous one. Suddenly, she spotted a lone figure approaching the platform. Her eyes widened in surprise and a hint of fear. It was the golden-eyed boy from before. His sharp teeth glinted in the sunlight, and she could see the dangerous slits in his eyes as he stepped onto the platform. Surprised, he grinned, a malicious glint in his gaze. Miri took a deep breath, feeling the power radiating from him, almost suffocating. Hibiki Nomura of Class 1B and Mirianne Shotomoto of Class 1A. What a terrifying pairing. Who will come out on top? Present Mike exclaimed over the microphone. If you're going to announce, do a better job of it, please. Aizawa's bored voice echoed through the arena. Miri exhaled. It doesn't matter. I know I'm not going to lose. Hibiki shrugged. I suppose we'll find out. From where Miri stood, she could almost see the slits in his eyes narrowing and his nails elongating. Her heart raced in her chest. Ready? Midnight called. Fight. She waved her flag. Miri wasted no time. Strength boost 50, speed boost 20 increment up. Her familiar green aura swirled around her. She charged at him, but what stood before her now struck a new level of fear deeper than anything she had faced before. Hibiki's body began to morph, twisting into a new form. What stood before her now was something out of a nightmare. He had transformed into a humanoid alligator, with razor-sharp teeth and eyes as golden as the sun. He towered at nearly 8 feet tall, his thick and scaly tail flicking behind him. Miri's jaw dropped. She hadn't expected this. A hissing noise escaped Hibiki's mouth, followed by a throaty roar as he charged at her. He was surprisingly fast for his size. Miri tried to sidestep him, but his enormous hand caught her arm, gripping it painfully. She gasped in shock. I wasn't lying when I said you wouldn't win, his voice rumbled, sending a chill down her spine. He lifted her into the air and slammed her down onto the ground. All the air rushed from her lungs, and she coughed desperately. Hibiki then grabbed her by her hair and began dragging her across the ground. I thought this would be a harder fight, he said, his tone mocking. Miri clawed at his hands, trying to free herself. After all, you knocked that Nomo over, right? He lifted her again, letting her dangle. Pain twisted her face as she kicked her legs at him. Where was that strength? I was told you were at least somewhat decent. Go to hell, Miri seethed, her body glowing brighter. She grasped his fingers and pulled them out of her hair, hearing a satisfying crack. She dropped to the ground and scooted away from him. You fool, he yelled, cradling his injured hand. His fingers were an ugly purplish green, dangling uselessly. I'll take you down. His golden eyes focused intently on her smaller form. Miri began jumping in circles around him, landing in one corner after another while Hibiki tried his best to spin and keep up with her. His tail seems to make it harder for him to suddenly change direction, she observed. He can move fast in one direction and has incredible strength. This guy really is on another level. At a corner Hibiki couldn't turn fast enough to see, Miri suddenly launched herself at his back. She barreled towards him like a bullet, almost too fast to see. However, his tail struck her face, sending her rolling away with a trickle of blood from her nose. Your hopscotch from the first round won't work here. I know how you move, he taunted. How would you know? Miri snapped, wiping at the persistent trail of blood. As if he couldn't get any creepier, he smiled and charged at her again. Not knowing what else to do, Miri leapt into the air, or at least she tried to. His hand clamped around her ankle, gripping it tightly. He yanked her back down to the ground, slamming her body down with force. Miri's head spun, and a thick stream of blood trickled from a cut on her forehead. She felt a heavy pressure on the back of her skull as Hibiki pressed down with his foot. Up in the stands, the crowd was furious, far more so than during the previous match. They were calling for a teacher intervention, but little did they know that all the teachers were immobilized by an unforeseen force. Now, Miri, I can call you that, right? His alligator-like jaw was level with her ear, and she felt a chill run down her spine. No, she growled, struggling to push him off. She tried to get herself off the ground, but Hibiki pressed down harder on her head, forcing her back against the cement platform. You see, Miri, I know a lot about you. His breath was foul, and Miri gagged. His foot was replaced with a hand, and she felt his nails digging into her scalp, causing her to wince in pain. In Class 1A's box, the class was in an uproar. Why aren't any of the teachers doing anything? Bakugo shouted, sparks flying from his hands. The guy will seriously hurt her. How could someone like him be allowed in the school? Kirishima gripped the ledge tightly. Todoroki stood silently, anger evident on his face. Though he and Miri weren't on good terms, he couldn't ignore what she was going through. It wasn't right. He clenched his fist, a frosty mist forming around it. How? She winced as he tightened his grip. How do you know so much about me? It's simple, really. He looked up as a shrill scream echoed throughout the arena. It's Nightmare. Miri's heart seemed to stop. I had an inside source. He tilted her head up. Her mother was lurking in the shadows of the stands, tendrils of darkness extending from her body, holding the pro-heroes who were supposed to help Miri captive. The heroes in the stands were frozen in fear. If Nightmare could evade the great endeavor and All Might for years, what chance did they have against her? No! Miri screamed, and her head was slammed into the concrete once more. Your mother sent me to this school when she suspected you wouldn't follow her orders. Getting in was a challenge, but monitoring you was even harder. You didn't do anything remarkable, you know? Well, except for your ball throw and the USJ incident. She wanted me to ensure you were getting close to Todoroki, and if you weren't, I'd make sure you did, he grinned. Miri whimpered. You know, this school is a real piece of work. He suddenly lifted Miri's nearly unconscious body. Is this who you call your best in class? He shouted around the arena. He slammed Miri back into the ground, and she cried out in pain as blood dripped down her chin. He then kicked her aside as he faced the arena again. You pathetic heroes. This grandeur school, yet villains can slip through your walls. He smiled up at Nightmare. Miri was barely conscious. She began dragging herself toward the white line, her only hope of escape. The white line meant she could forfeit and escape this nightmare. Everything hurt. She could hardly breathe or move. She couldn't even summon her quirk. The only thing on her mind was reaching that white line. No one else could help her. It was just her and the monster behind her. Her fingers were inches away when her ankle was grabbed, and she was pulled back. Her strength was fading, and hope was slipping away. Would she die out here? What gives you the right to do that to her? A familiar voice called out. Hibiki turned to look at the voice. Who said? Suddenly, his body froze, and his eyes went blank. I did. Shinso stared down calmly from his spot among Class 1C. I think you've overstayed your welcome. Let Miri go. Miri felt her ankle drop to the ground. A spark of hope ignited within her as she dragged herself across the ground again. Nightmare's eyes narrowed, but she felt weakened. She released the darkness controlling the pro-heroes, freeing them from their darkened prison. As the heroes moved to confront her and Hibiki, she vanished into a cloud of darkness, taking Hibiki with her. An icy hand gripped Miri's shoulder as her hand crossed the white line. Panic surged through her, and she flinched away from it. The hand didn't falter. A warm hand then scooped her up protectively. She felt herself being carried, and through her blurry vision, she could make out a familiar face she had been waiting to see. "To do," she whispered weakly. "We need to talk," she mumbled before finally slipping into unconsciousness. A soft beeping noise filled Miri's ears as she regained consciousness. Her eyes flew open, and she sat up quickly, disoriented about her surroundings. Her mind raced with memories from the sports festival. She held a hand to her head and felt the gauze wrapped around her skull. Her fingers brushed over her heavily bandaged nose, and she sighed to herself. She looked around the room and finally noticed the red and white-haired boy sitting in a chair beside her bed, just staring at her. She sighed again. "You said you wanted to speak to me," he said, looking down at his clasped hands in front of him. "And I was in the neighborhood." Miri nodded. "I'm glad you're here." Her voice was soft and strained. "How are you feeling?" He glanced at her, his gaze lingering on the bandages wrapped around her face, arms, and torso. "I felt worse." She fixed her gaze on the ceiling. A heavy silence settled between them. Miri continued to stare at the ceiling, while Todoroki's eyes remained on her. "My father mentioned running into you before the..." He hesitated. "Why did you say those things?" "He made me mad." It was the best explanation she could muster. She, too, was unsure of why she had said them. "That wasn't like you at all." He leaned forward with a sigh, looking down at his hands. "You haven't been acting like the girl I know lately. This isn't me coming at you like before. I'm genuinely asking what's going on because it looks like you're about to break." His intense gaze bore into her. She turned away from the ceiling to meet his eyes for a fleeting moment, desperately wishing he could understand that discussing her troubles was not something she could easily articulate. "Mirianne, I can't just tell you." She sighed. "I mean I can, but it's hard. If I told you everything changes." But anything to change." She looked up at him. "If I could share everything without losing you, my friends, and the school, I would. But that's not how it is. If I told you everything that you'd really understand what I meant on the first day of school when I said I wasn't someone you wanted to be friends with." "Losing me?" he asked. Miri felt her cheeks warm. "Yeah. Losing you." He stared down at her, his thoughts a tangled mess. He was unsure of how to feel. Was he supposed to be angry? Was he supposed to forgive her? Everything felt so confusing. "What do you mean by someone you wanted to be friends with? Is that about everyone or just me?" The hopelessness in his voice was evident. Miri turned her gaze back to the ceiling. "It's for everyone. But more specifically you. Then should I be here right now talking to you? Should I be near you? Should I even..." He caught himself, realizing he was getting worked up and about to speak to her as he would to his father. "Should I try being friends with you after all of this?" Miri hesitated. She didn't have an answer, but he deserved one. "Do you want to try being friends?" He looked away from her, focusing on the door instead. "These secrets. How bad are they?" Talking about this was overwhelming for Miri. Her eyes burned, and she blinked rapidly to hold back tears. "I don't think I could answer that." "Then I don't think I can answer you." He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his face in frustration. A single tear slipped down Miri's cheek. "Where does that leave us?" "Upset." He sighed, handing her a tissue. The teachers of UA sat around a table. Principal Nizu sat at the head, shuffling papers on his desk. Hibiki Nomura transferred in a few weeks into the school year. He was a bright and promising student, seemingly ahead of his classmates. Now we know why. Based on what we observed during the festival, he appears to have been working with Nightmare on the side. We don't have a solid conclusion as to why. Nizu spoke calmly. "What about Mirianne? When they battled, he acted as if he knew her or held a grudge against her. The things that poor girl endured at his hands, it's terrible. Midnight wrung her wrists. Could it be that he targeted her because she came out on top of the entire year?" Present Mike suggested. Why would Nightmare make her presence known at that exact moment? If Hibiki was working under her, what would be the point of showing up in the first place? All Might rubbed his face thoughtfully. Maybe she appeared to immobilize us while Hibiki dealt with Mirianne? With none of us able to intervene, Mirianne was left vulnerable. It's fortunate that some students stepped in to help. I worry about what might have happened to our pupil otherwise. Cementos leaned back in his seat. A teacher raised a hand. On the topic of Mirianne. We've discussed this multiple times, Principal Nizu interjected. Let's revisit it, the teacher insisted. Mirianne has been a focal point since day one. We all know it. She got first place in the entrance exam. Aizawa reported she purposely held back in the apprehension test. For what reason? Midnight, no offense, was beaten by her without Miri even using her quirk. Then there was the USJ incident. She knocked Nomo over. All Might never managed to take Nomo down during that time. Yes, she shattered her arm, but she still did it. Finally, the sports festival. This girl acts like she wants to stay low, but then dances around with red flags surrounding her. It's as if she fears being a hero but doesn't want to fall behind everyone else, even though she's ahead. That's enough. Aizawa barked. This is my student you're discussing. Regardless of her performance, she is still a good student. All of my students, no matter their quirk or performance so far, deserve the benefit of the doubt. Mirianne has done nothing to warrant this kind of talk. She was nearly beaten to death in front of us, and all we could do was watch. What does that say about us as teachers? Protectors of the innocent? A villain like Nightmare infiltrated our school, not to mention there was a leak. Instead of pointing fingers at students, let's examine ourselves. The teachers around the table fell silent. Aizawa had a valid point, but confronting that reality was difficult. The safety of their students had been threatened not just once, but twice now. Eventually, parents would question the school, and it could force promising heroes to leave. Mirianne is a student who knows what she's doing. All Might broke the silence. She performs well academically and is an exceptional hero in the making. She encourages her peers and shows respect to those who deserve it. Our focus should not be on her, but on how and why a villain was able to infiltrate our school. Nizu sipped his tea. No matter how I look at it, speculating will not yield any results. We'll have no choice but to leave it in the hands of the police. The best thing for our students will be to push forward and be more vigilant from here on. Let's wish for a speedy recovery for all students injured during the events today. Each teacher nodded, but the gathering did little to ease the twisting sensations in their stomachs. 2 days later, the students were allowed back at school. Miri was under strict regulations to avoid any strenuous activity, but she could attend class and observe everyone. Nightmare had disappeared from the house, and Miri felt a sense of relief. Her mother often vanished for days, which usually irritated her, but for once, she appreciated the absence. Her feelings toward her mother were a confusing mix of anger and sadness. How could Nightmare let this happen to her? Miri was her daughter. Mothers were supposed to protect their children, not put them in danger. Miri knew turning her mother in to the police was the right thing to do. However, when it came down to it, she had a soft spot for her mother. Nightmare's unpredictable behavior left her bewildered, but sometimes she could almost see the loving mother she once had, especially when Nightmare restrained herself, refraining from raising her voice or resorting to violence. Stepping out of the vehicle that brought her to school each morning, Miri looked up at the building. Memories of Hibiki flooded her mind, causing the fresh scar on her forehead to throb and her ribs to ache. Goosebumps covered her arms as she pulled her school bag closer. She took out a green umbrella and held it over her, listening to the rain patter against it. "Miri!" A familiar green-haired boy called out, followed by Ida. Miri turned, a small smile appearing on her face, though it felt forced. The corners of her mouth felt heavy, just like her eyes. "Hey, guys." Her voice came out as a weak croak, which didn't go unnoticed by them. They walked into the school together, the boys asking Miri how she felt and trying to be supportive even when her responses were less than enthusiastic. As they entered the building, Miri suddenly turned to Ida. I heard your brother was in the hospital. I hope everything is all right. I'm here if you ever want to talk about it." Ida smiled and reached out to place a hand on her shoulder, but Miri tensed at the gesture. Her mind flashed back to Hibiki, and she instinctively stepped back. I'm here for you if you ever need anything as well. That's a promise. His eyes softened as he took in her tired and downcast appearance. Thank you, she whispered. Before Miri could step into the classroom, a group of girls surrounded her. Oh my God, one exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. I watched your fight with that strange guy. Are you okay? Miri's lips parted, unsure of how to respond. She gripped the doorway as her heart raced, recalling the details of her fight. Her eyes glazed over, and she found it hard to breathe. He grabbed my hair, she thought. He defeated me so easily. He humiliated me in front of everyone. I promised myself I would improve, that I deserved to be at the top. But he hurt me. Get out of my way. Bakugo growled at the girls surrounding Miri. He glared at her, ready to unleash his frustration, but paused when he noticed her appearance. He clenched his teeth. That goes for you too, he muttered, his tone less aggressive than before. Miri snapped back to reality, her fingers tangling in her hair as she whispered, I'm sorry. Her heart continued to race as she pulled away from the doorframe and hurried into the classroom. Bakugo stood there, momentarily taken aback. He expected her to retaliate, but instead, she seemed like a completely different person. He noticed the dent in the doorframe where her hand had been and felt a shift in his perception of her. Aizawa entered shortly after, pausing in the doorway to take in the damage. Whoever did this, your mom's a handful, he remarked. What was that, Professor? Mina asked. I said today you will come up with your own hero identities. He stood at the front of the classroom. Miri's mood lifted slightly. She had never given her hero name much thought, just like her costume. After speaking with Recovery Girl that morning for a checkup, she learned her costume would arrive within a day or two. First things first, Aizawa continued, pulling up a chart. During the fight, pro heroes were scouting you for their agencies where you'll work as interns. The picks are usually more spread out, but it seems the audience had their favorites. Miri gazed at the chart, noting that Todoroki and Bakugo were at the top with a significant number of votes. She searched for her name but couldn't find it anywhere, frowning at the realization. Her eyes lingered on Todoroki's name as Aizawa spoke. Her heart felt heavy as she recalled their conversation in the hospital. She desperately wanted to mend things with him, but how could she? She couldn't tell him the truth about her mother putting her in the school to keep an eye on him. Lying felt wrong, and she knew it would only hurt him more. Maybe it was for the best that they weren't close anymore? She rubbed her face, having told herself that all year, yet they always seemed to find their way back to each other. Your hero names are important to decide now before your internships. To help with that, Aizawa trailed off as Midnight sauntered into the room. Good morning, students. Midnight greeted with a smile. I'd be extra cautious when deciding your names now. This may be what the world calls you for the rest of your career. As Midnight said, your name can define what you stand for. People will look to you or away from you based on your name, Aizawa explained. A name like All Might brings power and peace, while a name like Nightmare evokes fear. At the mention of Nightmare, Miri's gaze shifted away from her teacher and out the window. The class buzzed with excitement as each student presented their names. Miri stared at the board in front of her, feeling blank. Choosing a hero name seemed like the least of her worries given everything else happening around her, but it meant the world to her. The pressure of making the right choice weighed heavily on her. She wanted her hero name to truly represent who she was. She watched Todoroki stand in front of the class and present his board. Shoto, he said. His eyes briefly met hers, and for a moment, they just stared at each other before he broke the connection and shuffled back to his seat. Miri gripped the marker tightly in her hand. She wanted to be the hero who saved people, who protected them. How could she convey that in a name? Mirianne, would you step out into the hallway for a minute? Aizawa called out, standing by the door. Anxiety crawled up her spine as she stood up and made her way over. Once in the hallway, Miri felt uneasy. What could he possibly want to discuss with her? As I'm sure you're aware, the sports festival didn't go as planned, Aizawa began. Miri's mind flashed back to Hibiki, and goosebumps covered her skin. However, his voice pulled her back to the present. There were a number of heroes who expressed interest in you. He held out a stack of papers with names of heroes she recognized and some she didn't. I don't understand. Why am I out here for this? She looked up at him, confused. There was a hero who specifically requested you. In fact, he insisted on it. He's a more private hero. We get heroes from all over the world, but his branch is a bit more conservative. It was better to inform you privately, as he seems to have a connection to you. He handed her an envelope sealed with an emblem. Miri had only seen in movies. Her full legal name was printed on the outside. The United States? Miri was incredulous. Why did? She trailed off, realizing Aizawa had left her alone in the hallway. Miri opened the letter carefully. The note inside was brief, written in messy handwriting, with an official stamp in the corner. Mirianne, you may not remember me, but I remember you. I was informed of your performance in the sports festival, and my deepest sympathies go out to you. Putting that aside, I would like to request that you take your internship with me. There are many things you still need to learn, and I believe your time would be best spent here. It is your decision. Please let me know your answer as soon as possible. Regards, General Anton Reyes of the United States Army's Quirk Force. Miri stared at the letter. You may not remember me, but I remember you. What did that mean? She glanced at the other papers in her hand. The names she recognized belonged to heroes who wouldn't need her quirk for their work. This Anton guy seemed suspicious, but Miri didn't want to waste the internship on things she already knew how to do. I guess I'm going to America, she muttered, slipping the envelope into her pocket. Wow. Miri, you're really going to America? Uraraka asked, leaning against Miri's desk. I guess so. It caught me by surprise. I didn't think anyone from there would really notice our school or the festival. She fiddled with the envelope in her pocket. I'm not surprised anyone from there would want you, Midoriya smiled. You're really talented with your quirk. Not talented enough. Her mind filled with memories of the bandages she received after the fight. I've got a long way to go. Midoriya and Uraraka exchanged concerned glances. They both sensed something was bothering her, but how could they approach it? Miri seemed fragile, like she was barely holding herself together. What agencies have you guys looked at? Miri asked, eager to change the subject. I'm looking at Gunhead's agency. Uraraka said excitedly, throwing her fists in the air. Isn't he a little physical? Midoriya asked. Yes. It's perfect. After my battle with Bakugo, I realized that if I want to be a good hero, I have to be versatile. Learning basic fighting techniques will only help me from here on. She smiled wider, determination shining in her eyes. Miri pursed her lips in thought. She needed to become versatile too. She had relied so much on speed and strength that she had neglected other aspects of her quirk. If she wanted to improve, she needed to work on them as well. Miri stepped out into the hall, planning to head to Recovery Girl's office. Her injuries had long since healed, but she found comfort in the older woman's presence. You're thinking about the battle, Bakugo said, leaning against the wall outside the classroom. Miri jumped, a cold sweat forming on her neck. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You're thinking about your fight with the scaly guy. I can see it on your face. He really got to you, didn't he? Bakugo had his hands shoved deep into his pockets, staring intently at the ground, but Miri knew he was paying attention to every movement she made. Miri shook her head, a sick feeling rising in her stomach. I don't want to talk about this. She tried to brush past him, but he stepped off the wall and blocked her path. You're not going to. Just listen. For once in your life. Blinking hard, trying to fight back tears, Miri stared at the small space between them. Before I was enrolled at UA, someone tried to take over my body. He almost succeeded, but that idiot Deku tried to play the hero. Can you believe it? That supposed quirkless guy thought I needed saving. Bakugo let out a strange laugh. Point is, I know what you're going through, and I just wanted to say that you need to get over yourself. Miri snapped her head up. I'm sorry? Do you want to repeat that? Bakugo glared at her. Are you going to tell me I'm wrong? Miri opened her mouth to respond but then shut it, shaking her head in barely controlled anger. I can't believe I even listened to you. She brushed past him. There's nothing for me to get over. Bakugo growled. Keep telling yourself that. Have fun trying to become a hero when all you do is get caught up in the past. Have fun trying to become a well-liked hero with a personality like that. Miri shot back, hot tears stinging her eyes. Can you believe he said that to me? Miri was pacing around Recovery Girl's office. All Might and the older woman were seated, listening to the white and black-haired girl express her frustrations about Bakugo. While young Bakugo's words were a bit harsh, I don't believe he meant them in the way they came across, All Might said, his larger-than-life presence filling the room. He didn't want to leave Miri alone, especially after witnessing her struggle and feeling helpless due to Nightmare's manipulation. He felt he owed her at least this much. He was on limited time, of course, but he could spare a few minutes for his student. I have to agree with All Might, Recovery Girl chimed in, her stature comically smaller than the man beside her. While the words may seem inconsiderate at first glance, I think Bakugo meant something different. He flat out told me to get over myself. He basically said that what happened was no big deal. Miri rubbed her arms, her voice dropping. I mean. She hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. It isn't a big deal that there's nothing wrong. She held her head in her hands. I don't know, what he said just bothered me. The two adults exchanged knowing glances. I think Bakugo was trying to comfort you in his own way, Recovery Girl suggested after a moment of silence. I have nothing to feel better about. Miri growled stubbornly. Besides, how does telling someone to get over themselves help? Young Bakugo has his flaws, All Might cleared his throat. But I don't think he meant you any harm. Perhaps his words could have been chosen more carefully, yes. But the fact that he even tried to help you is significant. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I remember the sludge villain very well. I was the one who caught him. That creature nearly suffocated young Bakugo. Thankfully, young Midoriya intervened just in time, despite the danger. Wait, suffocated? Miri looked up at All Might, alarmed. It almost suffocated Bakugo? As I recall, it almost got young Midoriya too, All Might said, lost in thought. Such a strange creature it was. Miri fell silent, deep in contemplation. While Bakugo could be frustratingly blunt, she began to understand what All Might and Recovery Girl were implying. Like Miri, Bakugo had faced a life-threatening situation. What he said to her might have been his way of coping with his own experience. Knowing Bakugo, he probably tried to handle the entire ordeal on his own, acting as his own motivational speaker. But why would he offer her advice? Well, I must be off. All Might exclaimed, springing from his chair. Evil never rests, so neither should I. He laughed heartily. Young Mirianne, I wish you the best of luck dealing with young Bakugo. As for you both, he looked between Miri and Recovery Girl, I bid you good night. With that he exited the room. An awkward silence filled the space until Recovery Girl clapped her hands. On a brighter note, your suit has arrived. She held out a package. Miri's eyes lit up. Really? She eagerly took the package from the older woman and opened it. Inside lay a black bodysuit, neatly folded. Miri pulled it out and held it up in awe. Wow! Try it on. Recovery Girl urged. Miri slipped behind a curtain and put the suit on. The fabric hugged her skin comfortably. She pulled on the material with all her strength, pleased to see it held firm. Thick, heavy plating lined her stomach and arms. She stepped out to show Recovery Girl. The older woman rubbed her chin. It's a very simple design. How does it feel? Miri flexed her arms and moved around in it. It's really comfortable. The armor plating is heavy, but it feels like it will hold up. There's more to it, Recovery Girl said, rummaging through the box and handing her some gloves. They felt substantial in her hands. She slipped them on, finding they extended up to her elbows. She flexed her fingers. Wow, these feel great. She swung her fist around. They're weighted to help you build muscle. I thought you'd appreciate that, Recovery Girl smiled. I'm always eager to get stronger. Suddenly, Miri's mind flooded with memories of the festival, And she sat back down on the bed, feeling the weight of her thoughts. Recovery Girl frowned and took Miri's large hand in hers. Miri's body tensed, wanting to pull away, but Recovery Girl's grip was firm. I know you've been thinking about the sports festival, but you can't beat yourself up over it. What happened to you was terrible, but you can't let it consume you like this. Everything has been reminding you of it, hasn't it? Miri hesitated, reluctant to confront her feelings. The memory of that day was terrifying, leaving her feeling exposed and weak. I don't know what you're talking about. Everyone is worried about me for no reason. Even Bakugo is trying to give me advice I don't need. Sweetie, you will have to face this. It's holding you back and affecting you, but you don't have to face it alone. Denying there is a problem will only make it grow and become unmanageable. Recovery Girl's fingers gently rubbed over Miri's hand. Miri took a deep breath, knowing Recovery Girl was right, even if she didn't want to admit it. Humoring the older woman, she decided to share. Every time someone brings up the festival, I think of him. Her mind flashed with Hibiki's terrifying appearance. She could still feel the remnants of his grip. Every time someone touches me or moves to do so, I think of him. I remember how he treated me like I was nothing, tossing me around and insulting me. He made me feel powerless. I never felt so exposed or scared in my entire life. She took a deep, shaky breath, and Recovery Girl rubbed her hand reassuringly. I thought I would die out there. I genuinely believed there was nothing anyone could do to stop him. I kept telling myself to get up and face him, to fight back with everything I had like I did with Nomu, but I couldn't. I could take down Nomu, a villain All Might faced, but some monstrous figure had me at my breaking point. What does that say about him? About other villains? About me? She took a deep breath, preparing herself to continue. If I got beaten like that now, how am I supposed to be a good hero? How am I supposed to get through this? Nobody can touch me now, and someone I really care about doesn't want to look at me, and my mom, she choked on her words, tears trailing down her cheeks. My mom let it all happen to me. She doesn't want to be my mom. She doesn't treat me like she loves me, like everyone else's mom does. Why doesn't my mom love me? Miri pulled her hand away from Recovery Girl's and rubbed at her eyes. Recovery Girl stared at Miri, her face filled with surprise. Miri! I've tried to make her happy my whole life. I tore myself apart like a science project. When will it be enough? When will I get my old mom back? The one who smiled at me without ulterior motives, the one who didn't constantly run from her problems or force them on me. I just want to be normal. She stared down at her hands as tears fell into them. I want to come to school without the weight of her words on my shoulders. I want to smile and laugh with my friends and know that my friendship with them is real. Recovery Girl remained silent, unsure of how to respond. I'm sorry, sweetie. Miri sighed and wiped her nose. I'm sorry too. For unloading all this on you. For a lot of things. Child, you've hit a hard place in your life. Recovery Girl wheeled away from Miri and picked up a black box in the corner. You need someone to talk to, someone you can trust with. Certain information. I'm not sure if you've told anyone else the things you've told me, but I'm happy to be an outlet for you to figure things out. Nobody should feel like they have no one. She handed Miri the box. Miri's eyes softened at the old woman. Thank you for everything. She took the box. What's this? It came in the mail along with your costume. I don't know what it is. Recovery Girl shrugged. Miri dug into the box, pulling out an envelope. She opened it, setting the box aside for a moment. Opening the letter, she read it aloud. Wear this tomorrow morning and stand outside the school entrance. She looked up at Recovery Girl. The old woman shrugged. It's sealed with the official stamp of the United States. She grabbed the box and dug around in it. She pulled the outfit out. It's a military uniform. She examined the camo print. I kind of like it. A small smile appeared on Miri's face as she noticed a name tag on the shirt. She squinted, trying to make out what it said. Does that say Shotomoto? She stared at the name tag. That name tag says Shotomoto. She looked at Recovery Girl. Recovery Girl pressed her lips together, trying to suppress a smile. Try it on. Miri sighed. She pulled the shirt over her hero costume and buttoned it. It was baggy on her, something she didn't much care for. Could use some editing, she muttered, pulling the pants out of the box. She slipped those on over her costume as well and wiggled around in them. The pants are fine though. She put on the boots and laced them. Okay, I'm liking this. Recovery Girl smiled at her. I think that suits you very well. She pulled a hat out of the box and looked up at Miri. However, are you okay with me doing something with your hair? Miri looked unsure. She took a deep breath. She needed to get over this. I need this. Recovery Girl smiled fondly at her. Everything will work out for you someday, I know it will. By the next morning, Miri was standing outside the school wearing the army uniform. Her hero costume was packed up in her backpack along with some other necessities. Her hair was tied back in 2 French braids, which was a different experience for her, but she kind of liked it. Anxiety crawled around her body, making it hard to sit still. She was both excited and scared for whatever this internship offered. The laws in the United States were much different from Japan. She'd actually be allowed to use her quirk in public without getting arrested. A man dressed in black approached her. Are you Mirianne Shotomoto? Miri looked him up and down, deciding he looked too professional to be threatening. Are you Anton Reyes? He smiled. No, but I can take you to him. He held out a hand to her. Miri stared at his hand. Stealing her nerves, she grabbed it. This will be weird, but I promise it will only last a few seconds. He gripped her hand, and a swirling blue portal opened in front of them. What? She began before being pulled into it by the strange man. Her body felt strange, as if it were being pulled in different directions, and she could feel nausea building up inside her. A falling sensation filled her, and she tried to scream, but no noise came out. She closed her eyes in terror. Her feet touched solid ground after a few seconds. Bile rose in the back of her throat, and Miri's eyes flew open, desperately searching for a garbage can. I'm impressed. The guy in black smiled. Most people usually. Miri found a garbage can and let her breakfast come out. Never mind. The man in black sighed. Well, sir, I brought her. A man with white hair smiled. His cool amber eyes stared at the white and black-haired girl, a certain warmth visible in his gaze as he sat back in his chair in consideration. I suppose you did. Miri wiped her mouth and wheezed. Oh my God. What was that? She turned to look for the man in black, but he had disappeared, leaving her in a room with someone else. That was Sergeant Connors, the man with white hair said as he addressed a chair in front of a desk. He took a seat behind said desk. Miri walked to the seat and sat down. Are you Anton Reyes? She suddenly felt self-conscious. This man looked familiar. I am. You're Mirianne? Yes. She fidgeted in her seat. What did you mean when you said that I may not remember you, but you remember me? Do I look familiar to you? He asked, leaning forward in his seat. Miri nodded. Your father, Alzaro, is my son. Miri's breath caught in her throat. Making you my granddaughter, she gasped, leaning forward in her seat to hold her head. She had never met any of her grandparents. It never even occurred to Miri to ask her parents about their past when she was younger. Are you telling the truth? She asked, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Your father's quirk, power-up, and your mother's quirk, darkness, are both within you, he explained. The room began to spin around Miri. How is this possible? You don't even share the same last name. Miri stood up, disbelief flooding her. Shotomoto is not your father's real last name. It was your mother's. He adopted her name to protect himself from those who sought to harm him. The villain who defeated him 11 years ago had been searching for him for a long time, he clarified. Am I just here to hear a family history? She clenched her teeth. This internship was supposed to be beneficial, but all you're doing is frustrating me. I don't care about my father. I don't want to know him or anything about him. As far as I'm concerned, he's gone. But he's not, Mirianne. Her grandfather stood up. Your father has been looking for you for years. Now that you've made your presence known to all of Japan, he will find you and your mother. I know what he's done in the past, And while I can't change that, I can try to help now. Why are you bothering now? Where have you been all my life? My birthdays? Nothing. I never knew you existed. Do you even know the struggles I've faced because of my parents? Why didn't you step in when I was younger? My life could have been so different if you had. Miri's anger surged, her hands trembling as she fought to maintain control. Are you finished? He asked, studying her for a moment before sighing. I know I have no right to approach you like this, but I'm trying to make things right, Mirianne. Your father left and married Itaro. I had no idea until I received a letter informing me I was a grandfather. I wanted to see you, but I didn't know where to find you. 5 years later, your father called me, asking about your whereabouts. I've received countless calls from him over the years, everything from threats to drunken ramblings. He stood before her, and Miri noted how much he resembled her father. The reason you're here is not just for family history, but for a fighting chance. And he looked her over with a sheepish smile, revealing his age. I wanted to get to know my granddaughter. Miri sighed. What do you mean by a fighting chance? I don't know what it means for your father to find you, but he's been involved in shady dealings all his life. That's what got him into trouble. He was a prominent hero, yes, but he was corrupt. He wanted money, no matter the cost. If he finds you, I fear he might involve you in his dealings somehow. He crossed his arms and leaned against his desk. How do we handle that? She asked. The best way, he smiled at her and gestured for her to follow him. They walked down a long hallway in silence, and Miri felt a bit awkward. So, how are your grades in school? He asked. Mostly good. Math is kind of challenging me right now, Miri admitted with a sigh. I was never good at math either. Fractions and all that just went over my head, he replied, falling silent again as their footsteps echoed in the hallway. What's it like living in America? She asked, glancing at the gray walls around them. The windows offered a view of the vast desert beyond the base. It has its advantages. I'm sure it's quite different from Japan, he shrugged. Actually, they're pretty similar, she said, looking out at the landscape. Except we have more buildings. And roads. And people. Her grandfather laughed. Yeah, there aren't many people here. This is a private base for those who enlist and have quirks. They need to meet certain requirements to join the quirk forces. She looked down at her shirt that still bore the name Shotomoto. Who made my shirt? His laughter came out louder this time. Yeah, about that. He stopped and examined her uniform. I was curious about that. I didn't make it, it might have been an error. I sent in Shotomoto, but it seems they felt creatively inspired. I can get you a new one soon. Miri sighed. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. They stepped outside into a large open area filled with vehicles and people. Some paused to salute. At ease, soldiers, her grandfather said, nodding at them. He led Miri to a vehicle and stood in front of it. How much do you think you've mastered power-up? Miri glanced at her arms, noticing more people stopping to stare at her. She felt self-conscious. About half of it? I'm aware of your other skills, but I also know your mother probably pushed you hard with that one. What you're here for is to work on power-up. He pointed at the military-grade vehicle, which was 3 times her size and equipped with advanced machinery. Can you lift this car? Miri's eyes widened. No. She knew she could do it at her maximum strength, but adrenaline was unpredictable. Sometimes it surged smoothly, while other times it was nearly impossible to control. Douglas, come here and lift this car, he instructed, hands folded behind his back. A muscular man stepped out from the crowd of soldiers. With one arm he effortlessly lifted the vehicle, then lowered it back down with a nod. Miri swallowed hard. I've informed your instructor of many things that will happen here. 1. You will be allowed to wear your hero suit. 2. You may be my granddaughter, but you are also a future hero who needs guidance. I am your instructor first, grandfather second. He fixed her with a serious look. Lastly, you will not be allowed to return to Japan until you can lift that car with your quirk. He stood tall, looking down at Miri with piercing amber eyes. What? Miri exclaimed. Miri stood in line with a few other soldiers. Instead of her usual slouched and casual stance, She was forced into a straight posture. Her wrists were locked behind her back. A new shirt with the name Miri printed on the chest adorned her. You 6 are special cases. Her grandfather stood before them, marching up and down the line. You have quirks that qualify you to be frontline defenders. That being said, anyone who has to defend the line must be the best versions of themselves. He stopped in front of Miri. Each of you will be required to wear 60-pound weights. Your only break from them will be when you're sleeping or given specific instructions to take them off. If I catch you without your weights on, it's another 20 pounds added on. Each time you are caught without them, it is an additional 20 pounds. He resumed walking. I don't care what your excuse is or if your wrists are dragging across the ground from how heavy your weights are. Off. The weights were fastened to Miri's wrists and ankles. She was used to training with weights, however, wearing them at all times. Each morning you are required to run 1 lap around the entire base with your weights on. If you are not wearing your weights, you have an additional 20 pounds and have to run 3 more laps. The choice is yours. Dismissed. Her grandfather waved them off. The other soldiers dispersed, however, Miri remained. Did she call him Grandpa? Anton? Sir? Have you ever been a pro hero? Her grandfather raised an eyebrow. That's a strange question. Why do you ask? Well, that it's just. She sighed. Everyone else back home is with pro heroes and out doing hero things. Here I'm basically at boot camp. Learning the ropes of the military is nice and all, but I want to be a pro, not a soldier. Her grandpa stroked his chin. Many years ago, don't ask how many, I was a pro hero. I wasn't anyone like All Might, but I stopped plenty of villains in my day. However, some problems grew beyond just being a hero for civilians. He began walking and Miri followed him. You're familiar with the quirk wars, right? He looked over his shoulder at her. Yeah, there was a problem with some people using their quirks for things they shouldn't have, and it caused a lot of rifts between some countries. I don't know the details, but I have a general idea. She shrugged. I was 24 when the war broke out. I was a young hero, easily in my prime. America needed soldiers, and they started asking for pro heroes. I enlisted, knowing that if there was someone or something out there that needed my help more, then I needed to go. It was over as soon as it started, and they crowned me a hero. He stopped and turned to her. And not the hero you see nowadays wearing a cape, but the hero that doesn't need statues in the park or trading cards to know they matter. I became a hero for the country. For the world. He noticed Miri looking at him strangely. What? I'm not understanding why you're telling me this. She stared up at him. I'm saying that being a soldier doesn't mean just being a soldier. Superheroes can keep peace between people. They stop bank robberies when they become beyond what the police can handle. They stop villains from wreaking havoc across the cities. But soldiers? Armies? They fight for peace between countries. He held a hand out to her. Better. Nope. She shrugged. Soldiers can be heroes too. He sighed. Oh. Miri scrunched her eyebrows. Why didn't you just say that? He took a deep breath. Point is, you don't have to learn what everyone else is to be great. If your hero license isn't active anymore, how were you able to put in for me to do my internship here? Aren't you supposed to? That's not relevant. He waved her off. Yes, it is. Do I hear something? I think I'm going deaf. He wiggled his pinky in his ear. Your quirk is literally the ability to amplify your senses. Miri exclaimed. Really? How weird. He continued down the hallway. Miri flared her nose. Japan me now, please. Heard that. He called back. I will poison your prune juice. Miri called after him. As if I even drink it. He laughed down the hallway. Groaning, Miri followed him. The morning laps were nightmares for the 6 troops. Had it been just the lap, it would have been fine. But with the weights? Miri was lost in her thoughts while running. She knew she needed to get stronger quickly if she wanted to go back home. She didn't doubt for a minute that her grandfather would keep her here until she could lift a vehicle. The weights were working, but they were a slow process. Her arms and legs were only slightly sore, so they weren't helping her as much as she'd like. Reaching the end of her lap, She saw her grandfather waiting there with his watch, timing them. At this rate, she wouldn't be going back to Japan for a month instead of the week they originally had planned. She growled and stopped in place. The other troops passed her but looked over their shoulders. "Miri, what are you?" they started to ask, but they cut themselves off seeing her tearing her weights off. "Stop. Are you crazy? He'll put 80 on you." Miri threw the weights aside and kept running. She was faster now, dust kicking up from her feet and wind throwing her braids back. Her grandfather noticed her coming in hot but also noticed the lack of weights. He smiled to himself, knowing very well what she was trying to do. He forced the smile off his face as he moved to stand in her path. "Mirianne," he barked. "Where are your weights?" "I took them off." She panted. "Guess we must put new ones on you then." He turned to a crate and pulled out thick bands. He clasped them around her wrists and ankles. "Keep taking them off, and it'll be 100. Miri's arms hung at her sides. These weights were half her body weight, and she felt the effects of them, but she wasn't stopping there. She forced her hand up to her wrist. Her grandfather grew worried there. "Miri, hold on. I've got to get stronger." She panted as she forced the first weight off. It fell to the ground with a thud. "I don't want to lose again. I want to go home and show my friends I'm more than what happened at the festival." The second one was off her wrist, and she bent over to her ankles. "I'm still working on the issues I've found with myself since my defeat. That I understand is a slow process. But this..." She got the third weight off. "This is the one thing I won't take slow. I don't want sideways glances, I want people to face me head-on, just like I will with the obstacles in my life." She removed the last weight and extended her wrists to her grandfather for the next set. "I'm not the same girl you saw on the screen in your office. I've fallen back from that, but I'm building myself up again, stronger than before. If you're going to hold me back from that, then you don't deserve to be my instructor." Her grandfather looked down at her. "How old are you again?" he asked, turning to grab even bigger weights. "I'll be 16 in December." She smirked. He placed the weights on her, and Miri immediately felt the difference. Just standing proved to be a challenge. Miri took a deep breath. "I won't get stronger any other way." "All the training your mom put you through, was any of it focused on this quirk?" her grandfather asked. "No." Miri looked down at the dirt. "That explains a lot." He rubbed his face in thought. "Follow me." He waved. Miri took a deep breath and stepped forward, her movements stiff and awkward, almost robotic. Her grandfather turned back. "Miri, you are my instructor first, my grandfather second. Don't forget that." She forced the words out and continued walking, panting heavily. "Go on, I'm right behind you." He nodded with a slight smile and continued walking. They entered a room filled with sandbags and wooden boards. "This is a simulation room. It helps people with tracking quirks and others to train." He turned to her. "Your goal right now is to destroy all the sandbags and wooden posts." He flicked the light switch off and closed the door, sealing the room in darkness. In the dark. But Miri felt a surge of energy in the surrounding darkness. The weights felt lighter, and she could swing her arms and legs effectively. "The darkness is a little unsettling for me. I thought we were working with power-up." Everything in the room became clear as her own version of night vision kicked in. "It'll stay that way unless you continue to work with it," her grandfather reasoned. "You won't wake up one day and suddenly be perfect. You know this. And this will help you in both fields." Miri sighed. "Yeah, I just don't like this part of me. I don't like this quirk. It's been associated with too much negativity." "Have you used it for that?" he asked. "No, but..." "No, buts are for sitting. If you don't use the quirk for evil, then it isn't inherently evil. How your mom uses it is up to her, but you shouldn't group yourself with her. Your power is what you make of it, not someone else's." He leaned against the wall. "I understand why you want to keep it hidden from everyone else, but you don't need to do that around me. You try to fit yourself into a box you think will please everyone, but you ultimately hold yourself back. If you truly want to be a hero, then you will overcome evil, no matter what it takes." Miri stared down at her hands. What her grandfather said was true, but accepting and applying it was difficult. Do my best. She stood still, hands splayed out. The darkness was always there, always in her shadow. It whispered to her, but it was quiet during the day. She had learned to ignore it at other times. However, in the pitch black of the room, the whispers became loud and distracting, yet familiar from her years of training. Miri had never accepted the darkness, and it had never accepted her either, which was what caused the gap between her and Nightmare in terms of power. Until Miri ultimately accepted the darkness, she would never be as strong as her mother. Accepting it meant more than just closing the gap between her and Nightmare. It was about recognizing that it was a part of herself, no matter how much she tried to bury it. She identified every piece of board and every bag in the room. Her body seemed to meld with the darkness, the only visible. Parts of her were her glowing eyes. She charged at the boards, destroying 5 of them within seconds. She launched herself to the ceiling and took out sandbag after sandbag, hardly breaking a sweat. In a matter of 10 seconds, she had cleared the room of boards and sand. Her grandfather flicked on the light switch. Miri's body immediately sagged, and her eyes burned. She covered them as she collapsed to the floor and remained there. "Miri, I'm fine," she panted. "Just the weights are a little much at the moment. Just give me a minute." That was impressive. Most of our recruits here take at least 15 to 20 seconds. Your mother trained you well with your darkness quirk. He smiled down at her. Miri's heart twisted at the word your. It felt strange to think of it as her quirk, strange to even use it anymore. When she battled the creature and used it, it was because she had no other choice. But now she did. Miri pushed herself up, her muscles sore. "I think I'm ready for a nap." "You're too young to need naps." He raised an eyebrow. "You're too old," Miri responded. "Do we need to make it 120 pounds? He teased, though he was smiling. "Only if you feel like carrying me around." She smiled back at him. Yeah. He reached out to ruffle her hair but stopped himself, scratching the back of his neck instead. "Let's get some dinner." He began walking. Miri looked to the ground and followed him, feeling a little downcast. Yeah. By the next morning, Miri's entire body was sore. Her arms hung at her sides, and moving was painful. With sheer determination and the promise of a hearty breakfast, she made it halfway around the lap area. The rest of the troops she was with tried to stick with her for motivation, but the sun beat down on their backs, quickly making their run miserable. Sweat poured down her body, and she wanted nothing more than to go back to bed. Her muscles screamed with every step, but she knew if she stopped now, everything she said to her grandfather would have been pointless. Miri was nearing the end of her lap, and seeing the finish line boosted her to keep going. However, on the horizon, her eyes spotted something shiny within the seemingly endless miles of sand. Her pace slowed. Her troop mates glanced back at her. "Miri?" one asked, stopping completely. Miri learned his name was Randy. He had his shirt tied around his head, his tan body glistening with sweat. "What is it?" "In the distance," she panted. "There's something on the horizon. Shiny." Miri squinted. "A vehicle?" The troops exchanged worried glances before rushing to her grandfather. Miri noticed the urgency in their movements and hurried after them. "Sir," their anxious voices echoed. "They're here again." Her grandfather looked at them, puzzled. "Who?" "The rebels," they shouted. "The rebels are here." Miri wrinkled her nose. "The rebels? What a terrible name. Cliché." She finally caught up, breathless. "Who are the rebels?" "A group of criminals that roam these parts. They've been attacking nearby cities and towns, taking women and children," her grandfather explained. Miri narrowed her eyes. "But we should be fine, right? We're at a military outpost. They won't mess with us. And even if they did, it's not like they'd get far. It's just us here today, Miri." A troop, Brandon, stepped up beside her. He turned to her grandfather. "What's the call, sir?" Her grandfather rubbed his face. "Remove your weights. Hide Miri and—" "What?" "No," she growled. "I'm not hiding. I will fight with you." "Mirianne," her grandfather said firmly. "It's too dangerous." This group has been taking women and children for whatever reason. He crossed his large arms. And you are both a woman and a child. They will take you. But you need me. Don't you believe in me? She frowned. Her grandfather sighed. Of course I believe in you, but I want nothing to happen to you. These guys are dangerous. Please, just listen to me on this and stay hidden until we handle them. She sighed and looked to the horizon again. There appeared to be at least 20 people in the group, with multiple carts and cages being pulled behind them. There's too many of them. Miri will be fine. Don't you believe in me? Her grandfather smiled down at her. She took a deep breath. The moment anything goes wrong, I will be out here. For now, I'll be in the training room. Thank you. Please, just remain out of sight. Her grandfather suddenly looked many years older to her. She frowned. Just remain safe. She turned to the troops. All of you. She slowly removed her weights and ran off to the training room. Her body felt relieved of the weight she was carrying, though the soreness remained. She opened the door to the room and stepped inside. The few windows let in some light, but it was dark enough for Miri to relax. She leaned against the wall and sat there peacefully. She remained in the room's silence for several minutes. She strained to hear anything from outside but quickly realized the walls were too thick. A sharp ringing noise filled the room, and Miri was on her feet instantly, ready for anything. However, she quickly realized it was her phone ringing. She fumbled for the device and pulled it out, reading the caller ID. A confused smile spread across her face when she saw it was Midoriya. Answering a phone call at a time like this seemed ridiculous, but what if he needed her for something important? She glanced at the door and then back at the phone. Leaning against the wall, she hit answer. Hello. Miri muttered quietly into the device. Miri? Midoriya's soft voice echoed through the phone. Why are you so quiet? She looked around. I'm kind of in the middle of something? No, that was rude. I'm playing a very intense game of hide and seek. Oh, is this a bad time or? No, she squeaked, slapping a hand over her mouth and glancing around. I mean no. She said much quieter. You're fine. What's up? I was just wondering how your internship was going. She could hear the smile in his voice. Going to America sounded so exciting. It wasn't important. A pained look crossed her face. If she hung up now, it would be rude. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Her mind flooded with thoughts of what might be happening outside, but also of the things she had learned and done while there. Most of all, she thought of her grandfather and how much she had come to care about him in such a short time. On the other end of the line, Midoriya was smiling. He noticed the change in Miri's behavior after the fight. She had become more withdrawn and jumpy. But now, he could see her changing. She was becoming stronger. I'm happy for you, he said, a peaceful smile crossing his face. Her fingers anxiously twirled her black bangs. If she didn't ask him about his mentorship, it would be rude. How are things for you on your end? She smiled once more. My mentor is strange, but I respect him. I've learned so much from him. I've found a better way to control my quirk. I really think I'm on my way to becoming a hero. He stood up from the chair he was sitting in and looked out the window of Gran Torino's building. Miri felt her heart swell with pride. She knew how much all of this meant to Midoriya. I'm happy for you too, Midoriya listened as she fell silent, a loud bang echoing in the background. Miri? Is everything okay? Midoriya asked, gripping the windowsill in worry. Midoriya. Cracking noises filled the background. I've got to go. I'll call you later. Midoriya heard breaking glass and would before the line went dead. Miri, he called out helplessly into the silent phone. Miri quickly shoved her phone into her pants as 5 men burst through the windows and door. She concealed herself in a dark corner, her body melting into the shadows in panic. I heard a little voice in here, one of them hissed. Little lamb. Miri shuddered. Suddenly, her back pocket erupted with a ringing and vibration as someone called her phone. Midoriya, she hissed, fumbling for the device. She turned it off completely and looked up to see the men had found her location. What's this? Little lamb hiding in a dark corner. One of them reached out to grab her, but Miri slipped down into the shadows on the floor. Her vision turned purple as she stared up at their outlined forms standing above her. Keeping close to the wall, she shadow-traveled across the room, barely a blur passing on the dark floor. The room was too well lit for her true powers to shine, but she had to do something. From the looks of it, they had no obvious quirks that she could see, but she doubted they didn't have at least one among them. Miri clenched her sore hands and held one up. A shadow ball formed in Miri's palm, and she sent it flying toward the group. They turned just in time to dodge her attack, and Miri clenched her teeth in frustration. A shadow manipulator? One of them sneered. She's out of her element in the morning. No wonder they have her in this dark room. If we just create more light though. He held up a flashlight and shined it into every corner. Miri was caught in the beam like a startled deer, the power of the darkness leaving her body, causing her to stumble. There you are, he grinned. Let's grab her while we can and get out of here. It doesn't look like there's much else for us. Miri gritted her teeth. She wasn't powerless in this situation. Why are you doing this? These are innocent people. Blah blah blah, he mocked. I don't think it concerns you. Just do us a favor and come quietly. I'm not doing anything for you, she growled. A green aura enveloped her as she activated her other quirk. She launched herself from her corner, smashing her fist into the guy holding the flashlight. He was slammed against the wall by the force of her punch, and Miri wasted no time turning her attention to the others. With 3 guys remaining and Miri running low on energy from her challenging morning, she knew it would be tough to escape this room. You're a problem child, aren't you? One of them said, pulling out a knife. That just depends on who you ask, Miri replied, dodging as he swiped at her with the blade. Stop talking, he growled, desperately slashing at her. These guys are nothing. How did they manage to take an entire town's women and children? She observed his sloppy knife work. Unless they're not the ones in charge. You're as intimidating as your skills with a knife, she taunted, catching his wrist and twisting his shoulder until he dropped the knife. I'll ask you a few questions, and if you want to walk away with all your bones intact, you'll answer them. Are we clear? Go to hell, he spat, trying to pull away from her grip. His 2 remaining companions glanced at their partner's predicament and bolted out the windows. Miri smirked. You're all alone. Half your team is unconscious, and the other half abandoned you when you needed them most. Who are you trying to protect if they won't even come to save you now? She asked, pulling on his shoulder. He winced. Are you some kind of psychopath? Is that why they locked you in a dark room? Miri chuckled. I locked myself in here on purpose. You fell into my trap. She was lying, but he didn't need to know that. Now, tell me what you're doing with the women and children? What do you think, idiot? He cackled. Miri kicked out at the back of his knees, sending him crashing to the ground while still holding his shoulders back. He cried out in surprise. Who are you working for? Where is your boss? She demanded, disgusted by the man in her grasp. The reasonable side of her urged calm, but the darker side urged her to unleash her fury. Go find him yourself. He's here taking care of your friends, he replied, a smile evident in his voice. The guy wasn't intimidating, but he was clearly disturbed. How big is your operation? Where are you keeping the women and kids? She pressed, her self-control fraying. Did you see our cages? He laughed as if he had told the funniest joke. Something inside Miri snapped. She grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and forced him to face her. I don't know what's funny about any of this. Her voice dripped with venom, and her eyes blazed with anger. These are real people we're talking about. Do you understand where you are? What have you done? He spat at her. Just kill me already, you psycho. Raw fury coursed through her. I hope you rot in hell, she growled, slamming his head into the ground. She knew he wasn't dead, just unconscious. Wiping the spit from her face, she gagged and got to her feet, stumbling out of the room into the bright daylight. She shielded her eyes for a moment, scanning the area. No signs of anyone, but she could hear shouting in the distance. Fueled by anger, she rushed toward the sounds. Rounding a corner, she saw a massive figure battling her grandfather and some troops. This must be their boss. She glanced around. I won't be much help against him. Her body felt like it might fall apart, but spite kept her moving. She was so exhausted that even an adrenaline rush seemed out of reach. She spotted the Humvee from when she first arrived. She had yet to lift it, but she doubted she could do that now. However, there might be another use for it. The boss had swatted her grandfather aside like an annoying fly. Her heart raced, but she saw him struggle to get back up. She needed to act fast. Sprinting toward the car, she threw open the passenger door. "Wait, what?" she exclaimed, looking at the dashboard on the passenger side, expecting to see the steering wheel. "These maniacs drive on the left side?" She crawled over the passenger seat and sat in the driver's seat. "I've never driven a car before, but I've seen it in movies. Shouldn't be that hard." She turned the key already in the ignition. Looking down at the pedals, she realized her feet couldn't comfortably reach them. "What? How do?" "Forget it." She scooted low in her seat, barely able to see over the dashboard, but now she could reach the pedals. She slammed her foot down on one, sending the car flying backward and crashing into a wall. Her body lurched forward, and her face collided with the steering wheel. She squealed in pain as her teeth bit into her lip, her nose squished against the horn, filling the air with a loud beeping that went unnoticed by everyone outside. Wiping the small trail of blood from her nose, she searched the console. "How do I make it go forward?" She found the gearshift and gripped it. "R means reverse." "That means nitro? Let's go with nitro." She pushed the stick into the N and pressed the gas again, but to her dismay, she went nowhere. "Well, what the heck?" She glanced at the gearshift again. "P means park? I don't want to park." She shifted it down to D and suddenly started rolling forward. Oh. A smile spread across her face. Miri pressed the gas pedal, gripping the steering wheel tightly. She turned it sharply to the right, and the vehicle tilted precariously on two wheels. Miri let out a scream as she slammed her foot down on the brake, bringing the vehicle to a sudden stop. She braced herself, managing to avoid hitting her face against the wheel this time. Her body trembled with adrenaline. "Oh my gosh," she muttered. "I'm driving, but oh my gosh." She rested her head on the wheel, taking several deep breaths. "No. I need to go." She panted. I need to help Gramps." She stared at the wheel, realizing it was the first time she had referred to her grandfather that way. "I need to help, Gramps." She repeated it, a smile returning to her face. Deciding to take it slow this time, she pressed the gas gently and watched the vehicle inch forward. "I mean that I can go a little faster than this, right?" Meanwhile, Miri's grandfather was facing a tough situation. The troops behind him were injured but recovering. He stood alone against a towering adversary, and his age was not in his favor. He thought of his granddaughter, hidden away in the training room. He hoped she was safe and desperately wanted to finish this threat so he could check on her. "You came to the wrong place," her grandfather growled. "Did we? A few sources told me you had a girl hidden away in one of the buildings here. If you hand her over, we can end this and walk away," the boss replied with a smirk. Miri's grandfather's face paled. "They found Miri. Don't you dare touch her." He charged in with his fist raised. Too late. The boss blocked the punch and retaliated with a powerful strike. Miri's grandfather was thrown against a crate, coughing as he tried to regain his footing. Just then, he heard a car approaching fast. What the heck? He turned to see the vehicle he wanted Miri to lift barreling down the path, dirt and sand flying from the tires. He caught a glimpse of Miri's face, a mix of excitement and determination. A triumphant "WHO" echoed from the vehicle's open windows as Miri drove straight into the boss, pinning him against the front of the car. The impact sent him crashing into a massive metal crate, which buckled under his weight. The metal contorted around him, trapping him as he struggled to escape. "Let me out," he shouted, trying to wriggle free from his confinement. Miri stepped out of the driver's seat, her legs feeling like jelly. "Holy cow," she muttered, sinking to the ground. "That was something." She reached up to tug at her hair, only to remember her braids were gone, letting her hand fall to her side. "Mirianne!" Her grandfather called out, rushing to scoop her into his arms. Her eyes widened, but instead of pulling away, she smiled and embraced him tightly. Are you okay? She examined him closely. I'm just a little bruised, but I'm fine. He released her. What about you? He noticed the blood on her face. What? Oh. She rubbed at her cheek, clearing away the dried blood. I healed myself on the way here. I can't believe you. He gestured toward the car stuck in the crate with the furious boss inside. How did you even manage that? Do you know how to drive? I have a general idea now, she replied with a grin, glancing at the troops. I'll share my grand adventure once I get these guys patched up. Good thinking. I'll call for reinforcements, her grandfather said, heading off. Miri stood there, reflecting on everything she had accomplished. She may not have defeated a major villain with her quirk, but she had made a difference. She had possibly saved lives. And that was her one and only goal as a hero. Backup arrived an hour after the call was made. Miri had tended to the wounds of the troops and watched from atop a crate as they escorted the 25 men who had invaded their base into evacuation vehicles. In the cages and carts the men had brought, there were women and children tied up. They were hungry and dehydrated, but Miri and others provided them with food and care. Getting the boss out of the metal crate was challenging at first, but once they cleared the vehicle away, he too was escorted into a vehicle of his own due to his massive size. Once everything was settled, Miri, her grandfather, and the other troops gathered around a table for dinner. Miri recounted her adventure in the training room while listening to their stories about their experiences around the base. After everyone had finished eating, Miri slipped away to check her phone. She noticed several missed calls from various classmates, but none compared to Uraraka's 8 missed calls. She inhaled sharply. I hope they haven't sent a search party for me. She hit redial and held the phone to her ear. Mirianne Shotomoto. Uraraka's voice blared through the phone, and Miri winced, pulling the phone away. Why haven't you answered your phone? She sighed. I see you've talked to Midoriya and apparently half the class has too. Well duh. Uraraka snapped. With how your call with Midoriya went, do you think we'd just sit around? You scared us all. Miri smiled. I'm sorry for worrying everyone, but I'm fine. Something unexpected came up, but everything's okay now. Uraraka sighed with relief. That's all that matters. How has your internship been otherwise? Though Uraraka couldn't see her, Miri shrugged. It's been eventful. I've definitely learned a lot. How about you? I feel like I'm making progress, but it's a bit tougher than I expected. She sighed. Miri leaned against the wall. Any knowledge gained is worth more than having none at all. I'm sure everything you're learning through Gunhead will be useful eventually. After a moment of silence, she added, if it's hard, then you might be doing it right. If it came easy, then it's probably not the right path. You're probably right, Uraraka laughed. Are you applying what you learned in math class to this situation? I guess ectoplasm was right. We will need what we learn in math in the real world, Miri smiled. The two of them shared a laugh. I've missed you, Mir. Miri's heart warmed. I've missed you too. No, Uraraka said. I missed hearing your laugh and your silly little jokes. I was worried we wouldn't get that version of you back after the festival, but it seems like it's coming along. Miri stared at the ceiling, tears stinging her eyes. It's been tough, but I've had help. She thought about Recovery Girl telling her she didn't have to face it alone, and she smiled again. I guess our internships were about more than just learning how to be heroes, Uraraka mused. There was some shuffling on her end. Oh Miri, I have to go. I'll talk to you later, okay? Yeah, no problem. Bye. She pushed herself off the wall. Bye. Uraraka's cheerful voice filled the line one last time before the call ended. Miri scrolled through her phone, looking at the missed calls from everyone. 2 from Tsu, 3 from Mina, 5 from Midoriya, 6 from Kirishima. Her eyebrows furrowed. But none from Ida? That's unusual for him. I wonder what he's up to. She dialed his number, hoping for a quick conversation. Her call immediately went to voicemail, and she frowned. Maybe I should ask Midoriya if he's heard anything from Ida lately? She continued scrolling through the missed calls. 1 from Todoroki, she whispered. Should she dare to call him back? Why had he called her in the first place? Was he worried something had happened to her too? Her face heated as her finger hesitated over the redial button. What if he answered? Miri squealed, attracting the attention of her friends. Miri? Randy raised an eyebrow at her. Are you okay? She instinctively held her phone to her chest. Yes. The 5 friends exchanged glances before looking back at her with smirks. Is that your boyfriend? Brandon asked. My what? Her face burned. Miri's got a boyfriend. Jacob laughed while the others made playful kissy noises. No, I don't. She squeaked. Then what's on your phone? Randy asked, getting up and walking over to her. No. Go away. She scooted herself into the corner. Jeremy gasped. Could it be a crush? Miri's heart did somersaults in her chest. A crush? The idea that she might have a crush on Todoroki was absurd to her. They could barely handle being friends for more than 5 minutes at a time. Any romantic feelings? The more Miri thought about it, the redder her face became. There was no way she had a crush on him. Oh my God, Aaron laughed. You totally have a crush on him. You don't even know who you're talking about. Miri exclaimed. I don't have a crush on anybody. How about? Randy smiled. If we can guess his name, tell us if it's him or not. Then he added as an afterthought, unless it's a girl, which is fine if you swing that way. Miri sighed, rubbing her face. I appreciate the support, but no. So you have a crush on someone? Brandon nearly climbed over everyone's shoulders. Oh my God. Miri groaned. I'm going to guess a name. Jeremy rubbed his head. George. Dude, she's from Japan. Do you think they have names like George over there? Brandon asked. Isn't that kind of racist to say? Jacob chimed in. Brandon's jaw dropped. Oh my God. Was it racist? He turned to Miri. Are you offended? I'm sorry. Miri rubbed her forehead. I bet, Randy said, interrupting Brandon's frantic questions. It's one of the kids in her class. I didn't watch the sports festival, Jeremy sighed. I don't know any of their names. Miri groaned. I don't have a crush on anybody. Randy smiled proudly. I watched the entire thing. Though his smile dipped a little as he looked at Miri, testing her reaction. It's okay, she sighed. For what it's worth, I think you should have one. What happened to you was unfair. Randy looked at her sympathetically. Thank you. She gave a small smile, wanting to move on from the conversation deep down. Katsuki Bakugo. Jeremy waved his phone around. Though trying his best, he mispronounced his name. Miri screamed. Hell no. I thought you didn't know any of them? Aaron asked. I looked it up, he smiled sheepishly. So. Brandon mumbled. Judging from your reaction, it could either be him or someone else. Good observation, Watson, Jacob laughed. I would rather die than ever develop any positive feelings for Bakugo, Miri growled. You guys address each other by your last names? Jeremy asked. Yeah, it's formal in Japan. I just prefer my first name. Shrugging, Miri tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. I'm hungry. Let's eat. Tokoyami? Jacob asked, looking up from the phone. No, she groaned. Midoriya? Aaron looked up from the phone as well. No, he's like a brother. That'd be weird. Miri sighed. Can you guys give up? I don't have a crush on any of Todoroki. Randy asked. The thought of having a crush on Todoroki filled her mind, and she felt her skin heat. Oh my God, it is. Randy cheered. Look how red she is. Shut up. I don't like him. Miri whined, her face getting redder. Then why are you red? Jacob laughed. She pouted. I hate all of you. Brandon teased. You like Todoroki. I will kill you, Miri glared. You and Todoroki can't be together if you're in prison, Jeremy pointed out. Oh my God. Miri yelled. The guys began laughing. So, who is this Todoroki guy exactly? Aaron asked. Miri groaned. It doesn't matter. It does if I will be invited to your future wedding. I've got to know who the groom is so I can decide if I want to object to your wedding or not. Her grandfather chimed in. You've been listening? Miri cried out, terrified. Who is this Todoroki boy? He walked closer to Jeremy and his phone. Jeremy held up a picture of Todoroki on the second-place podium from the sports festival. Oh, I remember him. He's the son of Endeavor, right? Miri wanted to shrink away on the spot. Wow. Miri, you've got a crush on Endeavor's kid? I mean, he's no All Might, but that's some serious power right there, Randy chuckled. Kill me now, she muttered. Why are you so opposed to dating him? Jacob asked. I mean, it's kind of obvious you like him. You just don't want to accept it. Why? Miri parted her lips, ready to reject the idea again, but she couldn't force herself to. There's a lot going on, and I don't think I'm ready for a relationship. Being romantically attracted to anyone right now, it just wouldn't work out. I can't afford to have feelings for him, especially if he won't feel the same way, she explained, her cheeks red. Why the hell would he not like you? Brandon asked, then whispered, Is it the muscles? Guys are so strange about muscles on girls, but I don't see a problem with it. Miri looked at him at a loss for words. What he's trying to say. Randy snorted. That is that you're a good person, Miri. Anyone who wouldn't like you is just foolish. Her nose flared. While their words were nice, having this conversation with her grandfather present and surrounded by a bunch of guys felt a bit awkward. I appreciate it, guys, but for now, I don't know how I really feel about him. Miri sighed. Things are too complicated. I want to focus on myself for a bit. I support women. Jeremy nodded. Women are cool. Dude, totally. I love them. Aaron nodded quickly, glancing at Miri. But, like, respectfully, you know. Women deserve respect. I respect women. Brandon snorted. You guys are ridiculous. Do you not respect women, Brandon? Randy glared at him. Because that's not cool. Jacob crossed his arms, staring at Brandon. If you don't respect women, you're out of our cool kids club, squad thing. Yeah, you nerd. The group fell into a series of playful arguments that Miri managed to escape only to find herself cornered again by her grandfather. My little Miri is growing up. He scrunched up his nose teasingly, wiggling it in her direction. Gramps, I swear. Miri sighed. A strange look of joy crossed his face. Warmth filled his eyes, and the soldiers paused their banter to give him concerned side eyes. Miri's phone vibrated once, and she glanced down at it. Midoriya? She questioned. She opened the message and saw that all he sent was a location. She stared at the location for a few seconds, and something clicked within her. Why would Midoriya send his location for no reason? Does he want us to go there? Miri looked up at her grandfather. Going back to Japan now? Amid everything that just happened? It felt crazy. But Midoriya was her friend. If she were in trouble, she knew he would charge in headfirst like he always did. What if his life is in danger? If I ignore it, knowing I could do something now, and he got hurt? How could I ever live with myself? Her mind raced. Gramps, how fast could you have me back to Japan? She demanded. What? I mean instantly. What are you talking about? He asked her. I need to go back there. Something is wrong. I don't know. She stared at the message again. It's like what you talked about before. Knowing that if there was someone or something out there that needed my help, then I need to go. Her grandfather studied her. You know what you must do to go home. Miri grit her teeth. I don't think I'm ready. Then I guess you're not ready to go home. He shrugged. She growled and marched past the troop to the outside. Her feet stomped their way to the vehicle, which had seen better days. She sized it up and curled her fists. Strength boost point 100. She whispered. Her body flooded with adrenaline. She shook with the effort to control it as she bent at the knees and gripped the underside of the car. She began pulling up with everything she could muster. The car groaned with the force of her pulling, but she grossly underestimated its weight. Miri felt her control over her power slipping. She released the car and fell back, panting. I'm sorry, Miri. Her grandfather sighed. But rules are rules. Rules are rules, she thought to herself. But they can be twisted. Turn off all the lights here. She pushed herself to her feet. Miri, her grandfather started. It's worth it. You never said what quirk I had to use. She looked back at him. Wait. Randy gasped. Miri has 2 quirks. She grimaced but watched as her grandfather turned out the lights. The car was visible in the darkness thanks to the moonlight. Miri felt the darkness around her, and energy surged through her like an electric current. She took a deep breath. What she did next in front of these troops she could never take back. She just had to trust that whatever happened afterward wouldn't be as bad as she thought. Her entire life, she had repressed this side of herself as much as she could. She never used it unless she felt she absolutely had to. Every time it had been used, it was always an effortless win. Overkill even. The quirk was dangerous, too powerful to be wielded by someone. Especially in the wrong hands of a person like her mother. If Miri ever had children, she hoped that the quirk would never be passed on to them. She would never wish the same struggles she faced day in and day out with the quirk on anyone else. At least in her hands, she could ensure that whatever happened, the quirk's existence would die with her, hopefully never to be created again. She lifted her hands, and tendrils of darkness, much like the ones used to immobilize the pro heroes at the sports festival, shot from her hands. They circled the vehicle, and sweat beaded Miri's brow as she concentrated to lift the car. There was immense pressure on her body, and the darkness started to recede. You will not obey me, she thought to herself as the car lifted off the ground. The car was a few inches off the ground before there was a sharp pain in her wrist, and she dropped it. She held her wrist to her body and rubbed it. Miri, Brandon muttered. That quirk. Its darkness isn't it? Jacob asked. That's Nightmare's quirk. Randy stared at Miri. Now that I see it all in front of me, I always thought you looked like your grandfather. But here right now that you look so much like. He decided not to finish his sentence. She sighed. She's my mom. I didn't want anyone to find out because, well, you know. I think it's cool. Jeremy smiled sheepishly. I mean, aside from the fact that your mom is your mom, I think you having 2 quirks is already impressive. And the fact you have decent control over them? It's remarkable. The guys slowly nodded along with Jeremy. Miri smiled. You guys may share one brain cell between you, but you're good people. Thank you for everything. Thank you. Aaron asked. What do you mean? I've learned a lot here so far. I wasn't sure about my internship at first, but I don't regret it now. For that, I thank you all. She bowed to them. You may not be a permanent member of Squad 56, but you will always be welcome in it, no matter where you are. Randy raised his fist in the air. The others joined in, laughing, while Miri jumped up to put her fist up with them. She smiled and turned to her grandfather. Gramps? Can I go back to Japan now? I think I have some people there I need to see. You're coming right back here to finish your internship by tomorrow afternoon, understand? He pointed at her. Yes, sir. She saluted. Good. He pulled out his phone and pressed a button. Immediately, a swirling blue circle opened, and the man who had brought her here before stepped out. Hello again. The man smiled down at her. Where is it we're going? Back to Japan, Miri told him. I can get you as close as your school, he explained, opening another portal next to him. Miri bit her lip and looked at the location again. I suppose I have no other choice. She ran into the portal, followed by the man. Hang on, Midoriya. I'm coming, she thought as the world began to stretch. After arriving back at the school and feeling quite unwell, Miri made her way from building to building. The nighttime was her domain. She felt at one with the darkness, moving like a shadow through the world below. Everything was as clear as day to her with her own version of night vision activated. The location Midoriya sent was confusing. Miri was never very good with street names and directions. She took wrong turns and ended up in different areas within Hosu. She saw something like a bat creature flying through the sky. She watched as it swooped down on something below the buildings, letting out a screech that sent chills down her spine. What has happened here while I've been gone? She asked herself. Curiosity piqued, but Midoriya had given a location. For whatever reason he sent it, and she was here. She continued running past the screeching creature. Explosions and the sounds of chaos surrounded her as she hopped from building to building. Goosebumps covered her arms as she thought about whatever Midoriya was going through at that moment. Please be alright, she whispered. Iku Street, where is it? Miri was frantic, searching every road and alleyway. Frustration filled her to the point of tears. Her worry for her friend made it hard to focus. I need to calm down. I'll get an adrenaline rush at this rate, and I won't be able to help anybody when I pass out from exhaustion, she mentally chided herself. She stood atop a building, scanning her surroundings from her elevated position. She strained her hearing and focused her eyesight to find anything that could lead her to Midoriya. Suddenly, the giant bat creature from before flew by Miri, sending her braids flying from the sheer speed. Her ears rang from the sudden rush of air, and she held her head in discomfort. Him again, she winced, watching it soar. Now that I think about it, it looks a lot like Nomu. With that realization, Miri pushed the pain in her ears aside and took off after the creature. If there's another Nomu loose in Hosu, the public could be in danger. How could I let it just fly around before? She mentally berated herself. I'm so stupid. She watched as it swooped down toward a group of people. A panicked "no" escaped her as she launched herself into the sky to intercept it. She saw the creature flying away with something in its grasp. As she plummeted, she reached out to grab it by one of its ankles, the force of her weight pulling the creature off course. She looked at what it was holding and gasped. Midoriya, she exclaimed. Miri? Midoriya cried back at her. The creature shuddered violently and began to fall. Miri's eyes widened in panic as she grabbed hold of Midoriya's shoulder with her free hand, her quirk activating to strengthen her grip. She was cut off as someone landed on top of the flying Nomu, a blade in hand. They stabbed it into the Nomu's head, causing a spray of liquid to splatter in Miri's direction. Criminals who use their gifts to cause unnecessary chaos deserve to be removed from society. This strange man was muttering. All for the sake of betterment. Miri felt the weight of his knee pressing down on her, still holding onto Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya, she whispered, feeling the pressure in her chest. Who is this? What is happening? It's the hero killer, Stain. Ida went to fight him on his own, and Todoroki and I stepped in to stop him, Midoriya whispered back. Hero killer? She squeaked. You guys fought a guy with a name like that? Are you insane? Her face heated at the mention of Todoroki being there, and she immediately thought of their earlier conversation. Not our smartest idea, as you can tell. Midoriya sighed. Hero killer. Endeavor rounded the corner, ready to confront the villain. Miri began pushing against Stain, wanting to get herself and Midoriya out of there quickly. You fake. Stain's cruel voice sent shivers down everyone's spines. Miri froze, her heart racing. If I don't fix it, if there aren't traces of blood, if I don't reclaim my status as a hero. His incoherent mumblings made no sense to Miri, but he got off her back and released Midoriya. However, the two of them remained frozen in place, gripped by fear of the man before them. The only one allowed to kill me, he muttered, stalking toward the other heroes gathered with a malicious look in his eye. That is All Might, a true hero. The hero killer growled, before suddenly freezing in place. Not a word was spoken for a few seconds. Everyone stared at the hero killer, watching. Waiting. Miri blinked and gasped slightly, not realizing she had been holding her breath. Her body felt heavy at that moment. Her friends thought they were safe. Midoriya. The green-haired boy didn't move. Yeah. Don't ever do something like this again, she whispered, pulling herself to her feet, tears forming in her eyes. Miri? He looked up at her. I was so scared something happened to you, she sobbed. And now that I'm here and I see what you guys did, I'm so glad you're still alive. She knelt down to his height and hugged him tightly. I was so worried about you all. I don't know what I would have done if something had happened. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise, but he tentatively placed his hand on her back. It embarrassed him to be hugged by a girl, but it was Miri. After everything that happened, the fact she was here, to begin with, was a total surprise. But now that she was back to semi-normal, Midoriya felt a wave of emotion wash over him. "You don't need to cry," he whispered softly. "We're okay. I can't help it." She draped his arm over her shoulder, guiding him back to the group of heroes while carefully avoiding Stain. "You're one of my best friends. And you're you. I have to worry." Miri handed Midoriya over to one of the pro heroes and stood in front of Ida and Todoroki. "Ida, why did you try to do this alone?" Miri asked, pulling him into a hug. Ida was taken aback by Miri's embrace, especially after her earlier reaction during the internships. I was foolish," he admitted, wrapping his good arm around her shoulders. "I'm confused about why you're here, but I'm glad to see you in good spirits." "Stop being foolish then." She sniffled and pulled away. "I'm not at my best yet, but I'm getting there." Ida smiled down at her. "I look forward to your best day." He patted her shoulder and walked off to get patched up. Miri then turned to Todoroki, and they shared a moment of silence. The tension in the air was palpable. They both understood how close they had come to losing each other. Despite their disagreements, a deep care lingered between them. "Miri," Todoroki began, but she interrupted him with a hug. "Thank you for protecting them," she said, her face buried in his chest, trying to hide her blush. "But please don't put yourself in danger. We still have things to fix. You can't leave me yet." She pulled away, her cheeks flushed. His eyes widened in surprise. He was relieved she had stepped back. Otherwise, she might have noticed how fast his heart was racing. "Then don't get too comfortable in America." He gently wiped away a smudge on her face. "I still need you here too. Are you sure you can't stay for longer?" Randy asked Miri as she slung her backpack over her shoulder. "Nope, I have to get back to school." She smiled at him. "Plus, I have people back home who miss me. Be sure to visit us." Brandon blew his nose into a tissue. "I'll miss eating the food you didn't want. You Americans have strange tastes." She laughed. "You should come to Japan sometime. Our food is so much better." The swirling blue portal awaited her, ready to take her back to school. She approached her grandfather. "Well." She smiled up at him. "In the end, I'm glad you sent me that letter." He grinned down at her. "I'm glad you accepted it." His expression turned serious. "Are you sure you're happy in Japan?" Miri looked at him, surprised. Yeah. "Why?" He sighed. "I understand how things can be with your mom, and I don't want you to feel trapped there." He handed her a folded piece of paper. Miri unfolded it, confused. "Adoption papers?" she asked, incredulous. "I'm not saying I'll do it right now, but it's always an option if things at home become too overwhelming. My door is always open to you." He pulled Miri in for a hug. Miri was too stunned by the papers in her hand to hug him back properly. "But my grandfather wants to adopt me." Her thoughts raced. "How am I supposed to react to this?" "Remember what I told you about your father," he whispered in her ear. "He's still out there. Please be careful." Miri opened and closed her mouth. "Thank you for everything. Don't stress over the papers too much." He gave her a soft smile. "Think of it as an emergency contact aside from my phone number." She sighed. "It's just surprising. I've missed out on knowing you for almost 15 years now. I don't want it to be like that any longer." He placed a hand on her shoulder. Miri fell silent, then smiled. "I'll be back again. You don't have to worry about it." She looked at the troops standing nearby, smiling at her. "After all, I have a family here too now." Her grandfather stepped back and saluted. "It was an honor serving alongside you." She watched the troops match his salute. She saluted back, a big grin on her face. "The honor is all mine." Miri turned to face the man at the portal but caught her grandfather's few words. "Genya would have been so proud of you." She turned back. "That's my middle name." "That was your grandmother's name." He smiled softly, wiping at his eyes. Miri smiled, her heart warmed. She turned back around, ready to go home. She walked up to the man at the portal. "Will I ever get used to this?" The secret is to hold your breath and close your eyes, he said with a smile. You couldn't have told me that before? She laughed. I have to get some entertainment out of being everyone's taxi, he shrugged. Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, Miri stepped through the portal. Her body felt twisted and pulled in multiple directions, but the nausea was hardly noticeable. Moments later, her feet touched solid ground, and she opened her eyes. She released the breath she had been holding and inhaled the fresh air. Miri, a voice cheered, tackling the white-haired girl. Miri squealed. Who? She rolled over and saw Uraraka on top of her. Ochako? Miri, she squealed, hugging her tightly. Miri found herself smiling. Ochako! Two more bodies lunged at Miri. Miri! Tsuyu and Mina cheered. Oh my gosh! How did you guys know I would be here? Miri asked as they helped each other to their feet. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck from behind the group. I may or may not have told everyone to meet here and surprise you. Miri smiled and pulled him in for a hug. That's so sweet of you, Midoriya. She spotted Kirishima and Ida over his shoulder. You guys are here too? She released Midoriya and ran to hug Ida and Kirishima. You seem to be in a very huggy mood lately, Ida laughed. Miri smiled. It just feels right to me now. She stepped back and smiled at everyone gathered. I appreciate everyone coming here. Makes me feel like things are getting back to normal. You're already leaps and bounds from the person you were a week ago, a deep voice stated from behind her. Miri turned to see Todoroki, her cheeks flushing. Todoroki, she started, but he interrupted her with a hug. Welcome home, he whispered, pulling away. He looked down at her clothing. Is this what your new hero costume looks like? It's very fitting for you. Miri's brain and mouth stopped working. Uraraka slung an arm over her friend's shoulder. That's nice of you to say, Todoroki. I think Miri agrees. She's just a little tired from her trip. Right, Mir? Miri swallowed. Yeah. Today was just too much for her to process. She wanted to go home even if her mother was waiting for her there. The group watched as a sleek black car pulled up to the school. The windows were tinted so dark that no one could see inside. However, Miri knew who was in the vehicle. She swallowed hard. She knew she'd have to face her mother again after the sports festival, but just seeing her again reminded her of the pain she had endured because of Hibiki and her. She slipped Uraraka's arm off her shoulder. I've got to get going. Is that your mom? Tsu asked, coming closer. Mina smiled energetically and waved at the car, even though she couldn't see inside. Can we say hi to her? Miri's stomach dropped. No, she exclaimed. Everyone stared at her sudden outburst, surprised. I mean, damn it, Mirianne. She cursed mentally. No, she's not feeling well. I don't want you guys to get sick. Maybe some other time. Everyone still stared at her and she sighed. I'll see you guys at school. She hurried to the car with her backpack in tow. She slid into the vehicle and stared out the window at her friends' faces, reading the uncertainty on their features. Your friend seemed odd interesting, particularly the one with red and white hair. Not a word about him. Miri growled, refusing to face her mother. He isn't your concern. You spend 1 week with an old man in America and you think you suddenly have freedom of speech? You can't even face me half the time, her mother snapped. That old man is my grandfather, Miri shot back, turning to give her mother a harsh glare. You will speak of him with respect or not at all. What lies did he fill your head with about me? Her mother asked. Did he tell you how horrible I was for taking you away from your father? Miri's eyes flashed. No, he said nothing bad about you the entire time I was there. In fact, she fully faced her mother, he told me to be wary of Dad. She turned to look at the seat in front of her. And even if he said anything bad about you, would I have any reason to disbelieve him? You have earned no Parent of the Year awards in my book. Watch how you speak to me, her mother seethed. You are above this disrespect. Am I? Miri roared. Maybe it was the fact that she held the adoption papers in her pocket, or perhaps it was the new fire she felt within her at the promise of building a friendship with Todoroki. Either way, Miri found herself less afraid of her mother than she had been a week ago or even a month ago. In such a short amount of time, Miri had grown. She knew it and felt it within herself. It wasn't just about getting over the sports festival, but accepting parts of herself she would have never acknowledged even months before. In just a week, she began making peace with the darker side of herself, finding solace in a boy she had come to care for. It might not seem significant to someone on the outside, but to her, it meant everything. How am I to show you respect when you left me in the hands of that monster? Her mind filled with dark thoughts of Hibiki. Does that show you deserve my respect? Miri raged. In a few months alone, you have endangered me countless times and forced me to do things I've made clear I didn't want to do. Does that show you deserve my respect? I've raised you better than this. You didn't raise me at all. Miri screeched, her voice cracking. You are not the woman who held me when I woke up crying from nightmares my quirk gave me. Do you know I still have those? You are not the woman who would listen to me talk about heroes for hours. Do you know that I want to be a hero? You are not the woman who saved us all those years ago from a drunken man. You are not the woman who birthed me. You are not the woman I have fond memories of and still wish every day would come back. You are not the woman who told me every morning and every night that she loved me. You are not her. I haven't heard, "I love you," come out of your mouth since I was 8. Miri was in tears, anger and sadness barely contained within her. You are not the woman who raised me. You may look and sound like her, but you aren't. The woman who raised me loved me. You just used me to get revenge on a man who did nothing to me. You used me to get close to his son, who never did anything to anyone. You don't know anything about me, and you never cared to. You treat me like I'm just another one of your little toy soldiers that you can have someone beat around right in front of you. Does that sound like you deserve my respect? I do know you, her mother replied weakly, sounding almost on the verge of tears herself. You don't. Miri responded, a harsh laugh escaping her. Why is my middle name Genya? It was your father's mother's name. Her mother responded. Okay, you know that much. What else? What's my favorite color? What's my favorite food? Movie? Miri stared at her hard. Her mother fell silent. You shouldn't be talking to me like this, that I'm your mother. Are you? Miri stared at her. Can you honestly call yourself my mother after everything that happened? Can you just pretend the entire festival didn't bother you? Because I can't. I wasn't in control. You know that I'm not always in control. Her mother was crying now. It wasn't just because what Miri was saying was hurtful to her, but because she knew it was true. What I know is that I'm tired of hearing the same excuse repeatedly whenever you do something wrong. Miri's voice went cold. I shouldn't have to be the parent. I shouldn't have to tell you everything you've done and are doing wrong. You blame your quirk, blame your problems with Endeavor. At the mention of his name, her mother flinched. As an excuse for your inability to control your quirk without it controlling you. It's getting old. Miri's eyes narrowed. She saw how vulnerable her mother was at that moment. She had her backed into a corner, and it was tempting to hurt her even more with words. She wanted to know why her mother hated Endeavor so much. Why did she allow her resentment toward him to overshadow the woman who raised Miri as a child? But was it right for her to do that? Was it fair to kick her mother when she was already down? She never wanted to discuss the reasons behind her hatred, but Miri needed to know. Why should she care about her mother's feelings in this situation? About whether her mother wanted to share her story? Her mother had never considered Miri's feelings whenever she forced her to do anything. Why should Miri feel any sympathy? Miri opened her mouth, ready to confront her mother and demand the truth, but a sudden thought made her pause. Was this her own voice, or was it the darkness speaking? She leaned back in her seat and stared at the ceiling. She understood how easy it was for Nightmare to succumb to the quirk, twisting any negative thoughts into something darker. She never wanted that to happen to her. As the fight drained out of her, she let the tense silence linger between them. Nightmare sniffled. I'm sorry. Miri sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Sorry doesn't make up for years of pain. If you were truly sorry, you would show it. The next day at school, Miri stood at the top of a tower. Her classmates, all competing against her, were in their own areas. All Might lay in the center, waiting for one student to come rescue him. Miri's body was still slightly sore from her new training regimen with the weights. She had slipped the weights on under her uniform and attended school, finding that walking became easier, though they made her arms feel heavy. She took them off for this exercise, however. This exercise would have been easy for Miri had she not been up against Bakugo and Todoroki. Between her and Todoroki, it was a friendly competition, but neither planned to go easy on the other. Miri noticed a change in Todoroki since their last interaction in the hospital. He seemed more open and almost friendly, and she wondered if it was because she had hugged him the night he and the others fought Stain. She almost laughed at herself, her cheeks warming as she recalled their conversation. There was no way his attitude toward her had changed just because of that hug. There had to be more to it. Bakugo, on the other hand, posed a significant threat to Miri's chances of winning. When it came to competition, Bakugo was always in full throttle mode. Miri had watched Midoriya during his race. He had greatly improved his ability to control his quirk in just a week and was no longer breaking his bones. She felt happy for him, knowing how important it was for him to grow stronger and manage his quirk. This exercise was truly a test of mobility. Miri's mobility was decent, but against someone like Bakugo, who excelled in aerial maneuvers, it was a challenge. Positions. All Might cheered. Somewhere in the center of that area, the big lovable man lay in wait for someone to rescue him. Miri bent her knees, her swirling green aura enveloping her. All she ever wanted was to save people. That was her entire motivation to become a hero. Go! His voice boomed through the microphone. Miri soared into the sky with a powerful leap. As she floated momentarily, she spotted Bakugo not far off, racing toward the center. Miri landed, her speed increasing with each step. She swung from bars, gliding past them with the grace of a trained acrobat. Launching herself into the air again, she saw All Might several yards away, standing in the middle of the arena. Todoroki and Bakugo were also making their way toward him. Miri landed once more and continued her climbing and jumping. With one last giant leap, Miri found herself in the air alongside Todoroki and Bakugo. Determination shone on their faces as they all dove to touch the circle before the others. At the end of the exercise, it was a surprising draw between the three. Kaminari came running in a minute later, panting. "Wow, I didn't see any of you the entire time. I demand a rematch." Bakugo shouted. "I demand a nap," Miri sighed, ready for the day to be over. Back in the classroom, Miri sat at her desk, barely awake. All of last night had been spent tossing and turning over everything she had told her mother. Did she go too far? What she said was hurtful, but at the time, she wanted her mother to understand how she felt during their arguments. Was that not fair? Was it okay for her to act that way? Was it her in control, or was it the darkness within her? She knew that accepting this darker side of herself would be difficult. Would she see changes in her behavior or her thinking? Was what happened last night truly her, or was it the darker part of her? Miri understood that she never wanted to completely lose control. She had to find a way to accept this side of herself without fully giving in and becoming another nightmare. But how? It wasn't like she could ask her mom. She didn't know anyone else with a quirk like hers. Who could she turn to for advice? Her thoughts drifted to Recovery Girl, but she doubted she would have any answers. The same went for her grandfather. He could be busy, and she didn't want to burden him with something so personal. With a sigh, she laid her head on her desk. For now, she needed to focus on exams. "As I'm sure you're all aware, summer break is coming up," Aizawa announced while shuffling papers at the front of the class. Miri perked up at the mention of summer break. As much as the darkness brought her comfort, she loved being out in the sun just as much. She could lie in it for hours, and it sounded like the perfect way to unwind from school for a month. "However, a month just sounds too long of a break for you all," he continued with a shrug. "There will be a summer training camp in the woods." Miri frowned, her excitement fading. She just wanted to relax in the sun. The class began cheering and chatting among themselves. "However, if you do not pass your finals, attending summer school while at the camp will be the alternative. You will not take part in the camp activities," Aizawa added, placing his papers on his desk. Miri sighed again. As if the pressure of passing exams wasn't enough. As she waited for her car to arrive after school, she counted the minutes on her watch. Her driver was never this late. There must be traffic somewhere. Focused on her watch, she noticed a shadow cover her. Looking up in confusion, she saw Todoroki standing beside her. Miri's face burned. Whenever her mind wandered to the teasing from her friends about him, she pushed those thoughts away. She refused to consider whether she had a crush on him. "I know we talked about fixing things between us," he began, looking down at her. "But I don't think pretending there isn't anything to fix will really help." This caught Miri's attention. "Yeah, thought I was wondering when this conversation would come up. We have a habit of pretending there isn't anything between us." Her cheeks heated. "Not that there is anything like that." She laughed nervously. "Nope, we just have difficulty getting along sometimes. Not that you're a terrible person or anything." Todoroki watched her with a soft gaze, noticing her flushed cheeks. A gentle blush crept onto his own face as he realized he liked this lively side of her. Seeing her flustered was a bonus. "Miri," he said, clearing his throat. "I get it. Right. Sorry." Her cheeks turned red again as she forced herself to look up at him. "Your secrets?" He paused, and Miri felt her heart sink, knowing he was back on this topic. "Do they have to do with your mom?" Miri jumped. "My mom?" She gripped her skirt, feeling anxious. "What about her?" His eyebrows raised. "You seem really off when she's mentioned." Then he muttered quietly, "Do you have issues with her?" Miri stared at him. He didn't seem to know as much as she initially thought. She had never really talked about her mom with anyone but Recovery Girl and her grandfather. How long did she plan to keep her mom a secret? Her entire life? Even she could acknowledge that would be impossible. However, as she looked up at Todoroki, she knew she couldn't tell him the truth. Not right now. Not when things were improving between them. She didn't want to risk losing him again. "My mother is a difficult woman." Saying that much was an understatement. "She and I disagree on many things. A lot of it involves your family, for some reason. I know little else beyond that. Some days are good, some days are bad." She sighed. "I still can't tell you everything. Not while we're trying to fix things. Some wounds are still fresh, and some run too deep. I don't think I'm ready to talk about it yet. Not until I can work things out with my mother. It still frustrates me that you won't tell me everything, especially since it has to do with me." His expression hardened, but then he sighed. "But I know a thing or two about working things out with parents. I hope what you're going through with your mom gets resolved quickly so we can work on ourselves." Miri managed a slight smile. "Yeah, for now, let's just focus on passing our exams. Everything can be tackled one step at a time." The two of them said their goodbyes, and Miri continued to wait outside the school for her ride. "What's taking so long?" she wondered. "Mirianne." A deep voice greeted her from her left. She turned and saw Shinso approaching. A confused smile crossed her face. She had heard about him using his quirk to prevent Hibiki from harming her further and had yet to thank him. "Shinso," she greeted. "I meant to find you and thank you for saving me during the sports festival." He looked at the ground and kicked a rock. It was no big deal. He fell silent. Miri studied him, debating whether to continue the conversation. He seemed withdrawn and quiet, but she might be able to engage him. "Why did you do it?" He looked up at her, his hand coming up to cup the back of his neck. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you know, don't you?" She held up a hand. "About who I am?" He narrowed his eyes, his hand falling away. "What does that change? What are you even talking about?" She sighed. Verbally expressing it always left a strange feeling in her chest. "I mean that if I'm Nightmare's daughter, doesn't that bother you?" He stared at her for a moment. "My quirk allows me to control people's minds. Doesn't that bother you?" Miri stared back at him, confused. "No." "Does my quirk make me seem like I'll be a villain?" he pressed. Miri blinked. "No. What kind of question is that?" "It's no different from yours, it's just a different example," he explained. "Just because I have a quirk that could be useful for villains doesn't mean I am one. Just because you're the daughter of a villain doesn't mean you are one either." Miri felt as if someone had knocked the wind out of her. She had heard that sentiment all her life. It was what she told herself whenever Nightmare did something wrong. But hearing someone else say it to her was a new experience. So, you don't think I'm like her? He asked incredulously. Just because you have her quirk doesn't mean you're her. He stepped a little closer. Most of my life, I've been told I could use my quirk to get away with a lot of terrible things. He gestured around him. Do you think I'd be here if I did all the things people said I could? I never let that stuff define me. I still wanted to be a hero. Who am I to judge you for wanting to do good with a quirk that others see as evil? That would make me no different from those who have judged me. She fell silent, letting his words sink in. I've never thought about it like that. I see what you're saying. He began walking away. Yeah, well, you might start learning a few things if you listen a little more. A slight smile grew on his face. Miri concentrated, thinking, Shinso might be the one person I can ask about this. I don't have anyone else. How would you deal with being surrounded by negativity but wanting to be positive? She called out. She couldn't shake the thoughts from class today. Accepting the darker side of myself while also maintaining a conviction to be a hero. I need to find a way to balance both. The boy stopped and turned to look at her, a puzzled expression on his face. What? I have to accept the darkness, she explained. It's the only way I can get stronger and continue. But if I do that, I could lose who I am now. She sighed heavily. I don't want to be like my mother. She fully accepted it, and look at what she became. There's got to be a way to move past this. How do I accept myself without turning into her? His lips parted as his eyes narrowed. What gives you the idea that I have some magical words that can help you? Her nose flared. I just figured, since we have this in common, I'll stop you there and tell you we have almost nothing in common, okay? He stuffed his hands in his pockets. Yes, our situations with quirks are alike, but us? What our quirks are capable of? Different standings. Miri sighed. He was right. You're right about everything you've said so far, but I'm at my wit's end. She inhaled deeply. I don't know who else to ask. Believe me, if I could have asked anyone else, I would have. I know you don't owe me anything. Think of it as just one big favor you can cash in. I'm racking up a few of those with you, you know? Don't think I'm entirely golden-hearted and won't hold you accountable for the sports festival. I want your spot in the hero course. I just know someone like you won't go down without a fight. He stared at her for a long moment, so long that she began to feel uncomfortable. Finally, he asked, What makes you happy? What makes me happy? Miri's lips parted in surprise. What do you mean by that? He gave her a strange look. What do you mean? What do you mean? He shook his head. It's simple. What makes you happy? Something that makes you happy can keep you grounded. For me, becoming a hero is everything. It makes me happy. What will it be for you? Shinso could practically see the gears turning in Miri's head. He sighed. I can give you the advice you so desperately want, but I can't make you understand it. If you don't have an answer for my question, then it's just too late for you. Miri stared at him. What makes me happy? Don't make me regret saving you back at the sports festival. You may be the daughter of a villain and a bit reckless, but I can see what kind of person you are. I'll see you around. With that, he turned and continued home. Miri stood and watched his retreating form. What is the one thing that makes me happy? When Miri arrived home that night, she found the house oddly quiet. The servants were nowhere in sight, which was a clear sign that something was amiss with her mother. She climbed the stairs to her room, looking around. I can feel her presence, but I don't understand why she'd be acting like this, especially after last night. Did what I said not get through to her like I thought? She pushed open the door to her room and saw her mother frantically rummaging through drawers, pulling clothes out and stuffing them into a suitcase on Miri's bed. Mother, she exclaimed, rushing into the room. We have to leave Japan, her mother blurted out, fear etched on her face. For her mother to be so scared. It was unsettling. What? Miri wasn't a stranger to moving around, but she thought they had finally settled down here. Her mother stopped moving and stood in the room. I'm not in control like I want to be. She pointed at her head. And I thought I could manage better, but I can't. I talked to your grandfather on the phone. He told me that since you were on the screen during the sports festival, he hasn't heard from Alzero, your father. I don't want him to find us, Mirianne. He can't find us. I don't want to face him. She began folding the clothes neatly into the suitcase. Maybe, if I get away from Enji, I might get better. Miri stared at her mother. She had never seen her mother scared before. Yesterday was one thing, but the woman before her was nothing like the woman from a month ago. The nightmare I know never got scared. If I can accept the fact that my father might find me, she said, grabbing the clothes from her mother's hands, then I think you can too. She raised an eyebrow. And who is Enji? You don't understand. Nightmare grabbed the clothes back and aggressively folded them. I've always been scared. She hissed. Why do you think we never stay in one place for too long? Your father has connections everywhere. We can never truly hide from him. Miri noticed her mother avoided addressing the question about Enji. So, you're saying you're just running away from your problems? Don't lecture me, Mirianne. Her mother snapped, whispering as she shoved a pair of sweatpants into the suitcase. You may confront your problems head-on, but that's not how I operate. Miri didn't face her problems directly either, but she chose not to correct her mother. She stared at the woman in front of her. Who are you? Nightmare paused and looked at Miri. What do you mean? I mean, who are you really? Miri gestured around her room. You've been saying some strange things lately. Even yesterday, if you were truly yourself, you would have reacted differently. Why didn't you? Did something happen before you picked me up from school? Did one of your little minions mess with your breakfast? Nightmare remained silent, staring at her. Miri groaned. Oh my God. Did you not want me to be the mother you had before? Nightmare asked, her gaze steady. I'm trying to be better for you. Miri stopped her rant and looked at her mother, conflict evident on her face. She sighed and sat on the bed. Miri understood now. Somewhere in their argument yesterday, she must have realized something. When Miri told her that an apology wouldn't be enough, Nightmare seemed to have decided to try and make amends through her actions. In her own way, Nightmare was attempting to repair their relationship. It's not that I don't appreciate your efforts, it's just that. Miri furrowed her brows, searching for the right words. Are you saying you want me to be your old mom, but not really? Nightmare stood before Miri, looking down at her. Why now? Miri looked up. Why are you trying to change now? How have you managed to keep it together? How are we having a normal conversation without you resorting to darkness? Nightmare's surprise was evident. You mean, you don't understand? What? Understand what? Miri pressed. What happened while you were in America? Nightmare asked. Because ever since you came back, I can't seem to access my quirk when you're around. Miri stared at her, incredulous. Are you serious? Every time you're near, any connection I had with the darkness fades away. I can't even call upon it now. Nightmare held her head in confusion. Being around you clears my mind, but it leaves me feeling empty inside. Like a part of me is missing. You mean to tell me you're not doing this on purpose? Miri stood slowly. I make your quirk go away? I don't know if it's gone, but it's like the darkness won't respond to me. What did you do in America? Nightmare pressed, eager to understand what exactly had happened. I accepted it. Miri shrugged, unsure of what else to say. I accepted the darkness. Nightmare narrowed her eyes. That's all. That's all. Miri sat back down on the bed. Does it all come to me now that I've accepted it as part of me? There's nothing we can do about it now. As long as you're around, I can't use my quirk. Forget the mission I gave you at the beginning of the school year. Forget school. Forget the boy and his father. Just forget we lived here in Japan. We'll go to Spain or somewhere else. Nightmare closed the suitcase. No. We're staying here. Miri crossed her arms. Miriam, you know we can't stay. Yes, we can. Miri growled. You just don't want to. I'm tired of running. We're going to run out of places to hide. She walked to her mirror, took a photo down from the thumbtack, and held it up to Nightmare. I've finally made friends here. I'm becoming happy and growing into a hero. Putting me in that school, regardless of the reasons, was the best decision you ever made for me. Don't take it away from me. If you really wanted to change, you wouldn't do this. The picture in Miri's hands showed her and Uraraka with their arms around each other, while Midoriya and Ida made funny faces in the background. It brought Miri joy every time she saw it. Nightmare glanced at the suitcase. What will we do when Alzero finds us? Then I guess he finds us. We'll deal with that when it happens. Miri clenched her fist. But we're done running, okay? Miri watched her mother nod. She set the suitcase down slowly and slipped out of the room, leaving Miri alone with her thoughts. So, when my mother isn't under the influence of darkness, she's more approachable? And when I'm around her now, she can't use her powers. She sat on her bed, a slight smile forming. That means I have a chance of getting my old mother back. Then she sat up in bed. Wait, she doesn't want me to worry about the mission she gave me at the beginning of the year? She stared at her wall. Doesn't want me to use Todoroki? A weight seemed to lift off her chest as her eyes sparkled with happiness. I'm free from it? She wiped her cheeks, feeling lighter. Can I work on things with him? Miri sat at her desk, twirling her pencil between her fingers. Having just received their scores back, she felt a mild disappointment with herself. 7 out of 21? I could have done worse, but I know I could have done better. She slipped her paper into her backpack and stood up. Hey Miri. Midoriya smiled at her. You did really well on the first part of the exam. She smiled back. Yeah, I should have studied harder, though. I guess there's always room for improvement. She rubbed her face. This practical exam has me a little worried, not going to lie. Me too. I keep thinking about it. I don't know what they could have in store for us. He rubbed the back of his neck. From the corner of her eye, Miri noticed Todoroki walking over to them. A small smile appeared on her face as she looked over at him, her cheeks warming slightly. If you two want, I wouldn't mind tutoring you for the practical exam, he offered, looking at them both. Miri felt her cheeks heat up further. Her hands instinctively moved to cover her face. That sounds really nice of you. Her voice came out a bit squeaky. But you don't have to. Not that I don't appreciate it. I just don't want to take up your time. Todoroki regarded her with gentle eyes. I understand, Miri. Midoriya glanced between them, a puzzled expression on his face. Uraraka approached him, standing on her toes to whisper in his ear. His face turned red as she got close, and hearing her words made him blush even more. His voice came out a bit hoarse. Ida already offered to help tutor me. Yeah. His lips pressed together as Uraraka nudged him. Sorry. You guys can just study together. Alone. Another jab. I mean, not anything weird like that. If Miri could have vanished, she would have done so right then. A quick cough escaped Todoroki. Studying alone with Miri? That would certainly be interesting. That's not a problem. Do you mind if it's just us, Miri? He finally turned to her. Miri found it hard to breathe. Miri doesn't mind. She's just a little stressed right now and having trouble expressing her need for help. Right, Miri? Uraraka flashed a bright smile at her. Miri could only nod, her face burning. Her mouth felt dry, and she patted her cheeks, trying to cool down. With mechanical movements, she began packing her things and made a beeline for the exit. Wait, Miri. Todoroki called after her, but then sighed, realizing she was already gone. We didn't set a date. He pursed his lips in thought. A date. He began packing his things as well.